Beneath the shadow of the great tree called Konoha, one clan has lived under suspicion for generations. Uchiha. Blood and fire. Loyal, yet never submissive. When trust is betrayed. When justice becomes nothing but empty words. Separation. Not born of hatred, but because the path is no longer shared. The Sharingan sees through every lie. The will of Uchiha does not bow to the Hokage. This is a story of choice, and the price paid for freedom. I am Uchiha, the division of Konoha. When a clan steps out of the shadows. Mistress. Basking beautifully in the sunlight on the balcony, Uchiha Yoru calmly and without the slightest ripple of emotion recounted a truth. This scene caused even Jiraiya, who had weathered countless storms, to widen his eyes in astonishment. Only after a full half-day did he finally give a thumbs up. Little devil, this book of yours. I don't know whether I should call you honest or just a piece of trash. Facing Jiraiya's teasing, Uchiha Yoru, without a trace of cold indifference, glanced at the surrounding guards, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips as he said, I myself am living hand-to-mouth, and even teacher Orochimaru didn't anticipate this scene unfolding later. Being a lover is also a good thing. I was able to break free in time. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's undisguised mockery in his eyes, Jiraiya naturally also noticed the surrounding Anbu members monitoring the area. With the status of a prestigious Uchiha clan, marrying multiple wives is not a big deal. But once the Uchiha name is involved, there's truly no turning back. This little brat had a very kind heart. He was willing to risk everything for Orochimaru, and he had paid a considerable price for that girl just now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel secretly angry at the Sarutobi clan for what they had done, sending this girl to be a spy. He hoped she wouldn't cause any trouble in the future. Little brat, from what I just heard you analyze about the shinobi world, it seems you had already anticipated that the shinobi world would experience turmoil. Romantic affairs are merely a side issue. Jiraiya hadn't yet managed to answer the biggest question in his heart, but Uchiha Yoru, after hearing this, lazily chuckled, pointing to her own head with a mocking smile in her eyes. If you use your brain to analyze things, you'll find the answer to anything. You little devil. Seeing Jiraiya's breathless state, although it was in his nature to tolerate it, being around this kind of person gave him a strange sense of relief. And for a moment Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but chuckle. Lord Jiraiya, no one could have foreseen what happened to teacher Orochimaru. A Hokage candidate being banished far away. Just one step away from a bottomless abyss. Such a shock in the history of the shinobi world is probably rare. Now that the 3 battles have just passed, the Ninetales rampage has cost the village the 4th Hokage, and the border is already in turmoil. Time is so tight that Konoha doesn't have a moment to catch its breath. And then there's the incident with teacher Orochimaru. To say the border isn't in turmoil would be truly abnormal. At this point, Uchiha Yoru chuckled self-deprecatingly. I also came from the 3 great wars, and I have some understanding of smaller nations. Every small nation is both envious and fearful of the existence of larger nations. They are constantly afraid of getting involved in wars between larger nations, as they can use the opportunity to gain a foothold, or even rise to become a second land of reign by leveraging the wars between larger nations. The 3 wars of hatred continue to drag on, and the unrest on Konoha's border is something all the great nations want to see. After all, if Konoha is dragged into an endless, petty border war while other great nations are recuperating, and this situation continues, it would be truly disastrous if these ambitious individuals didn't seize the opportunity to cause turmoil in the land of fire. Listening to the analysis from Uchiha Yoru, who was nearly 16 years old, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel secretly astonished. No wonder Orochimaru values you so highly. Your intellect is truly unparalleled among the younger generation. Perhaps only Minato back then could rival it. At this moment, Jiraiya was deeply shocked. This kind of thinking, which transcended that of ordinary ninjas and used the ninja world as a tool for analysis, could truly be called the thinking of a Hokage. It was a pity this kid's clan was Uchiha. Little devil, did you figure all this out yourself? Even though he witnessed it firsthand, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel secretly terrified. If Orochimaru were to become the 5th Hokage, this brat might actually become the 6th Hokage, and then the divide between Konoha's Uchiha and the village might truly be resolved in this generation. Uchiha Yoru, after hearing this, casually chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "I've been idle lately, and being watched for so long naturally makes me overthink things. After all, I'm practically in prison right now." For Uchiha Yoru, encountering this scene only brought self-mockery and composure, but in Jiraiya's eyes, it was full of sarcasm. A Hokage candidate was expelled, and students were being monitored. Even with his level of power, facing the powerful political system of the Hidden Leaf Village, he could only choose silence. Cage-level power is merely a threat-level fighting force. It hasn't reached the point of sweeping everything aside. Didn't you see that even Pain, with his Rinnegan, could only hide in the shadows, plotting and accumulating strength? Little devil, you're not bad at all, but don't worry, you'll be free soon. Facing the turmoil now that was unfolding in the village, Jiraiya felt a mixture of helplessness and resentment. On one hand, his comrade Orochimaru was in a hopeless situation, and he had no way to change it. On the other hand, he had his teacher and family to consider. Although he was also furious that his former teacher had done everything he could, it was too late to do anything. Killing her wouldn't change anything. Faced with all of this, he chose to remain silent. What could he do? Discarding his teacher, his eldest daughter-in-law, and his son he could. But what then? The news of Orochimaru's human experimentation had already spread. His reputation was tarnished, and relentlessly pursuing him would only cause more turmoil in the village. It would be better to end this matter early, thus minimizing the village's losses. Freedom! Uchiha Yoru turned to look at Jiraiya with a knowing smile on his face. Sannin might have different personalities, but to say they didn't understand politics was utter nonsense. It's to minimize losses. The village needs me, in my capacity as Orochimaru's disciple, to go to the front lines to stabilize morale. After all, the fact that Master Orochimaru was driven away caused such a huge upheaval. If I appear on the front lines, given my relatively decent strength, I can help stabilize the situation. To be frank, Jiraiya scratched his head and chuckled, saying, "You little brat, you really don't know how to show any consideration for the old man. After all, you know Orochimaru is stationed on the front lines, but there are quite a few ninjas who have received favors from Orochimaru. Naturally, you need to show your face a little. It's ultimately a good thing for you. For example, becoming a hero of Konoha." At this point, Jiraiya's face showed an even more mischievous and seductive expression. And he teased, "You little brat. You don't want to be ostracized by the ninjas who once served under your teacher, do you? After all, Orochimaru is only temporarily gone. He'll return someday. As a disciple, shouldn't you protect the connections your teacher left behind? Perhaps, one day when you aspire to become Hokage, these people will all become your allies." Faced with Jiraiya's seductive words, Uchiha Yoru also showed a smile on his face. The two looked at each other, and Jiraiya's last remark was purely a joke. After all, he was very aware of the high-ranking teacher's attitude towards the Uchiha clan. Yet, Uchiha Yoru revealed a meaningful smile. "Lord Jiraiya is right. Since the teacher has chosen to leave, as a student, I naturally have a duty to protect the things the teacher left behind." With a sincere and heartfelt laugh, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the bright sunshine, muttering to himself, "Hokage. When I become Hokage, I want this day to be as clear and sunny as this sky, so that even dark clouds can no longer block out the sunlight." Hearing these words, Jiraiya was slightly startled. Looking at the confident smile of the young man before him, he unconsciously seemed to be infected, revealing an open and cheerful smile as well. Under the bright sunlight, Uchiha Nightheart's smiling face concealed a cold smirk. Now that teacher Orochimaru had left, he was waiting for this opportunity, unless Konoha truly chose to eliminate all Orochimaru's presence in the village. Disregarding the immense casualties on the front lines, he knew the village wouldn't do that. If they did, it would cut off Orochimaru's last remaining escape route. This would be the village forcing Orochimaru to become a rogue ninja, and such a devastating loss was something the village couldn't afford. Third Hokage wasn't a fool. At this point, it was clear that things were best left as they were. Therefore, he had been waiting for this opportunity, a legitimate chance to openly accept the power left behind by his teacher, with the village backing him. The village wasn't foolish either. Orochimaru had left, the large ship had sunk, and it had been broken into smaller boats. Now, facing a turbulent border, the village didn't have time to rescue and reassure all the smaller boats. They could only send him out. Once he had settled these aimless small boats, he would safely bring them back, and then it would be impossible to know when these small boats would return to that large flagship. However, how big Uchiha Yoru's position as the ship's captain will be depends on how much prestige he can build on the front lines. Yoru. Just then, a soft sigh was heard. Jiraiya, seeing this, couldn't help but cover his forehead, his eyes widening. Little brat, how many lovers have you been looking for? Jiraiya, his eyes wide with envy and longing, saw only Uchiha, dressed entirely in a white, iridescent dress, with slightly curled black hair and a pair of deep crimson eyes. Rushing towards him, Lord Jiraiya. A dark shadow flashed past, and the tall, slender figure of Uchiha appeared on the balcony, respectfully bowing to Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded slightly in response, then hurriedly said to Uchiha Yoru, "Yoru, something's wrong. Anko has been taken to the interrogation room." What? Upon hearing the news about Anko, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but frown, saying in a low voice, "What happened? Wasn't Anko on a mission outside? How did she end up in the interrogation room?" "We don't know the specifics. We only heard that Anko participated in Lord Orochimaru's human body experiments, was discovered by the Anbu at the border of the Land of the Sea, and is now being interrogated after being brought back." Hearing Uchiha's words, Uchiha Yoru's face lit up with anger, and he couldn't help but shout, "Go!" Teacher Orochimaru just left, and someone already wants to act superior. If they have the guts, why don't they go and interrogate Root? Uchiha Yoru's loud shout gave the order, and Jiraiya, standing beside him, scratched his head in embarrassment. Seeing the somewhat agitated young man, he quickly reached out to stop him, saying, "Little brat, be careful not to be targeted by rushing into the interrogation room so recklessly." HMPH, what are they targeting? Is this interrogation room, this intelligence agency, preparing to use the master's disciple to establish their authority? Or what are they planning? Why weren't they causing trouble a while ago? Now they're jumping out to bite people indiscriminately. They don't dare bite the big shots, so they only know how to target the weak and insignificant villagers. This time, Uchiha Yoru didn't directly intervene, but instead loudly and angrily shouted. Immediately, all the ninjas in the building heard it. Those who remained there were members of Orochimaru's main lineage, and hearing that they were being treated so disrespectfully, they all became enraged. "You!" Watching Uchiha Yoru angrily run towards the intelligence agency, Jiraiya couldn't help but scratch his head, shaking it helplessly and sighing, "You little brat." Although he sighed, Jiraiya still managed a smile on his face. Perhaps being emotionally moved was typical of a young person, and he agreed with this feeling of excitement for his companion. But Uchiha Yoru's outburst of anger was 3/3 genuine, the rest was fake. This was truly an opportunity presented itself. This conveniently gave him an opportunity to release a signal, and since both he and Anko were Orochimaru's disciples, he absolutely had to protect them, otherwise anyone could bully them later. The surrounding scene flashed by in his eyes as Uchiha Yoru leapt from the Konoha rooftops. Then, under unseen circumstances, he rapidly descended. He couldn't help but whisper to Yui Kurenai, who had come with him, "Kurenai, what exactly happened to Anko?" Yui Kurenai's face was also filled with seriousness. "I don't know the specific situation. I only know that Anko was taken to the interrogation room, so I came to inform you. Furthermore, you shouldn't act rashly. At this moment, you are already at the forefront." Although Yui Kurenai was a spy sent by the Third Hokage, he also had genuine feelings for Uchiha Yoru, which is why he spoke with concern. In Yui Kurenai's eyes, she and Uchiha Yoru had feelings for each other, and it also conveniently allowed her to investigate the reasons behind the Nine Tails, since this matter also involved her father's son. Therefore, having never been in conflict, Yui Kurenai calmly considered the gains and losses and finally said in a low voice, "Yoru, I'm truly sorry I couldn't help you with Lord Orochimaru's matter, but at this time, your and Anko's identities are the most sensitive. Rest assured, Lord Jiraiya has already said that he hopes I can appear on the front lines as Orochimaru's disciple, and that proves this matter ends here, so you can rest easy. Regarding Anko, I'm afraid someone is trying to shatter the last vestiges of the teacher's prestige. Once Mitarashi Anko is truly captured, it will completely strip Orochimaru, the Sannin representative, of his prestige in Konoha. Given that anyone can capture her, there's naturally nothing to worry about." Establishing prestige requires a gradual accumulation, but destroying it only takes a very small event to succeed. Yoru, your current position is very dangerous. Seeing Yuhi Kurenai's worried expression, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a resolute look, but this position also holds power. Turning their heads to look at each other, Uchiha Yoru made no attempt to conceal his ambition for power, speaking directly in a deep voice. Only with sufficient power and talent can one go further. Higher, by then, one can investigate and uncover the culprit behind the Ninetales Knight of the Ninetales, not only to avenge your father, but also to enmity with all of Konoha. Yuhi Kurenai fell silent after hearing these words. A man with power is full of charm, and she also clearly knew that she wanted to investigate the person behind the Ninetales. Even the third Hokage's mission to her had the same purpose. The allure of self-interest is deadly, Yoru. I hope you can maintain your original intentions. As a skilled female ninja, Yuhi Kurenai had witnessed too much of the assimilation of ninjas by the erosion of power, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Following her rapid descent, the gentle breeze ruffled her black hair, revealing her captivating Kurenai eyes. With a slow, charming smile, Yuhi Kurenai said, however, having the privilege of a night like this is equally captivating. She had never been one to shy away from anything in her heart. For a ninja, worshipping strength was innate. Konoha, Intelligence Branch. The Intelligence Branch, responsible for gathering intelligence, has 3 sub-branches: the Interrogation Department, the Investigation Department, and the Code Department. The current head of the Intelligence Branch is Yamanaka Inoichi. What do you want to do? You police officers are being too reckless. Stop right there. This is the Intelligence Agency. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the Foreign Intelligence Agency. Every ninja in the Intelligence Agency glared at the arrogant, unreasonable figure charging towards them, their eyes filled with anger. Get out! Charging into the Uchiha Intelligence Agency, Yoru's eyes were bloodshot, and 3 ferocious Magatama spheres spun around, staring intently at everyone. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged straight in. Uchiha Yoru, you're being too reckless. At that moment, a calm, steady voice rang out, and instantly, all the ninjas in the Intelligence Agency seemed to have found their trusted confidant, all looking at the speaker with respectful expressions. Minister, you've finally arrived. With a head of golden hair and a square face radiating an aura of imposing authority, Yamanaka Inoichi strode forward. At this moment, he rarely showed anger upon seeing the powerful Uchiha Yoru charging towards him from the Intelligence Agency. Uchiha Yoru, this isn't the police department. Yamanaka Inoichi, a long-standing and reputable jonin, is not only a high-ranking official in Konoha's intelligence department, but he also holds a position of real power and enjoys the trust of the third Hokage. Facing Yamanaka Inoichi, Uchiha Yoru did not back down this time, directly giving a cold laugh and saying, "If the members of the 7th Division of the Police Department haven't committed heinous crimes against the village, when did the Intelligence Agency get to cross-examine my police department personnel? Is it because Minister Yamanaka feels that the name police department is merely for show, or because he feels that the name Sanin Orochimaru has become a pillar of shame for Konoha? And yet he arbitrarily interrogated Sanin Orochimaru's disciple, Mitarashi Anko." Uchiha Yoru unleashed his full aura, directly targeting Yamanaka Inoichi. First, he brought up the Uchiha clan's powerful police force, then the Sanin, instantly causing countless people to be moved. Even Yamanaka Inoichi frowned, his expression becoming serious. This matter ends here. He doesn't want to cause any more trouble. Yamanaka Inoichi then whispered to his assistant, "Is Mitarashi Anko here with us?" The assistant beside him, his expression clearly grim, lowered his voice as he replied. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yamanaka Inoichi's face turned pale. Damn it! At this moment, Orochimaru was a hot potato. Don't underestimate Orochimaru just because he's down on his luck. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Moreover, Orochimaru is the most dangerous person right now. If anyone acts too aggressively, and Orochimaru makes some major move in the shinobi world, who will be held responsible? Even if it turns into a rogue ninja tragedy, the Ano Shikacho clans wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. That, the captain's actions that night were a mistake by the intelligence agency? Yamanaka Inoichi nervously stepped forward to explain, his face showing an embarrassed smile. Uchiha Yoru naturally understood some things, But at this moment, he understood one thing even more clearly. He absolutely could not be afraid. Now that no one stood before him, if he wanted to ascend to the throne, besides having convincing strength, he also needed sufficient status and prestige. Minister Yamanaka, right now, I just want to bring Anko back to the 7th Police Department. The cold tone echoed through the intelligence building, and all the Konoha ninjas silently looked in awe at this young ninja genius whose reputation had recently spread far and wide. This direct, cold attitude was indeed intimidating. A glint of anger flashed in Yamanaka Inoichi's eyes. He was secretly furious. This brat had used the first round to establish his authority in the intelligence sector, damn him. But at this moment, he was powerless to do anything. What are you standing there for? Why didn't the Anbu inform me beforehand that they brought Mitarashi Anko here? Yamanaka Inoichi was merely feigning anger, loudly reprimanding his subordinates. But at the same time, he was conveying a signal. Mitarashi Anko was brought in by the Anbu, so if you dare, go show off your power in the Anbu. Uchiha Yoru let out a cold laugh, completely ignoring the trick. Instead, he raised his hand, and in an instant, several vipers emerged from his wide sleeves. Sensing their presence, the vipers immediately sped off in a certain direction. Uchiha Yoru coldly and arrogantly headed straight in a certain direction, and Yamanaka Inoichi, seeing this, could only sigh helplessly. This little brat is truly cunning. In a gloomy secret chamber, the main door was suddenly kicked open, revealing Mitarashi Anko trapped inside a metal-like container, with only her head visible. Two ninjas were simultaneously interrogating her using mind-reading techniques. Who is it? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the secret chamber, enraging the two men. However, as they turned around, they were met with a pair of three Tamo Sharingan eyes. For a moment, the two men's eyes glazed over, their bodies unable to move. Then, a flash of lightning streaked across, and the massive instrument was instantly cleaved in two. Uchiha Yoru, you! Upon entering, Yamanaka Inoichi immediately glared angrily at Uchiha Yoru, who had used Genjutsu to knock down two members of his intelligence agency, and then used brute force to destroy the interrogation equipment. The tool was severed in an instant, and Mitarashi Anko opened her eyes, revealing a weary and pained expression. The mental anguish was beyond anyone's imagination, especially after she had just experienced an unimaginable blow. Anko. Opening her eyes, Mitarashi Anko saw a familiar face, and immediately her expression became agitated, with tears welling up in her eyes. Yoru, it's you tonight. You've come, teacher. Oh? Despite her outwardly strong and even generous demeanor, Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but shed tears, her eyes welling up. Her life, it could be said, had instantly plummeted from heaven to hell. She was proud that her teacher chose to leave the village, yet coldly placed a curse mark on her. Although she eventually chose to leave the village and follow her teacher, Orochimaru was practically her greatest dream, and her dream was shattered. To the village, her loyalty was unquestionable, but after the Anbu tracked her down and escorted her all the way back from the land of the sea, she endured interrogation, torture, and even psychological torment from ninjas from her own village. This kind of betrayal truly shattered her last psychological defenses. Mitarashi Anko is now in the most desperate and darkest moment of her life. Uchiha Yoru appeared, flickering with lightning, as if a ray of light had appeared in the darkness of her life. Okay, nothing's wrong, let's go home. Never before had I seen Anko so desperate. Her dark eyes seemed to show signs of aging. Uchiha Yoru's gentle words of comfort were met with unwavering determination. Mitarashi Anko's future was worth his investment, not to mention that if even he remained indifferent, then Orochimaru and his group would be even more despised later on. As someone who had suffered all of this, how could he possibly forgive that? What is most important in this ninja world? Talent. Yoru. Despair welled up in her eyes, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Mitarashi Anko, like a discarded little wildcat finding a new home, clutched tightly at the other's clothes, unwilling to leave this warm embrace for even a moment. At this moment, in the interrogation room, Uchiha Yoru, with one arm around Anko, who was experiencing the darkest moment of her life, turned her head and coldly looked at Yamanaka Inoichi and the two people in the interrogation room. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you, Sarutobi, you worthless piece of trash. You only know how to play these despicable tricks, but you should understand one thing clearly. Even though teacher Orochimaru has temporarily left Konoha, that doesn't mean the 7th squad can be bullied by just anyone. A wave of intense pain washed over him. As the genjutsu kicked in, a member of the Sarutobi River group lying on the cold floor of the interrogation room was revealed. Someone was stomping on his face, the powerful force causing his bones to creak and his scalp to tingle. Yamanaka Inoichi's expression turned extremely grim as he looked at the situation before him. This Orochimaru disciple, Mitarashi Anko, was a hot potato. No one but the Hokage could touch her. After all, she was connected to Orochimaru. Captain Uchiha Yoru, this is probably just a misunderstanding. Yamanaka Inoichi calmly looked at the young man before him. At this point, the other party was no longer just a simple boy. It was clear that both sides understood the implications of this situation. This is a signal released by the high-ranking Hokage. While Mitarashi Anko alone isn't significant, her status is enough to influence many things. For example, if the high-ranking officials truly intend to take action this time, Anko wouldn't be taken to the intelligence agency, but directly to the Anbu or route. Mitarashi Anko had set up this chessboard using the village's signal to stop here, and at the same time, establishing goodwill to give Uchiha Yoru a chance to assert his authority. Uchiha Yoru, from the intelligence agency, rescued Mitarashi Anko, thus giving everyone the feeling that the 7th Division of the police force hadn't fallen. Orochimaru had been expelled, but Uchiha Yoru was still there. Okay, let's just consider it a misunderstanding. With heavy footsteps, Uchiha Yoru slowly lifted his foot from the riverbank, coldly staring at Yamanaka Inoichi before his body instantly transformed into a black shadow and disappeared into the intelligence network. Minister, that Uchiha Yoru is going too far. Following Uchiha Yoru's rampage through the intelligence agency, countless ninjas were filled with outrage. But Yamanaka Inoichi merely gave a wry smile, shook his head, and said, "Let's stop here." Cold and aloof, Yamanaka Inoichi knew this was a sure loss for him. His eyes, piercing through the window, gazed towards the Hokage's office building. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, is this considered a warning? Ultimately, in the Orochimaru incident, although the Ainu Shikacho clans weren't the masterminds, they added fuel to the fire at a crucial moment. Clearly, such tactics were a warning and a reprimand from the 3rd Hokage. Hokage office building. Reporting to the 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Yoru bravely stormed the intelligence agency to rescue Mitarashi Anko, and this news has now spread throughout Konoha. Upon hearing the Anbu's report, the 3rd Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly nodded his head and waved his hand, saying, "Good, I understand. You may leave." Looking at the intelligence reports coming from various border regions, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming pressure on his shoulders, causing him to sigh wearily and weakly. In this way, this matter can be considered to have come to a perfect conclusion. Although Orochimaru was banished far from the country, if he were to target and completely eliminate this disciple under his command, it would only sever the last shred of affection, forcing Orochimaru to become an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. But the shock of this battle in Konoha had a huge impact, and border tensions were becoming increasingly serious. Although he didn't fully understand the saying that eliminating external threats first requires securing internal stability, he still grasped the principle. After this event, Uchiha Yoru will head towards the reception desk to receive his teacher's legacy. Hiruzen, by elevating Uchiha Yoru's reputation like this, aren't you afraid of creating a second Orochimaru? Midokado Homura solemnly pushed down the glass frame, unable to restrain himself from speaking in a low voice, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, calmly shook his head and said, "Even with his lineage, he won't become a second Orochimaru. As long as the Nine-Tails rebellion continues, the Uchiha clan will never have the chance to rise again. Hiruzen, I don't object to you using this opportunity to attack the Ainu Shikacho clans, but this brat's strength might just turn him into another voice within the Uchiha clan." Despite his own anxieties, Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely showed any signs of confidence. He slowly took out several documents from the table and handed them over. When Midokado Homura looked at them, he immediately showed a surprised expression. "Hiruzen, since you're so confident, that's good. I didn't expect you to have such thoughts." Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him the information on Uchiha Yoru, which clearly showed that this was intelligence gathered by someone close to him, and not from the same person. In other words, there were more than 1 or 2 people close to the 3rd Hokage. The Hyuga clan incident served as a wake-up call for Konoha, and it also gave us a different direction. Sarutobi Hiruzen, lowering his hawkish head to a hoarse, deep voice, said, "The Uchiha clan is a powerful clan even stronger than the Hyuga clan. Just the existence of a single Uchiha is terrifying. What if a situation like the Hyugas were to arise? A split Uchiha would greatly reduce their threat. Intelligence reveals that Uchiha Yoru is a Uchiha who has mastered the will of fire. He has a deep love for his village, otherwise he wouldn't have done so much. Although he also deeply loves his clan, he has been secretly investigating this child who is the culprit behind the Ninetales' demise." Sarutobi Hiruzen, overwhelmed with worrying, also felt a little relieved. Based on the intelligence transmitted by Hada Kakashi, Itsuki Yugao, and Yui Kiranai, it all proved one thing: his opportunistic disciple, Uchiha Yoru, had been secretly investigating the culprit behind the Ninetales Night. Furthermore, the events surrounding Orochimaru reveal Uchiha Nightheart's feelings towards the village demons. Uchiha Fugaku, with his youthful vigor, was virtually unshakable within the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan, in their pursuit of rising talent, inevitably clashed with him whenever they wanted to investigate. The 7th Division of the police department was his reliance. One stone killed 3 birds. Stabilizing Uchiha Yoru would allow him to absorb Orochimaru's legacy, thus quickly bringing an end to the turmoil caused by Orochimaru's actions and bringing the matter to a close. Secondly, he wanted to use Uchiha Yoru, the sharp-tongued swordsman whom Orochimaru had trained, to send to the front lines so that this force could be used to stabilize the border. Thirdly, he wanted to cultivate a different voice within the Uchiha clan. After all, Uchiha Yoru represented the Sennin, Orochimaru's disciple, and his subordinates were all from these factions, not purely Uchiha. This could lead to conflict, allowing him to implement his plan of splitting and weakening the Uchiha clan. Midokado Homura naturally understood this principle, and it was precisely because of this that he breathed a sigh of relief, smiling and nodding, saying, "Not bad. The Uchiha clan needs to be restrained. Given Uchiha Yoru's identity and current strength, he has the potential to become another voice within the Uchiha clan." The 7th Police Department's elite unit withdraws to reinforce the Water Country's border. Uchiha Yoru is appointed as the frontline commander. Uchiha Yoru's forceful intrusion into the intelligence sector not only went unpunished, but the Konoha high-ranking officials, instead of seeing it, issued what could be considered a promotion order. The Hokage himself issued the order, and although he wasn't the so-called commander-in-chief of the front lines at his age, being in charge of a regional command was considered a new level of authority. The position of Supreme Commander, which Sannin had previously held, similarly involved a strategic commanding officer, capable of leading thousands of ninja in combat and even deploying border defenses. This was practically equivalent to a regional general. A commander in charge of a border command unit can command 200 to 800 ninja troops on either side, depending on the actual situation at the base. Uchiha Yoruichi was seen as Konoha's rising star, and similarly, she brought an end to the Orochimaru affair. Many people secretly pondered, realizing that the 3rd Hokage didn't want to rush things too much. After all, Orochimaru was his own disciple. For a brief moment, as Konoha followed this order, countless people began to speculate. But one thing was certain, the matter was over, and Uchiha Yoru also went to the reception desk. Orochimaru's entourage, who had been feeling anxious for a moment, almost completely relaxed. At the very least, this proved one thing: the village wouldn't pursue the matter. This battle shook people's hearts, but upon hearing this news, they almost instantly began to recover. 7th Police Department, Office Building Division. "Yes, boss, the people watching outside have all left." Uchiha Shisui bowed his head and spoke in a low voice, while Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing him, chuckled self-deprecatingly. That's right, after all, he's the Hokage. A single order has stabilized the people's hearts and even won them over. This matter can be considered settled here. At this moment, Uchiha Nightheart was secretly terrified by the 3rd Hokage's ruthless methods. If it weren't for the Orochimaru incident being so unpredictable, the 3rd Hokage would absolutely not have been in such a passive position. Stop here. Uchiha Shisui, who had been bowing his head, heard these words and a mocking smile appeared in his eyes. "Where is Lord Orochimaru?" "Yes, big brother." Seeing the unusually stubborn expression on Shisui's face at that moment, Uchiha Yoru directly said in a low voice, Shisui. After all these days, you still haven't come to your senses. With Shisui carrying the burden of Lord Orochimaru on his back, only to be abandoned, the so-called Will of Fire now seemed like a joke in his eyes. Shisui, don't bring this up again. Facing Shisui, Uchiha Yoru directly changed the subject, saying in a low voice, Shisui, you should be very clear about the Hokage's orders. Regarding the selection of personnel for the 7th squad heading to the front lines, please inform Hizashi. I will be going to the border in 2 days. Yes. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath and replied. Looking at Shisui, who was suppressing his emotions, Uchiha Yoru rubbed his eyebrows and shook his head, saying, Shisui, go down. The matter is over. Now war has begun at the border of the village. After Shisui left, Uchiha Yoru, lazily leaning back in his chair, looked thoughtfully at the 2 pale golden coins in his hand that others couldn't touch or see. Bad luck. Gold inherently contains a trace of the shinobi world's destiny, but there's simply too little of it, which is why a large quantity of gold coins is needed. His system, in essence, is still imbuing the destiny of gold coins. When the 3rd Hokage issued this order, he officially went to the reception desk, naturally attracting a large amount of luck. Luck is something everyone possesses, but the vast majority are unable to utilize it. This fleeting existence only serves to solidify luck during its peak period. Once its good fortune ends, it begins to dissipate into the heavens and earth. He was able to see his own destiny and that of his family, and when the destiny reached a certain level, he could solidify it and use it to strengthen himself. Just like the 3rd Hokage, he possessed a vast amount of luck, yet lacked the ability to utilize it. So that's how it is. Now I can consider myself to be in a high position, blessed with good fortune. Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, admiring the fortune coin in his palm, a smile full of ambition appearing on his face. Those who hold high positions continuously generate good fortune, unlike some ninjas whose luck is almost fixed. This only further solidified his ambition. If he could encompass the entire shinobi world, how much luck would he gain? At that point, the 6 Paths and the Heitsutsuki clan would all become his prey. The repressed atmosphere of the 7th Police Department's office building, a simulated replica, began to come alive again. Since the Orochimaru incident, this was the first time Uchiha Yoru had emerged from this building, which was clearly an office but actually a place of imprisonment. Her lonely figure shrouded in the twilight, in the gloomy room of the Uchiha clan compound. With both hands manifesting a pale blue healing chakra, he slowly placed them on the forehead of the girl lying on the bed. The gentle healing chakra caused her to relax, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Mitarashi Anko, who had been trying to appear strong, couldn't help but have tears welling up in her eyes. Yoru, you're back. Oh, first, the fact that her most revered teacher, Orochimaru, had left Konoha, and that the village had lost trust in her, directly breached her psychological defenses. At this point, Anko began to cry loudly. The young Anko hugged him, the waves rising and falling against her chest, causing Uchiha Yoru to smile, comforting her with healing ninjutsu as he gently stroked her forehead with both hands. Anko, it's nothing. You've only suffered some mental trauma, but it's all right. The intelligence agency hasn't infiltrated your mind. Uchiha Yoru offered words of comfort, but inwardly she sneered at the Hokage's faction. You abandoned Anko, you'll regret it later, and there will be no chance to make amends. As for Anko, he didn't hide anything about saying anything good about Konoha, but rather stated a fact. She had been taken into an interrogation room by the village's intelligence agency, and her brain was almost invaded. This is the kind of tactic used against enemies and spies. Using it on herself, one could say she was abandoned. With delicate, snow-white hair and 3 black Magatama seals marking 10 dazzling points on her neck, the occasional chakra erosion caused Anko unbearable pain. But the betrayal of her village hurt more than anything. For the sake of her village, she chose to abandon her teacher, only for the village to turn around and forsake her. Yoru, don't leave me behind afterwards. Anko was at her weakest spiritual state at that moment, lifting her head to reveal her large, teary eyes. She had nothing now. She even wondered if Uchiha Yoru had rescued her, if it weren't for that rescue. Anko, don't worry. I won't abandon you. Night. Now, after experiencing all of this, Mitarashi Anko's mental anguish and trauma had become unusually sensitive. even exhibiting a degree of stubbornness. Anko, nothing's wrong. Comforted by the small, delicate body in his arms, Uchiha Yoru also revealed a relaxed smile. This time, he truly let go of all his inhibitions. In the dimly lit room, Uchiha Yoru watched as Mitarashi Anko's aura gathered above her head and muttered to himself, "So that's how it is." Although Mitarashi Anko's strength was insufficient, she carried the name and fortune of Orochimaru's disciple on her back, making her stronger than other ninjas of the same caliber. Now, being with him was a complete boost to her luck. Oh, suddenly Anko's agonizing cries echoed through the gloomy room. Anko clutched her neck with one hand, the curse beginning to inflict unbearable pain upon her. As she embraced Anko, Uchiha Yoru naturally sensed it, especially as the cursed seal took effect. The temperature in her lower body began to rise. "Anko, be patient. I have a way to resolve your cursed seal, but the solution is to replace your current cursed seal with my own." In the gloomy room, Mitarashi Anko, suppressing her anguish, gritted her teeth and lifted her large, mist-filled eyes to look at the only person she could rely on now. This picture is pitiful. The expression and appearance are like a small, abandoned wild cat, evoking feelings of pity and regret. It's undeniable that the shinobi world is a bizarre world. From a young age, even the emotional development of ninjas begins to show abnormalities. Seeing Anko trembling, closing her eyes, and slowly releasing her hand from covering her neck, revealing the burning mark, I knew what Anko had chosen. With his eyelashes damp and trembling, Anko now had no one left in his heart to trust, only the person before him. The disease of deformities in the world. Even so, Uchiha Yoru revealed a sorrowful expression, sighing deeply in anger. "Anko, from now on, I'll leave my back to you." Her eyelashes trembled as if in response. In the dimly lit room, only Uchiha Yoru's three Sharingan eyes could be seen slowly rotating downwards as she opened her mouth and gently bit Anko's neck. The sharp fangs on both sides easily pierced through flesh, accompanied by an unknown force sweeping down, causing Mitarashi Anko, nestled in Uchiha Yoru's chest, to let out a pained groan. "Yoru, don't abandon me," Mitarashi Anko groaned in agony as the newly formed curse mark on her neck began to frantically devour the previous curse mark's traces. As wisps of black smoke swirled down, the curse mark representing Orochimaru's mark dissipated. A perfect version of the seal. Uchiha Yoru now possesses the perfect version of the cursed seal, minimizing damage to the body and considered a milder version. Mitarashi Anko was able to survive the previous curse, which proves one thing: her body does not reject the curse. As seen in the original work, the Genin curse mark had a survival rate, but a large number of ninjas couldn't endure it. Similarly, his perfected version of the cursed seal also has this kind of limitation. As he imprinted his curse mark upon her, the gentle power of the curse caused Mitarashi Anko, who was in pain, to slowly relax her tightly furrowed brows. After so many days, for the first time, she revealed a peaceful expression and fell into a deep sleep. During this period, Mitarashi Anko experienced the darkest moments of her life, and the early attacks from the cursed seal had exhausted her mentally and physically. Now she has finally found peace in her sleep. Just then, footsteps were heard nearby. Uchiha Night God's expression immediately froze. He slowly placed Anko on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then withdrew. As the light faded, Uchiha Yoru's luxurious room was greeted by two guests, one adult and one child. "Mother, this is Master Yi's residence." Uchiha Itachi respectfully gazed at the residence before him, and after his mother nodded, he politely stepped forward and gently knocked on the front door. In the brightly lit living room, only Uchiha Yoru, Uchiha Mikoto, and Uchiha Itachi were seen sitting opposite each other. The chieftain's wife, facing Uchiha Yoru's respectful demeanor, Uchiha Mikoto also displayed aristocratic etiquette, gracefully and elegantly smiling as she took a sip of tea and softly said, "Yoru, I hope you won't hold a grudge during this time. After all, the clan is under considerable pressure." During this period, Uchiha Yoru was practically imprisoned while working in a similar building. The Uchiha clan chose to remain silent. They had no right to say anything against Orochimaru's power, and in the end, all they could do was preserve their own people. However, things are different now. Konoha's high-ranking officials have released signals, and there's also Sannin Jiraiya's presence. Uchiha Yoru now has his own real ninja power and influence, and he has also inherited the legacy of Sannin Orochimaru. A divisive tactic? It's undeniable that the higher-ups' strategy was very Zetsu-like. Without saying anything, they simply released a signal, making the Uchiha clan believe he had sought refuge with the higher-ups. Clan leader's wife, I naturally understand the pressure from the family. Even past midnight, the clan head and elders hadn't arrived. One reason was to avoid suspicion. After all, even the arrogant Uchiha wouldn't rush to win him over like that. Another reason was to probe what his final choice would be. Lord Itachi has awakened the Sharingan. The border is not very stable right now, and the major clans have withdrawn their elite troops to reinforce the front lines. The Uchiha clan especially needs merit to regain trust, so I'm entrusting Itachi to you. At this moment, Uchiha Mikoto, the gentle clan head's wife, showed a pleading expression for the first time, and Uchiha Itachi, standing beside her, respectfully nodded and said, "Yes, sensei. I'm counting on you. Send Uchiha Itachi to the battlefield, or rather, to probe the situation." Uchiha Yoru, without much hesitation, nodded directly and said in a low voice, "Itachi is my disciple, so I will naturally take good care of him." This trip to the front lines is not only to stabilize morale, but also an opportunity to prove the Uchiha clan. Now, because of the Ninetales' unjust suffering, the Uchiha clan, both internally and externally, are in a state of turmoil on the border, actively mobilizing their elites to send out signals to regain trust. As seen in the original story, the fact that Shisui, the most talented member of the Uchiha clan, was sent to the front lines proves everything. Thank you very much, Lord Yi. Thank you, teacher. Uchiha Itachi, after experiencing a few things, seemed to mature a great deal in an instant. Even his mother didn't know what he was thinking now. The intelligent Uchiha Itachi, sensing the stifling atmosphere in the living room, knew his mother's late-night visit was due to a family mission. Therefore, he respectfully bowed and said, "Teacher, mother, I'm going to the courtyard to practice my swordsmanship." Seeing the 10 points in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, Uchiha Mikoto smiled happily and nodded, saying, "Itachi, you've worked hard." Next to Uchiha Yoru, he also smiled and nodded, saying, "Itachi, right now, your physical development is limited by your age. Focus on using hidden weapons and genjutsu. You can practice ninjutsu after your body matures." "Yes, teacher." Uchiha Itachi respectfully left the room, leaving only Uchiha Yoru and Uchiha Mikoto in the living room. No one knew what the two of them talked about that night, but after about an hour or two, they both wore satisfied smiles. Uchiha Mikoto even smiled and nodded before leaving with Uchiha Itachi. "Captain, the 7th Police Forces Detachment, consisting of 113 ninjas, has all arrived at the front line." The 3 members of Genma's squad had no way to retreat after their surrender. They had already made up their minds. They would rather die on the front lines on the battlefield than return and be investigated by Root. Genma, completely oblivious to the situation, respectfully made a gesture of bowing to both his left and right hands, meticulously reporting on this entire legion, while the other two went about their respective tasks. Looking back at the 3 members of the Genma squad, Uchiha Yoru revealed a resolute smile. "From today onwards, you 3 members of the Genma squad will be my bodyguards. My safety rests in the hands of you 3. Upon hearing these words, the 3 were clearly startled, and immediately afterward, their eyes began to redden. Even the most composed Genma, the unknowing fire, felt a slight tightness in his nose. They were geniuses, but they also experienced rapid changes, having tasted the warmth and coldness of human relationships, falling prey to suspicion and hatred. Now, being valued and trusted again, the 3 members of Genma's team were filled with bitterness. "What? Don't you have this much confidence?" Uchiha Yoru's mocking laughter was met with Genma, who, upon hearing it, suppressed his surging emotions and, with a resolute expression, said in a deep voice, "The Genma squad will definitely protect Captain Uchiha Yoru." Their current reputation, to put it bluntly, their even being specifically asked to be bodyguards by someone, clearly shows trust and encouragement. "Yoru, let's hurry to the battlefield. I, Anko, have made all the necessary preparations." Her cheerful laughter subsided, and Mitarashi Anko seemed to have regained her former bright and cheerful self. Dressed in velvet, she exuded an air of dignified confidence. Seeing this, Yui Kurenai, feeling a headache coming on, held her forehead and sighed, saying, "Anko, you shouldn't do something like this. It's completely unexpected." "Okay." Kurenai, this is a rare occasion where we can fight side by side, Mitarashi Anko said with an innocent smile. But deep in Yuhi Kurenai's eyes was a look of deep affection. Anko appeared to have recovered and was no different from before, but as her close friend. Yuhi Kurenai could clearly sense Anko's psychological state towards outsiders. Her open and cheerful demeanor was merely a manifestation of her personality. Kakashi, this time we'll settle the score on the battlefield. Mato Guy, the ninja companion, excitedly gestured with his hands and gave a thumbs up, while Hada Kakashi, beside him, wore a gloomy, deathly expression, but one eye was visible. Gazing at the beautiful Hokage rock bathed in sunlight, deep within that eye was only a haze. The third Hokage assigned him the same task, to gain the enemy's trust, investigate the perpetrators of the Nine Tails Rebellion, and simultaneously gain considerable authority within the 7th Division. Without leaving a trace of a glance at Uchiha Yoru, Kakashi looked at his former classmate's determined, smiling face and fell silent for a moment. Yes, boss, the Uchiha clan's elite squad of 15 has all assembled. Just then, a squad of 15 men, all with cold expressions, appeared. Their arrogant demeanor exuded pride, and each of them was neatly dressed and ready to depart. However, upon seeing Uchiha Yoru, this arrogant squad all showed respect, shouting in unison, "Uchiha squad greets Lord Yoru." Although Uchiha Yoru was young, his recent battle outside Konoha against Sannin Jiraiya had solidified his strength. The Uchiha clan, being a clan where strength was paramount, naturally held great respect for talented members of their own clan. This Uchiha squad consisted of 15 people in total, led by Uchiha Shisui, who respectfully appeared before them. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Yoru's expression brightened even more. "Shisui, you know the battlefield situation. It has turned our Uchiha elite and the 7th squad's elite into a sharpshooting force." Yes, this time, Uchiha Yoru's status was far superior to what it used to be. With a single command, all the ninjas respectfully carried out his orders. Now, almost all the remaining ninjas from the 7th Division of the police department were fiercely loyal. They all had no way out, or were loyal followers of Orochimaru. Seeing that things were going badly, the rest had already left, though of course, how many of them were spies is impossible to know. "Captain Hizashi, you should probably stay and take charge of the 7th police squad." This time, it could be said that the elite were gathered together. Uchiha Yoru turned his head and said with a sigh, while the rigid Hyuga Hizashi directly said in a low voice, "The 7th Division of the police department's jurisdiction is temporarily being taken over by another division. Only one prison remains, and our 7th Division has enough personnel." This time, it could be said that the elite corps members of the 7th Police Department were almost completely wiped out. And even the Hyuga faction withdrew a considerable number of its elite personnel. Hyuga and Genma's squad, having separated, could be said to be in the same boat. They both had no way out. Uchiha Yoru glanced around, observing the determined eyes of each ninja. These ninjas were his members of the organization, and upon his return, he would become powerful enough to truly participate in the village's gladiatorial combats. Yes, big brother, we will return. Heading to this battlefield was not the first time for most of the ninjas. Although they were numb with fear, at the moment of parting, some still couldn't stop looking towards the village, as if wanting to imprint the scene of their home deep in their minds. Perhaps this time they were embarking on a road of no return. This time, going to the battlefield, I dare not make any promises to you, but when we return, I, Uchiha Yoru, promise you, I will aim to become Hokage, fulfilling the regrets of my teacher Orochimaru. I, Uchiha Yoru, will definitely lead you all to bask in peace under the sunlight. In the bright sunlight, Uchiha Yoru radiated an aura of captivating charm. At this moment, he was filled with determination, and he raised his hand high, swearing his ninja way to everyone present. This was also the first time someone had spoken about Orochimaru in public since the Orochimaru incident, and the staff here were almost all former Orochimaru subordinates. Regardless of the reason, Sannin Orochimaru's personal charisma was undeniable. The Sannin Orochimaru mark could never be erased from their bodies, but this had become a source of regret. When Uchiha Yoru spoke frankly about it, the hearts of countless ninjas, which had been numb with despair and discouragement, seemed to be rekindled at that moment. Each pair of eyes, filled with disbelief, eventually welled up with tears. They had all firmly believed that Lord Orochimaru would become the 5th Hokage of Konoha, but no one had anticipated such a turn of events. And then, as the heir, Uchiha Yoru directly shouted, causing a commotion among the crowd. Roar, long live Lord Uchiha Yoru! Viva! The first time someone opens their mouth to vent their anger, a second one follows, and those who have been suppressed repeatedly roar and release their pent-up frustration. Haha, then let's just wait and see if Lord Uchiha Yoru becomes Hokage. Keep going, we have unwavering faith. The ninja army seemed to instantly regain their fighting spirit, each one shouting excitedly, while Uchiha Yoru wore a smile. He wanted to send a signal that Orochimaru's actions were never wrong, just failures. He wanted to ignite everyone's fighting spirit. This was his political capital. Based on his understanding of the legacy of the teachers, he went to the reception desk. If he were to simply wipe his mouth clean and deny any past actions by admitting guilt, even though they clearly hadn't done anything wrong, he wanted to send out a signal that they were not at fault. Even if he was wrong, he wanted to stand up and admit his senior's mistake. He did all of this to absorb the legacy left by his teacher as quickly as possible. Let's go! With a loud shout, Uchiha Yoru raised his hand, and in an instant, more than 200 ninjas, their fighting spirit surging, let out a loud yell and transformed into black dots, soaring through the dense forest. Hokage Tower. Through the crystal ball, everything outside the main gate of Konoha was visible to the third Hokage. Watching the departing figures, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Hokage, it would be better if you weren't an Uchiha. The third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered something to himself, then immediately dismissed the matter from his mind. Uchiha Yoru's strength wasn't bad, but when he went to the front lines, he was more of a mascot. Even just a signal released by the Konoha high-ranking officials was a source of reassurance. Fame. It's an invisible, intangible thing, yet it is a real and tangible existence. For so many years, Orochimaru had led countless ninjas into battle, and his prestige was particularly strong on the front lines. This event, which shook the lower ranks, also stirred people's hearts. Even countless people who had once been close to Orochimaru were worried about their own future, and some were even angry. With Orochimaru's disciple being elevated to a high position, even personally serving on the front lines, this news spread, calming all the turmoil and bringing the matter to a close. Time will wear away everything, even the once godlike ninja. How many people still remember him now? Hopefully, the border conflict will end soon. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at the battle reports from the front lines, his eyebrows furrowed. The situation wasn't good. Konoha was practically facing the malice of the entire shinobi world. The 4 great ninja villages were anything but idle. Even the Sand Village was secretly beginning to make small moves. The other ninja villages were no exception, employing all sorts of petty schemes without ceasing, and the smaller ninja villages were even more filled with malice. Sarutobi, the Hidden Mist village, is advancing aggressively, and the front lines have begun to see fierce fighting on the open. Just then, Shimura Danzu pushed open the door and entered, his face immediately turning grim. He angrily threw the intelligence scroll onto the Hokage's desk. Saying that he already knew the intelligence, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his Hokage hat, slowly exhaled a thick puff of smoke, and said hoarsely, "Maintain restraint on the front lines. Do not escalate the war. This is merely a probing by the Hidden Mist village." Konoha does not want to start a 4th Great Ninja War, and neither does the Hidden Mist village. After all, the lessons from the 3 Great Ninja Wars are still fresh in our minds. Although the Hidden Mist village is incredibly ruthless, it clearly maintains a sense of restraint. The number of ninja troops clashing at the border has never exceeded 1,000. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzu couldn't help but let out an angry snort. The territory of Uzu no Kuni absolutely cannot be occupied by the Hidden Mist village. Otherwise, we will lose the initiative. There's also the Cloud Village's elite squad, disguised as foreign ninjas, constantly causing trouble at the border by framing and falsely accusing others. If you want to talk about underhanded tactics, the most obvious one is the Hidden Cloud Village. The Hidden Mist village, for better or worse, stopped at the flag, but I'm just after Uzu no Kuni's geographical location and wealth. Uzu no Kuni's territory is extremely important to Konoha, so the two sides are essentially playing a game of chess on each other's territory. But you, the Hidden Cloud Village, are quite disgusting. You're clearly trying to instigate a war between Konoha and another country. Izu no Kuni, not having been destroyed before, was an ally of Konoha, and could be said to be a perfect defensive barrier for the hidden mist village at sea. Unfortunately, this barrier has disappeared. The hidden cloud village is despicable and has been secretly plundering the secret techniques and ninjutsu of every ninja village year after year. Root used this as a breakthrough point, similarly causing chaos and trouble. As the longest-serving third Hokage, and having survived successive great ninja wars, the current predicament did not cause this ninja hero to bow his head. Instead, he displayed a defiant expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a serious tone. Noki's Stone Village will absolutely not miss this opportunity. Starting a spy operation in Stone Village, I must know all the movements in Stone Village and Sand Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly and steadily faced the extremely harsh situation in the shinobi world at that moment, and Shimura Danzu, upon hearing this, also calmly nodded. As close friends who had worked together for many years, the two naturally knew exactly what to do. Sarutobi, with such overwhelming influence, you're sending that Uchiha brat to the front lines. Aren't you afraid of ending up with nothing to show for it? Remember, this brat has the Uchiha clan backing him. Facing Shimura Danzu's worried expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of confidence. Danzo, Orochimaru's power is indeed very strong, but it's also a double-edged sword. Sometimes it can hurt you. Sarutobi Hiruzen inwardly sneered even more. He had made so many preparations beforehand. Even in the worst-case scenario, what difference would it make if this force joined the Uchiha clan? When the time came, his preparations would be activated, and this schism would directly implicate the Uchiha clan as well. At this moment, he even harbored a glimmer of hope that Orochimaru's remaining forces could integrate into the Uchiha clan. If any upheaval occurred then, it wouldn't be a minor disturbance. The Uchiha clan, while absorbing this power, would also have to bear a correspondingly high price. Seeing the sinister expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face, Shimura Danzu couldn't help but snort coldly. Saru, you're still accustomed to manipulating people's hearts. As for this old friend, his methods were clearly evident. If one were to say he was extremely wicked, then the third Hokage, bathed in sunlight, was most adept at not direct combat, but rather sowing discord and deception. In the original story, wasn't the Uchiha clan led to their annihilation in this very way? The shadows of the three battles seem to have reappeared in the village once again. Now the village urgently needs to restore its economy. Because of the Orochimaru incident, the treacherous upheaval in the shinobi world has affected the village, as if all the villagers of Konoha are experiencing a sudden storm of unrest. This is something Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want to see. What he urgently needs now is economic recovery. Danzo, have your root and Anbu join forces to quell the war atmosphere on the front lines. Konoha needs peace, even if it's just a facade. Only in a peaceful atmosphere will the economy recover quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed his scheme, suppressing the border unrest so that it wouldn't spread to ordinary civilians and ninjas. In this way, under the illusion of peace, the Fire Country's economy wouldn't be shaken, but would instead recover at the fastest possible speed. Of course, this also came at a great cost, which was to force Konoha to provide even more protection and even eliminate any unrest within the Land of Fire's borders in order to intercept the trade. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made his plan, Shimura Danzu breathed a sigh of relief, but the next sentence from the other party made his eyes widen in disbelief. Danzo, from today onwards, root release ninja and armor will be assigned to the Anbu. Sarutobi, you! Regarding Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly and angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Danzo, I am the Hokage. I haven't held you accountable yet for secretly reactivating the wood release plan, but if it weren't for the current turmoil at the border, I would definitely punish you severely without mercy. Sarutobi, good, you're insane. At this moment, Shimura Danzu's teeth were almost grinding to dust, and the one eye that was exposed showed a look of intense hatred. Clearly, you have spies planted in my root organization, so why are you acting like a cunning old wolf wagging its tail? Now you're still acting like you don't know anything. You really think I'm an idiot. The second volume, Becoming the Clan Leader, The Birth of a Demon. Izu no Kuni. This place was once the territory of the Uzumaki clan, one of the most powerful clans in the shinobi world. Unfortunately, Uzu no Kuni has vanished into the river of history, leaving behind only a name whose existence is now unknown to most people. And even the Uzumaki clan's bloodline has been almost completely wiped out. Uzu no Kuni is a large island adjacent to the Land of Fire, only 250 miles from the mainland. It can be said that if the Hidden Mist Village were to occupy this place, as soon as a major battle broke out, the Hidden Mist Village ninja army could use it as a springboard, ready to launch a full-scale attack on the Land of Fire mainland at any time. Similarly, Uzu no Kuni, this massive island, falling into Konoha's hands, firmly controls the direction from which the Land of Water attacks the Land of Fire. If you dare to bypass it, I dare to cut off your retreat. Since the fall of Uzu no Kuni, this island has become a strategic battleground between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. The demise of Uzu no Kuni meant Konoha lost this natural shield of defense for the water country, and later, the battlefield of the Great War between the two countries would be located on Uzu no Kuni. From a strategic standpoint, this island is a military battleground and also a buffer zone for both sides. The waves rose violently, carrying with them swirling foam, revealing over 100 figures swiftly surfing across the surface of the sea. Knock knock, moving swiftly, the sound of footsteps pounding on the waves created a dense, crisp sound. A group of Konoha ninja from the army, their expressions resolute, gazed at the distant island, now visible to the naked eye, and all showed unwavering determination. Lord Yoru, ahead is the island of Uzu no Kuni. Our garrison station there is currently facing repeated attacks from Hidden Mist Village ninjas. They hurried along, eventually crossing the border, and upon setting foot on Uzu no Kuni Island, a small, unmanaged territory, it marked their entry into a war zone. The Hyuga clan ninjas are raising their guard, preparing to land on the island. Yes, the waves crashed against the sandy shore, and now the sounds of slaughter echoed incessantly across the island. Hundreds of Hidden Mist ninjas were engaged in frenzied killing, while the Konoha ninjas, wounded and battered, were forced onto the coastal road. Where are the reinforcements? If the reinforcements don't come, we basically can't hold out any longer. Damn it, those crazy people from the Hidden Mist Village actually launched a suicidal attack targeting our location. How hateful! Explosive spell, quick! Fire release! On Uzu no Kuni Island, Konoha had 3 fortified bases, but no one expected the Hidden Mist Village to concentrate its majority of forces and launch a massive attack in one place. Caught completely off guard, they were forced to retreat repeatedly. On the sandy beach, everywhere was a chaotic barrage of ninjutsu, kunai and shuriken flying everywhere, blood splattering all around. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas, each one a cold-blooded, ruthless war machine, relentlessly attacked, inflicting heavy casualties on Konoha in an instant. Yes, it's the demon Manzabuza. With its naturally sloping island terrain, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas almost certainly had the advantage, unleashing water release jutsu without restraint. Konoha, on the other hand, mostly relied on fire release jutsu, clearly being at a disadvantage. A crimson hue spread across the sand, and at that moment, someone suddenly cried out, their voice hoarse and strained as they shouted in the direction of the waves, "Reinforcements! It's our reinforcements!" Meanwhile, the Hidden Mist Village naturally also detected Konoha reinforcements appearing from the sea surface. As the commander of the Hidden Mist Village, Suikazen Fubuki, who initiated this war, descended with a massive figure, revealing shark-like teeth and a cruel grin. Konoha's little insects have arrived just in time. Just in time to send them all down to the sea to be eaten by the sharks. Nearly 2.5 meters tall, Suikazen Fubuki resembled a giant, especially as the leader of the 7 Hidden Mist Village ninjas wielding the great sword Samehada, making his strength even more outstanding. Following Suikazen Fubuki's command, a dozen elite ninja from the Hidden Mist Village instantly appeared, their hands rapidly forming hand seals. And suddenly they all simultaneously attacked the ground, shouting in unison, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." In an instant, powerful waves surged across the sea, accompanied by roars of dragons, followed by more than 10 enormous, ferocious water dragons that furiously roared and charged towards the Konoha reinforcements. Just as Suikazen Fubuki was about to descend with a bloodthirsty, satisfied smile, a sudden, deafening explosion rang out. It was as if something heavy had appeared on the surface of the sea, and with a thunderous roar, a towering, waterfall-like wave surged up. directly blocking the more than 10 Burank ninjutsu forced water dragon bombs. Suikazen Fuguki's forced smile froze on the battlefield, and as the Konoha and Hidden Mist Village ninjas watched the giant monster emerge from the sea, many showed signs of fear. When Manda, it's Sanin. It's Orochimaru. Following the sound of someone shouting in alarm, a huge roar suddenly echoed across the sea, and a giant serpent with purple stripes appeared. Its head even revealed ferocious horns. Even the familiar ninjas were filled with shock. Manda. When countless ninjas from Konoha saw Manda's figure, their former fear and anxiety were replaced by overwhelming joy. Tears welled up in their eyes, and they couldn't help but hoarsely shout, "It's Manda! It's Lady Manda!" Meanwhile, the Hidden Mist Village was in a state of panic, with people and trees casting shadows. The title of Orochimaru, the cold-blooded Sannin, was earned through killing, not something he himself boasted about. Roar! As Kuchioshi brought Manda to the brink of death, it let out a scream. The damp, extremely salty seawater overwhelmed it with discomfort, yet it didn't respond to anything. Instead, Uchiha Yoru, towering above its head, his three tamos sharing and eyes spinning wildly, glared down at the battlefield and shouted, "Manda! All the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are your sacrifices. Eat as many as you want. It's up to you." With a fierce gaze, Manda glared towards the distant battlefield, immediately revealing a greedy look. With a loud shout, Manda instantly surged upwards from the surface of the sea, its massive, mountain-like figure rapidly approaching under the watchful eyes of countless ninjas. In the Hidden Mist Village, Suikazen Fuguki stared in horror at the appearance of the summoning beast Manda, and couldn't help but angrily curse. Didn't they say Orochimaru was expelled? Why is he appearing on the battlefield? Damn it! What kind of work is the intelligence agency doing? Enraged, Suikazen Fuguki gripped his Samehada greatsword tightly, preparing for battle. Facing Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, he dared not show the slightest carelessness. A deafening roar erupted down on Manda, who was rising from the sand. In an instant, waves and mud flew up, and a monstrous, mountain-like figure, like a madman, charged towards the Hidden Mist Village. Suikazen Fuguki couldn't help but inwardly curse this hateful sight. These mountain-dwelling, similar-looking summoning beasts are truly born war machines. Their effectiveness on the battlefield is immense. It can be said that at least half of the Sannin's threat on the battlefield is due to the summoning beasts. Standing majestically atop Manda, Uchiha Yoru gazed intently at the battlefield. He not only showed no restraint in his Great Snake series of ninjutsu, but deliberately unleashed them. This was precisely the effect he desired. Character. He wanted to forge his own character, not only to gather the forces left behind by Orochimaru, but also to quickly establish his own reputation. It's Lord Yoru. As the Konoha ninjas charged onto the mainland, many recognized Manda's figure. After all, he had previously followed Orochimaru to the front lines for a period of time, so naturally, some people recognized him. At the same time, Uchiha Yoru became their frontline commander, and they confirmed they had received orders. Meanwhile, Suikazen Fuguki from the Hidden Mist Village, upon seeing that it wasn't Orochimaru who appeared, immediately let out a sarcastic, cold laugh. "So it's just a little rascal. Maybe we can make snake soup today." As Manda charged forward with the most powerful aura, Uchiha Yoru, towering above Manda's head, revealed a bloodthirsty smile and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Taking a deep breath, gathering chakra in the back of his throat, Uchiha Yoru suddenly unleashed a massive wave-like stream of flames forward. Flames, like a waterfall, descended furiously from the sky. This level of fire release instantly became the most dazzling spectacle on the battlefield. Seeing this jutsu, Suikazen Fuguki was even more startled. At this moment, the elite ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village also reacted quickly, and one by one began to form hand seals. Water release, water wall. Each Hidden Mist Village ninja formed hand seals and spewed out large amounts of water from their mouths, which collided with the overwhelming flames. In an instant, the clash of fire and water produced a deafening sizzling sound, and a massive cloud of steam swept through, instantly obscuring large areas of the battlefield. The sea breeze was blowing precisely in the direction of the Hidden Mist Village, and in an instant, nearly half of the Hidden Mist Village's ninjas were enveloped in mist. Looking at the perimeter engulfed in steam, Suikazen Fuguki revealed a sinister smile. "Little brat, the battlefield isn't just about powerful ninjutsu deciding everything. Kissimmee, have the Konoha ninjas learn our Hidden Mist Village's silent killing technique. Amidst a steam, many Hidden Mist ninjas not only showed no panic, but instead displayed ferocious smiles. The fog was their natural battlefield. All Konoha ninjas prepare to counterattack. At this very moment, towering over Manda, Uchiha Yoro issued a completely opposite command, choosing not only to defend, but also to counterattack. While countless Konoha ninjas remained unresponsive, Uchiha Yoro coldly said to Manda at his feet, "Manda, it's up to you how much of this sacrifice you can eat. Little devil, don't forget your promise to me." It's unclear what agreement was reached between the two, but this arrogant and unruly Manda actually showed Uchiha Yoro some respect on the battlefield. Following that, Manda let out a loud shout and then directly burrowed into the ground. "Lord Yoru, this time the elite from the Hidden Mist Village have arrived, including a squad of Hidden Mist assassins skilled in silent combat techniques." Fearing that the young Uchiha Yoro might underestimate the enemy Konoha ninja, he hastily relayed the intelligence they knew. However, after Manda burrowed underground, Uchiha Yoro, standing tall above the ground, listened to this information and a cold smile slowly formed on his lips as he said, "Silent killing technique. Unfortunately, this is also my battlefield. Kirigakure no Jetsu hydrodynamics. On the battlefield, as the Hidden Mist Village ninjas unleashed their jutsu amidst the steam, a thick, dense fog immediately rose up. And this massive fog was even attacking Konoha. On the battlefield, scattered Hidden Mist ninjas laughed cruelly and plunged into the thick fog. Seeing this, the Konoha ninjas were all terrified and quickly flashed away from the dense fog, as if it were some kind of poisonous mist. "Quick, prepare wind release." A seasoned and calm Konoha ninja was about to command his wind release ninjas to disperse the fog when Uchiha Yoro reached out and stopped him. Seeing the astonished and bewildered look in the ninja's eyes, Uchiha Yoro revealed a confident smile. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas may or may not have famous killing techniques, but similarly, snakes in the thick fog can sense the blood of creatures. At that moment, everyone on the battlefield watched as Uchiha Yoro casually raised his arm, and a large, sturdy snake slithered out from his sleeve. The snake's tail connected downwards. A large amount of chakra poured into the head of this large snake's body. Suddenly, the head of this large snake opened its mouth, and a clear chewing and retching sound echoed in the ears of all the ninjas. In an instant, countless vipers swarmed out from one end of the large, tongue-like mouth, creating a terrifying spectacle that sent shivers down the spine. In a flash, a dense mass of sea snakes formed, so dense that anyone watching would likely feel their scalp go numb. Manda Net Match. This is the ninjutsu technique I painstakingly researched and developed. Uchiha Yoro chuckled softly, looking down at the surging waves of viper before him. Each viper ferociously opened its mouth, spitting out gleaming, sharp blades that frantically poured into the thick fog. In an instant, screams of agony echoed through the dense fog. If Orochimaru were to use this jutsu, he would undoubtedly unleash it without hesitation. However, Uchiha Yoro has slightly modified it, and besides, Orochimaru hasn't yet fully developed this jutsu. "Yoru, this is a jutsu." Mitarashi Anko, without anyone noticing, had come to stand beside Uchiha Yoro. Looking at this hair-raising jutsu, she, a young girl, showed an excited expression. How could she be afraid of playing with snakes? "This jutsu consumes a considerable amount of chakra. I'll teach it to you later." With a doting and affectionate stroke, Mitarashi Anko gently caressed Anko's little head, and Anko also revealed a look of deep enjoyment and infatuation, though it was well concealed. "A snake, it's a viper." In the thick, eerie fog, the incessant, desperate cries echoed. Snakes can rely entirely on their thermal senses to detect the presence of prey, so the dense fog actually provides them with a unique geographical advantage. Countless vipers, each clutching a sharp blade coated in venom, frantically darted through the dense fog, inflicting heavy casualties on the Hidden Mist Village ninjas in an instant. At that very moment, amidst the thick fog, the ground suddenly shook with a tremendous roar. Suddenly, the Manda emerged directly from the earth, opening its blood-red, gaping maw and launching a frenzied attack on the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. The Manda's thick skin and sturdy build, combined with its rank Manda Net Formation Jutsu, resulted in glorious victories on the battlefield. Manda's Net Formation Jutsu, although classified as a rank, has far greater power on the battlefield than other A-rank jutsu. Reinforcements have arrived. Shadowy figures appeared one after another on the sandy beach, and countless Konoha ninjas, who had fought hard, cheered excitedly. In contrast, the thick fog on the other side began to dissipate, revealing the terrified faces of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas as they gazed at the scattered corpses of Viper. Viper's footprints were everywhere. Some were severed by shinobigatanas, others were pinned to the ground by senbins, writhing and struggling. And some people had also used ninjutsu to attack the Viper. The Hidden Leaf Village ninja abandoned Kirigakure no Jetsu, and as the two ninjas clashed, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas looked around, their eyes filled with fear. As if the fear of the Sannin Orochimaru battlefield had once again struck. Haha, look how arrogant that little brat is. He really thinks that just because Orochimaru taught him a few ninjutsu techniques, he can do whatever he wants. Slowly taking down the enormous Samehada from behind his back, the 2.5-meter-tall Sukazen Fuguki, resembling a giant, revealed a ferocious smile, his sharp teeth bared, further exposing his cruel nature. When fish come in large numbers, they become prey. Looking at the distant Konoha ninjas, Sukazen Fuguki fiercely and coldly shouted, "Konoha's reinforcements number less than 100. Kill them today. We will wipe out this Konoha stronghold." The Hidden Mist Village ninjas were all taciturn, or rather, in the context of the bloody policies, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were all qualified war machines. Under orders, countless Hidden Mist Village ninjas transformed into shadows and charged towards the Konoha ninjas. Roar, roar, get out of here, you insignificant insects. Manda's enormous body tumbled down, instantly shaking the ground and causing mountains to tremble. Facing this war beast, Suikazen Fuguki was filled with apprehension, and he swung his Samehada sword and charged forward. Manda, step back. Just as Manda, acting arrogant and unruly, was thinking of teaching the Hidden Mist Village ninja who was fighting him a lesson, Uchiha Yoru, from afar, spotted this enormous figure with a head full of red hair and immediately let out a loud shout. On the battlefield, experience made Manda instinctively swing its tail, kicking up a patch of sand, and it immediately burrowed into the soft ground. Damn little brat! Uchiha Yoru's direct warning caused Manda to flee immediately, causing Sukazen Fuguki to become somewhat embarrassed and enraged. He roared, turning his head and brandishing the Shinobigatana Samehada in his hand, shouting, "Little brat, let me take a good look at how much of Orochimaru's skills you've learned." Rumble, the Konoha ninjas, having arrived with reinforcements, once again engaged in battle with the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. As if by fate, had Kakashi unexpectedly encountered Zabuza, the demon man from the Hidden Mist Village, here. Uchiha Shisui faced Kisame and other elite Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Almost everyone had an opponent. On the battlefield, where over 100 ninjas were fighting, ninjutsu was flying everywhere. Each ninja not only had to be wary of their own opponent, but also had to be alert to their surroundings, listening for anything around them, because a single careless mistake, like a small shuriken, could become fatal. Ding ding ding! Uchiha Yoru and Suikazen Fuguki, the commander of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas who launched this attack, fought in the same place. Upon encountering each other, Uchiha Yoru dared not show the slightest carelessness, and his Grossworld sword directly clashed with Samehada. In the brief moment of their exchange, Suikazen Fuguki's contempt for the young boy before him vanished, replaced by a look of seriousness. This little devil is incredibly fast. Similarly, Uchiha Yoru, relying on his lightning-release chakra form, pushed his speed to the limit. Wielding the Grossworld sword, he fought, and his hands inevitably went numb. The more they silently marveled at Suikazen Fuguki's immense strength, the more they realized how powerful he was. The enormous Samehada sword, beneath Suikazen Fuguki's 2.5-meter body, didn't seem out of place at all. Even under such immense power, it didn't appear cumbersome in the slightest. Sign Jeshu, during their fight, there was almost no warning sign. From Uchiha Yoru's sleeve, 7 or 8 vipers with gaping, blood-red mouths suddenly emerged and attacked. Although the level of his ninjutsu wasn't high, it was undeniably surprisingly powerful. After a brief exchange, Suikazen Fuguki couldn't help but frown. This little brat seemed to understand him very well. "Fat pig, is that all the strength you have?" Taking advantage of the opportunity to quickly retreat, Uchiha Yoru didn't let up his mockery, and with a single word, "fat pig," a cloud of smoke appeared in Suikazen Fuguki's eyes. Little brat, even Orochimaru wouldn't dare look at someone so disrespectfully. As one of the 7 Hidden Mist Village members, Suikazen Fuguki, the leader, also possessed his own pride, especially with Samehada in his hand, which made everything go smoothly for him. As Uchiha Yoru looked at Suikazen Fuguki, a character from the original story who was just playing a minor role, he silently pondered, no ninja should be underestimated. Judging from the swordsmanship just now, he's definitely a top-tier jonin. Senbin Needle. Suikazen Fuguki suddenly let out a loud shout, and in an instant, his head was filled with a chaotic whirlwind of crimson hair, which shot out in a dense, similar attack. This jutsu was very similar to Jiraiya's hair jutsu. Faced with this sudden attack, Uchiha Yoru quickly formed hand seals, took a deep breath, gathered chakra in his throat, and suddenly unleashed a massive, swirling fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. The massive fireball swept through, and even with chakra-infused sharpness, Senbin's hair instantly vaporized under the intense heat of the flames. Uchiha Yoru not only blocked the attack with fire release, but the remaining force continued to strike back at his opponent. Little brat, you're being too presumptuous using fire release against a Hidden Mist Village ninja. Suddenly, Suikazen Fuguki, enraged, opened his mouth and spewed out a large stream of water, instantly extinguishing the enormous fireball. Suikazen Fuguki, one of the first members of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Hidden Mist Village, the first user of the Samehada, a tall and imposing figure unlike ordinary people. Skilled in hair-based ninjutsu, water-based jutsu, and shinobi katana. The Samehada, a greatsword, can absorb the opponent's chakra and transfer the absorbed chakra into the user's body. This sword is primarily used for slicing people. Its blade is dark blue and covered with backward-pointing spikes. On the battlefield, with lightning flashing all over her body, Uchiha Yoruichi, with a relaxed and cheerful expression, revealed the enemy's intelligence without any hesitation, not even bothering to share it with the other ninjas. Your Samehada is indeed very strong, but we Konoha intelligence agencies aren't pushovers either. Your Samehada is a sword with a life force. It was able to go head-to-head with the Gross World Sword just now, and it wasn't even afraid of lightning release. Yet, when I unleashed fire release, you chose to counter with water release. Your sword fears fire. Samehada fears fire. When this statement reached him, Suikazen Fuguki's face immediately turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, saying in a harsh voice, "Little brat." It seems Orochimaru has been gathering quite a bit of intelligence about our Hidden Mist Village ninjas en route. It was clear that the enemy knew his intelligence, and Suikazen Fuguki attributed all of this to Root, since only Root in Konoha possessed such powerful infiltration and reconnaissance capabilities. Regarding Suikazen Fuguki's misunderstanding, Uchiha Yoru revealed a smile. He didn't explain that this was intelligence he had deduced based on the original work. In the original story, during Keller B's battle with Uchiha Itachi, Samehada clearly revealed its weakness of being afraid of fire. Little brat, Orochimaru has been banished from Konoha. Would you like to join our Hidden Mist Village? Just as Suikazen Fuguki was about to retaliate with his sarcastic counterattack, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the surroundings. A hand, like a needle, instantly pierced him, freeing him from the illusion. As the illusion vanished in an instant, several ferocious heads with gaping, blood-red mouths appeared in his pupils, lunging towards him. That damned little devil. With a single swing of Samehada, he directly sliced these several viper heads in two. Suikazen Fuguki was filled with rage. If it weren't for Samehada, he would have been careless and almost broken right there. Your eyes! Transforming into a bolt of lightning, Uchiha Yoru leaned to his back, and the two once again exchanged sword techniques. This time, Suikazen Fuguki was filled with apprehension, his eyes constantly avoiding the other's gaze. How can your Sharingan be so powerful? At this moment, Suikazen Fuguki was filled with apprehension, yet he was unknowingly drawn into a genjutsu. He wasn't unfamiliar with fighting against Uchiha Sharingan users, but this kid's Sharingan abilities seemed quite terrifying. While relentlessly wielding his Gross World Sword and launching a torrential storm of attacks, Uchiha Yoru revealed a smiling expression. The power of his Sharingan was undeniable. After evolving to the Mangekyo, even without activating the Mangekyo, his normal state, with only 3 Tamo, seemed to have been strengthened. Little devil, you're too arrogant. In close combat, Suikazen Fuguki suddenly roared, his anger creating a gap. Uchiha Yoru, with a cold smile, gripped the Gross World Sword with both hands and thrust it directly under his opponent's armpit. However, the emotional manifestation was inappropriate. All that could be seen on Suikazen Fubuki's face was a sinister, triumphant smile, a far cry from the anger he had displayed moments before. The explosive talisman crackled and hissed, and Suikazen Fubuki's body instantly transformed into a mass of water clone. Just as the water clone was about to shatter, the explosive talisman flashed with a scorching white light, and with a deafening roar, it slammed into Uchiha Yoru, engulfing him in the blast. Little Brad, the strength of a ninja has never been judged by the level of their ninjutsu. From within a pool of mud, Suikazen Fubuki's massive body slowly emerged, revealing a ferocious, cold grin. But at that very moment, a flash of lightning appeared behind him once again. Similarly, the clone technique has never been something only you know. Uchiha Yoru, wielding the grass-cutting sword, had a glint of cold light in his eyes. Their duel wasn't a wide-ranging display of ninjutsu, but this close-quarters combat was incredibly perilous. Forced to retreat, Suikazen Fubuki snorted coldly, brandishing Samehada and preparing to launch an attack. At that moment, a venomous snake suddenly emerged from the crater that had just exploded, biting directly onto his ankle. Damn it, when is this? With one foot, Suikazen Fubuki crushed Viper into a pulp, revealing a look of furious rage. He recalled the events that had just transpired. The moment he used his water clone to detonate the explosive talisman, the opponent had used a shinobi katana to dig a small hole in the ground. Simultaneously, Viper had taken advantage of this opportunity to hide, and the mud clone had placed itself over the hole, perfectly concealing the opening. You little devil, you're so cunning. Suikazen Fubuki's face turned green. He hadn't expected this little brat to be so difficult to deal with. He had information about this kid, that he possessed a huge amount of chakra similar to his own, which is why he chose to duel with him. He never imagined this kid would be so devious. Step back. Seeing the area around his ankle beginning to turn black, Suikazen Fubuki made a decisive move, immediately throwing out a smoke bomb and ordering all the Hidden Mist Village ninjas on the battlefield to retreat. Kirigakura no Jutsu Hydrodynamics. As he retreated, Suikazen Fubuki formed hand seals, and in an instant, the immense chakra and moisture in the air transformed into mist, covering the entire battlefield in a thick white fog. In this situation, Konoha ninjas hastily began to put up their defenses. Hyuga clan ninja level, everyone stand back to back for a flawless defense. All seasoned ninjas with battlefield experience, in the instant the thick fog appeared, groups of 5 or 3 Konoha ninjas immediately stood back to back, forming small defensive circles. The hidden agent has retreated. A large number of Hyuga clan members descended, and upon seeing the retreating Hidden Mist ninjas, they all began shouting loudly. Wind Release Great Breakthrough. The Konoha ninja, wielding Wind Release, directly unleashed the jutsu. Without anyone controlling it, the thick fog was instantly dispersed by the strong wind, and the retreating figures of the Hidden Mist ninja were seen by all the Konoha ninjas. The fierce battle between hundreds of ninjas had initially altered the shape of the ground, revealing an uneven sandy area as the Hidden Mist village departed. Each surviving Konoha ninja let out a frenzied, excited shout. Previously, when the Konoha ninjas on this island saw Amanda's terrifying figure, they all showed expressions of nostalgia. These people are just like that kind of animal. After Orochimaru left, they remembered how good things used to be. Back then, Lord Orochimaru merely wandered around the border region, showing his face briefly, and that was enough to threaten enemy nations. It's nothing like now, where the Hidden Mist village is practically attacking their doorstep. Medical ninjas treat the wounded, and the reconnaissance squad monitors the area. Uchiha Yoru, having also risen through the ranks of ninjas during the 3 Great Ninja Wars, naturally understood the intricacies of ninja combat. War had always been about deception, and even the slightest carelessness could lead to bloody consequences. Therefore, he dared not show the slightest negligence, especially since he had a large number of Hyuga-separated ninja under his command. Not making good use of them would be foolish. Prepare to return to our base. Upon witnessing the victory, countless Konoha ninjas, seeing Uchiha Yoru's familiar and immensely powerful snake-type ninjutsu, felt as if they were seeing Lord Orochimaru himself. Each one cheering with excitement. Uchiha Yoru, witnessing this scene, did not intervene. Instead, he displayed a confident smile, secretly nodding in approval. realizing that his deliberate use of snake-type ninjutsu had not been in vain. Thinking about how to quickly establish prestige, there are many methods, the most direct being to climb to power by stepping on the corpses of enemies. However, he clearly hasn't encountered any brainless enemies, so he can only choose to rely on his teacher's prestige to rise to power. Sanin Orochimaru's prestige would become his ally. After all, Orochimaru had been expelled, and countless ninjas on the front lines were filled with nostalgia for Orochimaru's existence. Naturally, this hope would be placed on Orochimaru's successor. Similarly, he must also possess a certain level of strength, otherwise he will only become a laughingstock. Clearly, he succeeded, just as he did in Konoha when he intercepted Jiraiya, achieving the same goal. He would become the replacement for Sanin Orochimaru, a figure countless Konoha ninjas would fondly remember on the front lines. Of course, as time passed, the former Snake Shadow would disappear, and he would take its place. As the Hidden Mist village retreated through the dense forest, a ninja medic cautiously asked, "My lord, is your leg all right?" Suikazen Fuguki snorted coldly, his super powerful chakra controlling the blood from his ankle and forcing it out. "This brat is very difficult to deal with. Issue the order for Zabuza to lead an assassination squad to gather information. I want to know exactly how many reinforcements Konoha has sent this time." "Yes. Kisame, pass down the order. This time, Konoha has quite a few Hyuga clan ninjas. The battles ahead will likely be extremely perilous. Next time, send the Kaguya clan's madman to fight against the Hyuga clan." To be. Suikazen Fuguki may look tall and clumsy, but the fact that he's reached this position absolutely shows he possesses extraordinary qualities. His cautious nature is the reason he's been able to live so long. His decision to retreat this time was, firstly, to gauge the strength of Konoha's reinforcements, and secondly, because he wasn't sure whether Konoha would send further reinforcements, otherwise, he wouldn't have withdrawn so easily. Izu no Kuni is the former location of the island, the Konoha ninja base. After the Konoha ninjas recaptured their encampment and further enhanced their ninjutsu skills, they quickly reorganized the camp and began setting traps around the perimeter. Within the campsite, today's battle saw Uchiha Yoru accumulate enough prestige on the front lines. After all, Orochimaru had been operating on the Water Country's front lines for several years, and compared to other forces, it was easier for Orochimaru's disciples to gain their support. Especially during this sensitive period, Uchiha Yoru, representing Konoha, will not pursue the matter further. Inside the tent, Uchiha Yoru sat upright at the very top, this time occupying the commander's seat, flanked on either side by his trusted confidants, who were also the elite ninja of the camp. Uchiha Shisui, Hada Kakashi, and Hyuga Hizashi, these three elite jonin he brought with him along with two other elite jonin who were originally on the front lines. Izu no Kuni Island, due to its unique location between our land of fire and the land of water, is also rich in natural mineral resources, attracting countless merchants. The island is a bustling place, teeming with people from all over the shinobi world, as well as numerous other ninjas and water creatures. We Konoha have a total of 3 ore mines here, so we've established 3 bases. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas, on the other hand, occupy 2 of these mines. This time, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas suddenly gathered a large number of elite troops to attack us, their target being this largest mine. As the Jonin stationed there, he solemnly relayed all the intelligence about the area, and Uchiha Knight, who had also served on the front lines and was somewhat familiar with Izu no Kuni, immediately broke into a knowing smile upon seeing the intelligence. Izu no Kuni's strategically important location, coupled with its abundant mineral resources, explains why Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas invested so heavily in this area. Setting aside its advantageous geographical location, what's even more crucial is the irresistible wealth of resources this place possesses. From our side, 6 3-person reconnaissance squads were withdrawn and dispatched to provide support to 2 other base locations. Uchiha Yoru made a timely and decisive move, and the Jonin immediately showed joy and excitement upon hearing his words, saying, "Lord Yoru, with 3 reconnaissance squads joining, it won't be so easy for the Hidden Mist ninjas to launch an attack anymore." He knew perfectly well that among the reinforcements this time were quite a few Hyuga clan ninjas. Byakugan, after all, is essentially a radar on the battlefield. Enemies with Byakugan wouldn't be able to attack them so easily. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and said, "It cannot be underestimated." In the ninja world, secret techniques and bloodline abilities are incredibly diverse, and there are many techniques that can counteract or create illusory chakra images. One still needs to be vigilant. To be Uchiha Shisui, these three resource mines cannot be underestimated. You must deploy elite troops and prepare thoroughly. To be Kakashi, the Hidden Mist Village has brazenly launched an attack, essentially taking advantage of the uninhabited territory of Uzu no Kuni. I issue an order that from now on, no Konoha ninja can act alone, especially when venturing into the interior of Uzu no Kuni to gather intelligence. They must be extra cautious. To be Uzu no Kuni, this island is, frankly speaking, rich in mineral resources, and its location between two countries has given rise to a dark, unregulated area. This place could be described as a haven for criminals, but also a haven for wealth. It's a place teeming with countless merchants, gangsters, and mercenaries. It's a chaotic land. Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village, two great nations, occupy this area, which is richest in mineral resources. They are located on the island, deep within dense forests, to put it bluntly, in the border region, where constant fighting takes place. Meanwhile, countless merchants on the island's interior enjoy a life of luxury and opulence. Besides its abundant mineral resources, this place also has an abundance of precious resources, such as chakra paper and wood, which are essential materials for testing specific requirements. Blessed with favorable conditions, this place has accumulated immense wealth, and even countless items that cannot be revealed to the public are traded here. As for handling the main task, he had spent a considerable amount of time following Orochimaru on the front lines and was also familiar with the situation here, so he naturally started very quickly. In fact, there were quite a few ninjas on the island whom he had met before. Almost everyone had set foot here since the name Uchiha Shichiha spread. Orochimaru's Sannin disciple, along with Jiraiya, another Sannin, fought a great battle using an S-rank jutsu of unknown terrifying power that nearly severely injured Jiraiya. Adding to this, upon arriving at the front lines, Fuguki Suikazen single-handedly repelled a Hidden Mist Village ninja. With such unanimous approval, and these two genuine victories added to the mix, it can be said that they completely dominated, naturally preventing any dissent from those below. With the commander relaying every order, and coupled with the ninja's obedient nature, the base almost instantly restored its former tranquility. However, a considerable number of miners lay wounded by the ninjas fighting, lying on the cold ground. Everyone in the tent had their tasks assigned and left, leaving only Uchiha Shisui and Hada Kakashi behind. Yes, boss, this is the data on the 3 mineral deposits on the island, and also the report on the losses from the recent attack by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, which destroyed and stole the refined iron that was being refined. Looking at the intelligence Uchiha Shisui brought, Uchiha Yuri slowly frowned, his fingers habitually tapping on the wooden table. After a long while, he narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Shisui, there's an abundance of refined iron here, and even precious metal chakra. The report shows 13 pounds and 8 ounces of chakra metal." At this point, Uchiha Yoru, standing before Kakashi and Shisui, slowly drew a line with a red pen. To their astonishment, the report indicated another item as a loss. "We've already clashed with the Hidden Mist Village ninjas here, so it's clear war has broken out. The Lightning Country region is merely a source of provocation, but the supplies sent to the front lines by our village are equally significant." At this point, Uchiha Knight's tone suddenly stopped, and he lowered his head weakly, saying, "Everyone who came to the front lines this time has a special identity. They are ninjas supported by Orochimaru's main lineage. Ninjas cannot avoid going to the battlefield, but it's very unfair to them. They also have families. Kakashi, I hope you can secretly sell these chakra metals on the black market, and the resulting funds will discreetly add to your death benefit." Upon hearing this, Hada Kakashi wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. They were all Konoha ninjas, yet time and again, almost all of them on the front lines were Orochimaru's main lineage ninjas. It was indeed somewhat unfair, but ninjas had no choice. Obeying orders and carrying out missions was ingrained in their very bones. Yes, big brother, those in positions of power in the village have betrayed the will of fire. Look at the front lines, they're all young ninjas, even teenagers, while the older high-ranking officials hide in the village, indulging in power. At this point, Uchiha Shisui had been suppressed for so long, especially after the Orochimaru incident shattered his worldview. And the after effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan awakening made him even more obsessively insane. Yes, elder brother, in Konoha, where flames dance and fire constantly flourish, the light of the flames will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. The true young people of the Will of Fire are the hope of the future. The elders must trust and protect them. So where is it now? What we see are teenagers fighting on the front lines, their bodies turning into flames illuminating the village. While the rotten roots of the previous generation greedily enjoy everything isn't that the previous generation. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's increasingly stubborn and agitated demeanor, Uchiha Yoro angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Uchiha Shisui." With a loud shout, Shisui's face contorted in disbelief as he glared at his older brother, Kurenai, his expression still filled with defiance and incomprehension. Beside him, Hada Kakashi silently watched the scene. He had once thought the same, but after witnessing everything firsthand, he seemed unable to speak. "Am I wrong, brother Ya? Let's not talk about the right and wrong of our ancestors for now. And let's not talk about the sacrifices the first Hokage made to protect the village. But what about the second Hokage? He chose to cover the rear in the land of lightning to protect the new generation of young leaves. The second Hokage was the Hokage who inherited the Will of Fire. But what about now?" Genma's squad felt deeply humiliated because of the fourth Hokage's actions, and were tormented every day. So now, sitting in the village enjoying all the privileges, do the high-ranking officials even remember the second Hokage's sacrifice? As if suppressed for too long, Uchiha Shisui, now consumed by rage, unleashed all his pent-up anger. His eyes blazed with fury, and he even dragged Hada Kakashi, who was standing beside him, into the conflict. "You said White Fang was a hero, but you once chose White Fang as your companion on a mission of equal caliber. You say that the current heroes can't even ascend the memorial monument. So the sacrifices made by Brother Yi and the second generation for the younger generation a loss far greater than White Fang's failed mission. Isn't that a greater loss? Why can they enjoy everything so peacefully?" At this point, Uchiha Shisui, even more stunned and losing his composure, glared at Hada Kakashi and angrily said, "Kakashi, if your father, White Fang, is a good for nothing, then what are those rotten individuals worth? They were the second Hokage's bodyguards. Weren't they also abandoning their duties? What is Lord Orochimaru? Is he also a good for nothing? Then tell me, what is the Will of Fire in the village now? Is it about burning away the first generation of newcomers to gradually illuminate the aging, decaying upper echelons?" Shisui. At this moment, Uchiha Night God stood up with a serious expression, looking at Shisui before him, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose spirit even showed a hint of stubbornness. He was secretly alarmed. It seemed that being suppressed for too long, and the extremely unstable emotions caused by the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, had caused some mental problems for Shisui. "Shisui, your emotions are too extreme right now. You need to calm down." Facing Shisui, this time Uchiha Yoro didn't stop him. Instead, she slowed her voice and began to calm the agitated expression on his face. Beside her, Hada Kakashi, although not a member of the Uchiha clan, was relatively unaffected by the Mangekyo Sharingan's mental stimulation, but the impact of her words was considerable. His eyes also began to wander. That's right, if his father was bearing the shame on his back, what about the Konoha high-ranking officials? Watching helplessly as the second Hokage sacrificed himself for them, wasn't that a greater loss than his father abandoning his mission? Why, under similar circumstances, were the high-ranking officials so comfortably enjoying everything? "Kakashi!" Uchiha Yoro's voice startled Hada Kakashi, who quickly regained his composure. He then heard Uchiha Yoro say in a low voice, "The Sharingan evolves when a vital element is lost, or when experiencing pain. A special chakra then surges through the brain, affecting the optic nerve and causing changes in the eyes. Therefore, the Sharingan is called the eye that reflects the mind. The Sharingan is synchronized with psychic power." Shisui hasn't calmed down yet, and as someone who possesses the Sharingan, I need you to keep a close eye on him and prevent him from doing anything extreme. Mangekyo. After their Sharingan evolved, Shisui revealed the secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Uchiha Yoro strictly ordered them to keep it a secret and never use it unless absolutely necessary. Yoro, maybe Shisui was right? For the first time, Kakashi poured out his heart, his hoarse voice echoing in the tent, one eye peeking out as he and Shisui looked towards Uchiha Yoro. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru seemed to have become their confidant. Seeing Kakashi's actions, Shisui beside him also showed excited approval, as if he had found a like-minded companion. The point of disagreement was that Hada Kakashi, with his calm political mind, was even more composed and opinionated than Shisui. He directly said in a low voice, "Yoru, through these events, there is one thing we cannot ignore. You cannot choose to disregard all of this just because you value the village. Third Hokage, there might really be a problem." Hada Kakashi's eyes revealed a resolute determination as he directly stated his innermost thoughts and analysis. Danzo, the leader of Root, mentioned that the fourth Hokage's sacrifice during the Ninetales Rebellion was probably a self-orchestrated plot by the third Hokage to once again emerge from seclusion and seize power. Yoru, you shouldn't look at me with such a threatening gaze. I forced myself not to think that way, but the Orochimaru incident seems to make this even more suspicious. Following the Orochimaru incident, both Kakashi and Shisui harbored resentment, especially since even Uchiha Yoru had left behind a dying wish fearing implication. Kakashi understood even more clearly that the border turmoil had saved Yoruichi's life, and even more importantly, saved Orochimaru's main lineage of ninjas, forcing the village to compromise. Brother, you're constantly avoiding reality. Isn't what Kakashi said true? Do you really have to see the tragedy happen again before you can accept reality? That's great. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru stared in horror at Uchiha Shisui and Hada Kakashi. When did these two get together? They had even learned how to force the emperor to abdicate, and it seemed they wanted to drag him into the abyss. Facing the two men's intense gazes, Uchiha Yoru's expression turned slightly unpleasant. Their relationship seemed to be developing a little too quickly and was getting out of control. You guys, what have you been investigating in the shadows? It's very clear that Hada Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui have transformed in this way because they must know something. Otherwise, this situation would absolutely not have occurred. Yoru, while you were imprisoned and working in the building under surveillance, I took advantage of the turmoil in the village to secretly investigate the Sarutobi clan. I discovered that all of this was orchestrated by Sarutobi, the third Hokage's oldest daughter-in-law, who was secretly instigating everything. At the same time, I also collaborated with other advisors, and although Lord Orochimaru's human body experiments were subject to a gag order, I secretly went to Lord Orochimaru's research base and discovered some traces left behind. Lord Orochimaru's research falls under the category of forbidden techniques. According to the documents my father initially left behind, these are all forbidden techniques of the village, strictly prohibited from being studied. In the village, only a handful of people are qualified to review these forbidden techniques materials. And even the teaching of forbidden techniques requires the approval of at least two high-ranking advisors. How did Lord Orochimaru obtain his forbidden jutsu? Furthermore, everything we did during that time clearly involved Root leader Shimura Danzu, along with Sarutobi and his two advisors. That's roughly 3 high-ranking officials involved. And how many high-ranking officials are there in all of Konoha? Hada Kakashi began to recount his investigation in a low voice, along with a series of analyses, which further terrified Uchiha Yoru. Well done, the other parties certainly hadn't been idle lately. No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than Uchiha Shisui, gritting his teeth, said, "Brother, do you know where those children and ninjas we intercepted have gone?" Nara's family returned home. The daimyo's children also came home, leaving behind children without any background or status ninjas who were either recruited and used by Root or sent to the most dangerous front lines. How many of them could ever return? Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi had clearly exchanged intelligence beforehand, but at this moment, there seemed to be a strange feeling escaping their control. Uchiha Yoru displayed an extremely forced smile in their eyes. Kakashi Shisui, you must believe in the will of fire. Corruption is only temporary. Wait for the new Hokage. Before Uchiha Yoru could finish speaking, Shisui interrupted him directly. A new Hokage? Is it Sarutobi Shinosuke? If such a Hokage truly appears, what difference is there between him and the current corrupt high-ranking officials? They'll still be a bunch of cowardly old geezers living in luxury, unable to control themselves, relying on the sacrifices of young ninjas to enjoy all of this. Now, Uchiha Shisui seemed to completely see through all of this, his eyes revealing extreme disgust, and he laughed self-deprecatingly, saying, "Brother, You know that during the time you were under surveillance, the third Hawkeye sent people to approach me, spouting a lot of fire will, all to get me to monitor you. Now the third generation is truly rotten, without a shred of shame. They openly proclaimed their claim to the will of fire, yet they hide comfortably in the village, watching the young ninjas bleed on the front lines. Now, in Shisui's eyes, the forced smile on his older brother's face seemed like the final veil covering the Hokage's high-ranking officials of the village. Beside Haddock, Kakashi also nodded in a low, hoarse voice, saying, "The third Hokage may have made many contributions to Konoha, but things have truly changed. He has become obsessed with power, and no dissenting thoughts are allowed. I am here to monitor you on the orders of the third Hokage." That's quite something. While Shisui and Kakashi were under surveillance, they definitely communicated with each other, thus gaining a deep understanding of the Konoha high-ranking officials. Otherwise, how could they have such dark thoughts? Kakashi Shisui, your thoughts are very dangerous right now. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's expression turned serious as he looked directly at the two of them. I don't care what truth you two uncover, but Konoha cannot afford to be shaken right now. I hope you both understand this. Hada Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui fell silent after hearing this. Observing their expressions, Uchiha Yoru let out a deep sigh, appearing to understand. The village isn't as good as we imagined, and this pains me even more than it hurts you. Teacher Orochimaru was forced to leave his homeland, and while the village elders cannot escape responsibility for all of this, Konoha is our home. And we too are executioners with blood on our hands. At this point, Uchiha Yoru let out a self-deprecating laugh, looking at the two dejected people and saying, "Besides, this war won't end so quickly." Noticing Uchiha Yoru's unusual expression, Hada Kakashi, the quickest to react, seemed to have figured something out and said hoarsely, "Yoru, have you discovered something?" Shisui's strength was perhaps not inferior to Kakashi's. In fact, at this time, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he surpassed Kakashi, this genius. However, in terms of firm ideology and political acumen, the gap between him and Kakashi was not just a little bit. Uchiha Yoru let out a long sigh, sitting somewhat helplessly in his commanding position. The border war-torn village wants to use this to deplete the strength of Orochimaru's followers. Moreover, we've received information from Root that the village is preparing to attack the Uchiha clan after the war ends and stability is restored. What? The two men's expressions showed shock. They could understand Orochimaru's followers being targeted, but the fact that the border was still in turmoil, and the village had already begun preparations to attack the Uchiha clan once the border stabilized, seemed somewhat incomprehensible. However, thinking about Orochimaru's fate, they began to understand. Now that the village is in ruins, any force that fails to control it will be targeted. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju. How dare they? Back then, it was we Uchiha and Senju who sheltered Sarutobi and Shimura. And now these loyal servants are turning against their masters and trying to betray them. Shisui's strength might be immense, but his weakness in this aspect is not insignificant. Even a simple statement like this could easily lead to misunderstandings. It's Kakashi's magnanimous nature to overlook this, and he also witnessed the village's decay. However, Shisui's worldview changed. While he had always been filled with pride for the founding of Konoha by the Senju clan and for himself, and had even considered Konoha his own, he was now filled with anger. The Uchiha clan's pride is ingrained in their bones, and at this moment, Shisui finally revealed the pride that only the Uchiha possess, reacting with anger to this matter. Now Shisui has come to regard Konoha as the Uchiha's personal property, while Kakashi, relatively speaking, is quite calm. Although Shisui has a somewhat obsessive nature, he is someone willing to sacrifice himself for the village. Yoru, what are your plans? Kakashi calmly raised his head, revealing one silent, single eye, and asked in a low voice. I can't believe that someone who would be considered the heir of the Uchiha clan by Sannin Orochimaru could just sit there waiting to die. Beside him, Uchiha Shisui, upon hearing this, also showed signs of agitation, staring intently at his older brother, Knight. His personality was the kind that placed all his hopes on others. After Orochimaru was banished from Konoha, the endless repression he had endured meant he had placed almost all his hopes on his older brother. It could be said that Shisui was a born ninja, but he was never a leader, as evidenced by his suicide attempt by jumping off a waterfall in the original story. Uchiha Shisui was a powerful ninja, but not a suitable clan leader. Facing Shisui's intense gaze was nothing unusual, but Hada Kakashi's intense stare caused Uchiha Yoru to fall silent. Although Kakashi was currently in his darkest moment, analyzing his character from the original story revealed that he was no ordinary person. Leaving aside the fact that Kakashi and Madogai were acting strangely during the Chunin exam, the fact that he could later become one of the 6 Hokage is enough to prove that his vision and character have always been far from ordinary. In my previous life, my ancestors said that one lie requires countless lies to cover it up. But a lie will always be a lie, and sooner or later it will be exposed. After a long silence, Uchiha Yoru slowly raised his head and looked at Kakashi and Shisui. The two of them had developed their mindsets too quickly, so quickly that he was somewhat caught off guard. Now he could only risk probing further. All of this is unfair to the frontline fighting ninjas. They are all young. Sarutobi Shinosuke serves as the commander-in-chief at the Lightning Country's border. While Sarutobi Isume enjoys the tutelage of the village's elite jonin and benefits from everything behind the village, the Uchiha and Senju ancestors founded Konoha for peace, not to become a bunch of greedy, self-serving machines. I plan to cultivate self-respect and protect myself first, then I will change the village. Cultivating self-respect. In the ninja world, such words had never been uttered before. Shisui's eyes showed a hint of bewilderment, while Hada Kakashi, upon hearing them, seemed to grasp something from the words and couldn't help but show a shocked expression. He had never imagined that the other party would approach it from this perspective. After all, this kind of method of resolving the shinobi world had never appeared before, and it was completely baffling to them. Uchiha Yoru, with a serious expression, began to explain it to the two of them. During the 3 battles I witnessed while on a mission in a small country, I saw a scene where, due to the war, merchants had to pay several times the usual fee for escorting supplies. These hired ninjas, along with local bandits and robbers, seemed to have secretly made some kind of deal. Both sides were very restrained in their fighting. Although there were battles each time, they never truly eliminated the other. Because the bandits eliminated the robbers, this region became prosperous. Merchants didn't need to spend huge sums of money hiring them, and the bandits lost their means of survival. Similarly, if the bandits eliminated the bandits, the next group of merchants would hire even stronger and more ninja escorts. The bandits and the robbers had a very tacit understanding and mutual restraint, a kind of strange, chaotic order that even emerged. Watching Hada Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui listen to him recount a story, Uchiha Yoru showed a bitter smile. I don't know if doing this is right or wrong, but I know that ending this war requires a painful price. They were all ninjas who followed Orochimaru, never making mistakes. They survived 3 battles, and now they can only fight on the battlefield, while other ninjas can enjoy peace in the village. It's so unfair to them. I also have selfish motives, because with the war ending, the village will suspect the Uchiha clan of the Ninetales Rebellion. At that point, it will be like the Orochimaru incident, which I don't want to experience. Right now, I just want to accumulate strength first and then change this rotten village. After Uchiha Yoru expressed his true feelings, Kakashi and Shisui fell silent. The White Fang and Orochimaru incidents had inflicted such painful damage on Konoha. Just 2 cage-level powerhouses had caused such a shock. The Uchiha clan, being the strongest clan, would likely cause an even greater upheaval. Yes, boss, your intention is to deliberately create a situation where the enemy doesn't attack, or rather, to leave the opposing forces to control, using this to make yourself appear more important. Although Uchiha Shisui now harbors deep hatred for the corrupt high-ranking officials, he likewise does not want to instigate civil war. Therefore, when faced with his elder brother's unconventional ideas, he shows a look of shock, but upon careful consideration, it seems quite reasonable. Uchiha Yoru listened, then smiled wryly and nodded, not bad. As long as the war on the front lines doesn't end, the village won't resort to starting a civil war. Hada Kakashi, however, was secretly terrified, yet couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Yoru, the 3rd Hokage, has planted countless spies on the front lines. He even had a mission where, once the situation on the front lines stabilized, he would have them secretly provoke the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yoru was shocked upon hearing these words. This time, he wasn't faking it at all. Everything was true. After the initial shock, his scalp tingled, and he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, saying, "The third Hokage has some remarkable methods." The split within the Hyuga clan has led the Konoha high-ranking officials to see how the bloodline clan is weakening. Since I've accepted the teacher's followers, I naturally also want to accept the teacher's bad reputation. Then, I'll use this as a reason to stir up internal divisions within the Uchiha clan. Hada Kakashi no longer trusts the third Hokage, and has even directly chosen to betray the high-ranking Hokage. Similarly, Kakashi's willingness to trust Uchiha Yuru stems from his own personal experience with all of this. Sannin Orochimaru carries the burden of all the consequences of being abandoned by the higher echelons, as well as the matter concerning his father, White Fang. Uchiha Yoru's unwavering belief in the village also moved him, and similarly, inheriting the power of the prestigious Uchiha clan and the Sannin Orochimaru. Uchiha Yoru had the qualifications to make him consider this even more. At the same time, deeply dissatisfied with the decaying state of the village, Hada Kakashi chose to seek out like-minded companions who could change Konoha. The village was his home. He had never once thought of betraying it or running away. Faced with the decay of his home, all he could think of was change, or what is called transformation. Konoha needed transformation. It needed a new Hokage to change all the decay before its eyes. Kakashi, it seems you've also accepted the third Hokage's orders and are preparing to look for an opportunity to provoke him. Shisui, upon hearing this, became even more enraged, but even more so, he felt self-mockery. The ugly, dark side of the village caused him even more profound and agonizing pain. Kakashi Shisui, I don't know whether the path ahead leads to a bottomless abyss or something else, but right now I only firmly believe in one principle. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru looked at the two with a bright, determined gaze, his eyes shining with unwavering conviction. Konoha is just as you see it now, controlled by rotten old people. They have lost their fighting spirit and are now intoxicated with power. I want to change that, therefore, I need to possess more power so that I can change the village. I once swore an oath, if the village were to decay, I would dedicate all my efforts to becoming the new Hokage of Konoha. I would personally change all of this. Once I become Hokage, the darkness above Konoha will cease to exist, and I will personally welcome the hero of Konoha back. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's eyes revealed a fervent and resolute determination as he stared directly at Shisui and Kakashi, saying, "The memorial stone of the village chief will certainly bear the name of the hero White Fang, and even the infamous Orochimaru-sensei will be vindicated." When Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi heard this, and followed by Uchiha Yoru's resolute gaze, it was as if their souls resonated, and they found their direction. Uchiha Shisui, needless to say, was a powerful ninja, but his personality was such that when it came to important matters, he never trusted anyone and would only place his hopes on others. Upon hearing this, Hada Kakashi showed an expression of understanding. He wasn't the old-fashioned type. As someone who might become the sixth Hokage in the future, he naturally possessed a discerning mind capable of making choices. Although still young, he had never lacked this kind of mindset. Everything requires sacrifice. The dilapidated village has already seen too many heroes sacrificed. Now, only talent and transformation can change the village, but he fundamentally lacks direction and the means to change everything. However, today, Uchiha Yoru has given him hope. With the added advantage of inheriting the prestigious Uchiha clan of Konoha and the power of Orochimaru, the leader of the Sannin, he could be considered to have a Hokage-level status. And it seemed quite possible to succeed. Yoru, transformation requires sacrifice, and I hope you can truly lead Konoha towards peace, towards the true will of fire. Hada Kakashi, deeply moved, let out a sincere and heartfelt cry, and Uchiha Yoru, seeing Kakashi's choice to help him, immediately broke into a smile. Looking at Kakashi and Shisui, he chuckled. "No, it's not just me alone, it's all of us together." The unwavering voices echoed within the simple encampment, and no one would have imagined that these three young ninjas, each possessing the Sharingan, with their unwavering belief in transformation, would bring such immense change to Konoha. They would bring such great transformation to the shinobi world. Hidden Mist Village Ninja Base. The attack failed to achieve the expected results, leaving the Hidden Mist Village ninjas filled with resentment. Suikazen Fuguki, their commander, sat with a grim expression in his tent. "Kisame, what kind of business is the intelligence agency doing? Didn't they say Konoha's reinforcements would need at least 3 more days to arrive? Damn it, we failed by a hair's breadth. Suikazen Fuguki, somewhat unwillingly, slammed his hand on the table. Almost everyone in the tent was his trusted confidant, especially Kisame, who had a shark-like face. He said in a low voice, "My lord, Konoha's reinforcements must have arrived early because they were on a rush. The scouting team has investigated thoroughly, and Konoha doesn't have any more reinforcements." Hoshigaki Kisame, as his trusted confidant, especially one who was working with what could be considered his strongest ability, and also the one he felt most confident in at the moment, considered this subordinate a pure ninja, and also the best tool in his hands. Seeing Hoshigaki Kisame's reply, Suikazen Fuguki's expression softened slightly, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, nodding and saying in a low voice, "It seems Konoha doesn't want to escalate the conflict." Within the elite Hidden Mist Village ninja camp, each one was a skilled killer, honed by a ruthless and iron-fisted policy. However, they all lacked a bit in this area of development. All he saw was a bloodthirsty look in everyone's eyes. They showed no fear of war, only excitement. This scene made Suikazen Fuguki frown in constant pain. Suikazen Fuguki shook his head silently and reluctantly. Seeing that he still had to expend so much effort, he couldn't help but explain in a low voice to everyone, Konoha doesn't want the friction to escalate, and neither do the villages. Once the friction escalates even to the point of a battle involving thousands of ninjas, it won't just be friction anymore, but war. A direct conflict between the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha could even become the trigger for the Fourth Great Ninja War. Therefore, the village and Konoha have almost coincidentally chosen to engage in a game of chess, essentially conducting a miniature version of a war between two nations here, a minor skirmish. So, although we and Konoha will receive reinforcements, they will definitely not be many. Suikazen Fuguki, along with other ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, was one of the ruling ninjas. There were some things that were clear. Konoha didn't want to start a war between the two countries, and similarly, the Hidden Mist Village didn't want to either. After all, the losses from the three wars were too great, and they hadn't even recovered yet. Currently, the conflict between Konoha and us here will be confined to a certain area, so a large number of reinforcements are out of the question. However, since Konoha has already dispatched this elite unit, I will also request the 4th Mizukage to send elite Anbu troops to assist in the battle. Anbu ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed fear. The bloodthirsty policies of the Hidden Mist Village have made the Anbu absolutely the most terrifying force. Leaving aside the fact that the Anbu are gathered in the elite village, the important thing is that the Hidden Mist Village has a large number of rogue ninjas. Furthermore, the Hidden Mist Village Anbu have even formed a dedicated pursuit squad specifically for hunting down rogue and fleeing Hidden Mist ninjas. It's safe to say that countless Hidden Mist ninjas have died at the hands of the Anbu, and this is what they fear most. Suikazen Fuguki and Hoshigaki Kisame were both from the Anbu, and everyone was wary of them. Although they hadn't betrayed or deserted, who knew what tomorrow would bring? Sensing everyone's apprehension towards the Anbu village, Suikazen Fuguki's face contorted into a sinister smile. He enjoyed this kind of intimidating feeling. The expressions on people's faces fascinated him, and they were the ones that reassured him the most. Haha, our surprise attack on Konoha's base today inflicted heavy losses on Konoha, but many of Konoha's reinforcements are members of the Hyuga clan, which is why our people are all keeping their spirits up. This place has become a battlefield. Yes. As Uzu no Kuni approached Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, the conflict between them momentarily created a strange atmosphere on this large island. In the dense forests and mining areas, Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas engaged in a series of killings, raids, ambushes, and harassment tactics, revealing the atmosphere of war. However, on the other side of the island, the only city present, there was an air of war steeped in opulence and grandeur. The war between Konoha ninjas and Hidden Mist Village ninjas didn't affect them. In fact, it even aroused greed in countless merchants. Although it wasn't a large-scale war, even the minor friction generated immense profits. As war raged on Uzu no Kuni, countless migrants were filled with fear and anxiety. Merchants seized the opportunity to raise prices and reap huge profits, attracting a large number of mercenaries. The gathering of numerous ninjas represented immense benefits, turning the area into a veritable money-making hub. Countless items of all kinds are traded here, hidden from view. In this world, The trees are unusually tall and imposing, resembling those of an ancient world, and the dense forests conceal endless dangers. Rustling sound, leaves rustle down, and a figure hidden among the trees calmly watched the distant hidden mist village ninja occupying the mineral-rich area. Lord Yoru, there are 10 watchtowers ahead. All of these watchtowers are built about a kilometer away from the mine. Going any further forward might lead to detection by the hidden mist village's sensory ninjas. A Hyuga ninja, with a serious expression, spoke, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Yoru with a look of reverence. The reverence for strength in ninjas, especially in the shinobi world, is deeply ingrained in their bones. Looking at the hidden mist village ninjas, they're very experienced. From their deployment to their observation, it's clear they're completely prepared for our village's Byakugan. Hearing the Hyuga ninja's reply, Uchiha Yoru calmly nodded. The Hyuga clan's ability to observe the shinobi world was well known. Once they activated their Byakugan, they could see everything within a 1-kilometer radius. Therefore, each large ninja village had its own methods for defending against the Konoha clan's Hyuga Byakugan. The simplest and most effective being to establish numerous watchtowers within a kilometer of their encampment. Your Byakugan can't observe the scene within a kilometer, so I'll set up a watchtower a kilometer away. The Byakugan can only observe the situation at the watchtower, but it can't detect the main camp protected by the watchtower. Although this is a foolish measure, it is also the most effective. Otherwise, facing the Hyuga Byakugan would be like being completely under their noses. Furthermore, the Byakugan's capabilities in warfare are far greater than this. Ninjas habitually set up various traps in battle, leaving virtually no place to hide under the Byakugan's scrutiny. Record the locations of these 10 watchtowers and the number of ninjas, and inspect them at least once a day. Uchiha Yoru gave the order, and the Hyuga Chunin naturally understood the meaning. He immediately nodded respectfully and said in a low voice, "Rest assured, sir, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas will have absolutely nowhere to hide under our Hyuga Byakugan." Okay, Hidden Mist Village ninja, if there are any changes to the watchtower, remember to report them promptly. Yes. The sound had barely faded when the two figures perched atop the towering tree vanished from sight. Uchiha Yoru swiftly made his way through the forest, only stopping atop a large tree after leaving the area far behind. After silently surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was around, he began forming hand seals. Pig, dog, rooster, monkey, nothing. Kuchioshi no Jetsu. The white smoke from the summoning Jetsu dissipated, revealing a majestic brown eagle with rapidly flapping wings. Upon being confronted by Kuchioshi, the eagle respectfully said, "Lord Yoru." Even the weakest summoning beasts were very polite. Facing the summoning beast's respectful tone, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your trouble. I need you to take my shadow clone to investigate the enemy." Eating, with his middle finger closed and his hands crossed in a cross shape, Uchiha Yoru channeled chakra through his body. In an instant, with a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing a clone identical to himself. The two identical Uchiha Yorus looked at each other. Then a smile appeared on their faces. Even after so many years in this world, the wondrous ninjutsu still filled him with a sense of novelty. Lord Yoru. The majestic eagle, bowing respectfully to the 10-point lowering figure, allowed its clone to mount upon it before respectfully flapping its wings and taking flight. Looking at the flying clone of Uchiha Yoru in the sky, he narrowed his eyes. Flying ninja beasts are quite rare. Although their combat power isn't high, the ability to fly is already very special. The shadow clone stood majestically on the back of the eagle, the strong wind causing its clothes to flutter, the chakra in its feet keeping it rooted to the eagle's back as if it were rooted to the ground. As it flew through the air, its two three-tamo eyes spun wildly downwards, one of the three-tamo eyes directly merging into a single piece. Mangekyu. With his transcendent three-tamo bloodline limit, he gazed intently downwards from over 1,000 meters in the air as the eagle swooped past, seemingly taking in everything below. As expected, although the Mangekyu Sharingan is at the level of the 12th grade Magatama Sharingan, under normal circumstances, its enhancement is still primarily in ocular power, and its observational abilities are significantly strengthened, allowing me to roughly discern things. A Mangekyu Sharingan glided across the sky, its powerful observational abilities observant, though not entirely clear, allowing it to see some things it wanted to see. Moreover, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, especially those who had reached the Jonin rank, were all forged in blood and fire, possessing incredibly sharp senses. An inexplicable probing sensation descended, instantly causing some of the more sensitive Hidden Mist village members to nervously raise their heads. Especially since Momochi Zabuza, a ninja from the Hidden Mist village known as the Demon Slayer, looked up and instantly spotted a majestic eagle soaring across the sky. He immediately frowned and said in a low voice, "Something's not right. This eagle seems to be a Kuchiosi ninja beast. It's drawing our attention to the sky. To be." Uchiha Yoru didn't even know that his sudden urge to explore the terrain of the Hidden Mist village's base had caused the Hidden Mist village ninjas to be on high alert for several days. Konoha Base. Outside, towering watchtowers provided protection, and the base, built against the mountainside, was more accurately described as a military camp. Inside the camp were countless local laborers, as mining and extraction both required miners. After the destruction of Uzu no Kuni, this place became a chaotic, lawless land where the local people lived hand to mouth and would do anything for a meal. Enslavement. Uchiha Yoru was already speechless at this scene, his eyes filled with calmness. Relatively speaking, if it weren't for their words, the common people here wouldn't even have a meager wage. At the very least, working as miners here, they could support their families, young and old. As the sky-covered forest landscape flashed by, Uchiha Yoru, soaring through the trees, suddenly stopped atop a large tree. The dense trees blocked out the sunlight, the gloomy forest exuding a damp, stifling atmosphere. The air was filled with the incessant gnawing and squeaking of countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants. For an ordinary person, this place was fraught with danger. Calling it the Forest of Death was not an exaggeration. Departure. Standing atop the sturdy tree trunk, Uchiha Yoru calmly spoke to the deserted forest, but no one answered, only the faint murmur of the snake. At this moment, a slow smile spread across his lips. "Teacher Orochimaru, you've arrived, now leave." Uchiha Yoru spoke again, and a white snake emerged from the bushes, approaching the sturdy tree trunk opposite before suddenly opening its mouth wide. Vomiting, a nauseating chewing sound, accompanied by some kind of viscous, swirling noise, suddenly appeared. A small, finger-sized white snake suddenly spat out an arm, and from that arm a head of sticky, wet black hair emerged, followed by a pale-faced figure. Long black hair, yellow streaks along the pupils, purple extending to the nostrils, pale skin, wearing sky blue mixed with green magatama-shaped earrings. The former Konoha Jonin vest has been discarded, replaced by a light yellow outfit and a distinctive purple coarse burlap rope referring to the rope runs down the side. The rope, symbolizing a limited edition sacred item, when tied to Orochimaru, represents his status. As a seinen in the shinobi world, he is considered a top-tier ninja, naturally deserving of such a title. After their separation from Konoha, Orochimaru's demeanor had become even colder, now tinged with a sinister undertone, as if he had completely severed all ties to Konoha. Haha, Night Lord's strength is truly worthy of being admired and feared even by the teachers. Looking at you now, you have the qualifications to show ambition for that position. The particularly hoarse laughter echoing in the gloomy depths of the jungle belonged to familiar master and disciple. A stranger ninja would have likely been terrified, as Orochimaru's manner of appearance and his cheerful demeanor could easily lead to misunderstandings. "Teacher Orochimaru, you're too kind. I'm aware of the difference between you and the picture." Facing Orochimaru's encouragement, Uchiha Yoru showed no pride. Instead, he chuckled knowingly. His current strength, without considering his Mangekyo Sharingan, was only at the elite Jonin level, at most a cage-level ninja. Their combined strength wasn't much different from that of the cage-level ninjas. For example, when Uchiha Sasuke faced Killer Bee in a fierce battle that left him questioning his own existence, his strength far surpassed that of other elite Jonin, easily giving rise to a sense of overconfidence, making him think that only a cage-level ninja could match him. But when it comes to truly reaching cage-level power, even facing Killer Bee and getting beaten senseless by a single blow, the difference is still huge. This stage can be considered a near-cage-level fight. Furthermore, he awakened a Mangekyo Sharingan with extremely powerful abilities, but it was also contradictory. It was a dojutsu with unlimited potential that he was relatively satisfied with, and the stronger his own strength, the greater its power. But at this stage, the Mangekyo Sharingan, even if it could only enhance him to a maximum of 1 level, wouldn't be some kind of ultimate technique. Therefore, he still understood that there was a gap between himself and a true Kate-level strong man. Haha, looking at you tonight, you're still as calm as ever. You should know that even I, your teacher, had a bit of blind confidence at this stage back then. But I was brought back to reality on the battlefield in Wu Kingdom. Orochimaru's hoarse laughter echoed through the gloomy forest as he looked at Uchiha Yori's clear mind, his eyes filled with admiration. It can be said that achieving such absolute admiration from a ninja is extremely rare. And similarly, receiving this kind of affirmation certainly indicates exceptional qualities. Deep in the gloomy forest, Orochimaru and Uchiha Yoru, who had parted ways from Konoha, met again. Orochimaru, the teacher? Seeing Orochimaru pull a scroll from his throat and throw it over, Uchiha Yoru, puzzled, casually caught it with a flick, shaking off the mucus before opening it and taking a look. His pupils contracted, and then he looked up, a smile appearing on his face. Haha, the intelligence agencies of Uzu no Kuni and the intelligence ninjas sent by the Hidden Mist Village this time might help you adapt to this place more quickly. Orochimaru tossed over a scroll containing intelligence, including information on the various factions involved in the Uzu no Kuni rebellion, as well as intelligence gathered by ninja dispatched from the Hidden Mist Village. It was undeniably a grand gift. Looking at the intelligence report in his hand, Uchiha Yoru chuckled as he tucked it into his bag. Teacher Orochimaru, you're worried about your student, aren't you? Or do you think my strength isn't enough? Facing the teasing of his disciple Uchiha Yoru, Orochimaru let out a particularly hoarse laugh. Haha, Night Lord, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have quite a few precious experimental materials. The two were not just teacher and student, but also partners, working together seamlessly. Uchiha Yoru understood Orochimaru's meaning immediately and nodded with a smile. Looking at teacher Orochimaru, he's a ninja with a bloodline ability from the Hidden Mist Village. I'll take note, but deploying a bloodline ninja to the front lines will likely be quite difficult and require some effort. Facing Uchiha Yoru's frank and sincere demeanor, Orochimaru smiled and said, Lord Yoru, although the Hidden Mist Village is under lockdown, some scattered intelligence still manages to leak out. The Water Country's policy of bloodline ninjas is very unfriendly, so some precious experimental materials are cheaply sent to the front lines. Was the Hidden Mist Village ninjas' pursuit of the clan's bloodline really that serious? Upon hearing this intelligence, Uchiha Yoru showed a look of sudden understanding, and at the same time, he silently pondered. After all, the original work didn't elaborate. This is a real world with flesh and blood, and targeting a clan's bloodline isn't so easy to succeed at. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas needed at least a long period of weakening to deal with the powerful bloodline clans before they would reveal their fangs, otherwise, from the very beginning. The combined strength of the powerful bloodline clans would have long since overthrown the Mizukage's rule. Never underestimate the power of a bloodline clan. The Hidden Mist Village has quite a few bloodline clans. At the very least, he knows of Kaguya Shikotsumiyaku, the Ice Release bloodline clan, Hozuki Water Release, and other bloodline clans with secret techniques. It can be said that among the 5 great nations of the shinobi world, Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village have far more bloodline clans than other ninja villages. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's pensive expression, Orochimaru immediately broke into a smile. This disciple of his was indeed extraordinary. He could think so far ahead based on just one piece of information. Haha, Night Lord's talent in ninjutsu research is truly something that even the teachers are a little envious of. A hoarse laugh escaped his lips, especially in the gloomy surroundings, making Orochimaru's sinister smile even more sinister. Unaware of the situation, Uchiha Yoru, upon seeing this, broke into a smile. Orochimaru was a very pure person, especially after severing his ties with Konoha. He became even more pure, completely transforming into a qualified mad scientist. Envy. It doesn't exist unless you possess a more outstanding immortal ninjutsu or some kind of bloodline ability than him. Only then would it lead to someone's greed. In the research and development of ninjutsu, one also needs luck with teachers and resources. Otherwise, how could things have gone so smoothly? Facing Uchiha Yoru's humble demeanor, Orochimaru shook his head again, this time filled with determination. This is nothing. The most difficult thing is going from 0 to 1, from nothing to something. A novel idea in one's mind is the most precious thing in the world. In Orochimaru's eyes, only this brilliant idea and line of thinking was the most valuable and important thing. He even used this line of thinking to search for various materials and even roughly calculated various formulas, and data wasn't that something he could do with just a little skill. Facing a genius like Orochimaru, Uchiha Yoru was utterly speechless. He was completely relying on his knowledge of the original story and experience. He didn't have any groundbreaking ideas. What does it mean to be able to do it instantly? Orochimaru only needs to formulate a thought about various ninjutsu techniques, and if he deems them feasible, he can quickly compile a bunch of targeted data for you. Then you just need to keep experimenting until you've used up the time. But regarding this revision of the targeted information, Uchiha Yoru was even more speechless. This kind of thing really isn't something you can just do with your hands. Uchiha Yoru, with a vivid image in his mind, gestured with his hand, "Come, you come." Orochimaru, upon hearing you talk about the thought process of ninjutsu, showed an excited smile. With all the information he had gathered, wouldn't it be easier to experiment a few more times? Teacher Orochimaru, this is the Manda Net Formation Jutsu Scroll. Although it's only an rank jutsu, under certain special circumstances, its power seems to be comparable to an S rank. Uchiha Yoru didn't value these jutsu scrolls at all. Instead, he casually tossed them aside. This made Orochimaru's smile even more sinister. His disciple hadn't changed at all. Seeing the jutsu in his hand, Orochimaru also showed a relieved smile. Their relationship was both that of teacher and friend, and it remained as relaxed as before, even though their positions had now reversed. Manda's net formation and your so-called giant snake flowing substitution technique are truly brilliant ideas. Orochimaru rarely showed such admiration for the research and invention of ninjutsu. These two ninjutsu seemed to be tailor-made for him, perfectly suited to him. Especially the great snake flowing substitution technique, which was truly an extremely important ninjutsu. For a fragile life, using this suitable ninjutsu seems like an extra layer of insurance. Teacher Orochimaru, are you planning to establish an experimental base in a certain region of the water country? Uchiha Yoru showed a curious expression. In the original story, it seemed Orochimaru was eyeing the hidden mist village ninjas. Otherwise, how would Hozuki and Kaguya's bloodline abilities have fallen into Orochimaru's hands? Facing Uchiha Yoru, Orochimaru hardly hesitated at all, instead revealing a smile and saying, "No, after leaving Konoha, I plan to establish a new headquarters in the land of rice." At this point, Orochimaru paused for a moment before continuing, and simultaneously establish a new ninja village. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yoru broke into a smile. After a few brief exchanges, the two seemed to return to the state of mutual trust they once shared, being both teacher and friend, never having any conflict of interest. Lord Yi, since you've revealed your ambition, there's a promising child here who might be able to help you achieve your ambitions. His students had repeatedly taught him ninjutsu, especially the substitution jutsu, which opened the door to a new world for him. Although Orochimaru didn't feel the humiliation, shame, or embarrassment that ordinary people experience, he understood the principle of reciprocity in business. This world has never had any side that was so insatiably greedy and demanding that it could continuously seize everything. The benefits have always been mutual, without blindly paying the price. Now that Orochimaru has left Konoha, it seems his students are even more willing to help him. From the very beginning of his extensive research into finance, after leaving this disciple, Orochimaru once again felt financial constraints hindering his future contributions to ninjutsu. Without this giant snake substitution jutsu beforehand, the third Hokage's explosive talisman nearly caused him to capsize, severely injuring him and making him feel the fragility of life once again. Fortunately, his disciple had researched and developed this substitution jutsu, and he relied on this ninjutsu to successfully leave the land of fire. Haha, teacher, you're too kind. After all, without your countless jutsu ninja techniques, materials, how would I have been able to research this? Uchiha Yoru displayed a sincere and cheerful smile, but Orochimaru didn't see it that way. This was the difference in their perceptions. In Orochimaru's eyes, the most important thing was the creation of something from nothing. Only through feeling could everything become possible. In Uchiha Yoru's eyes, he knew his own limitations. His research and invention of ninjutsu, even after years, was still uncertain. It truly required talent. But ever since Orochimaru became his teacher, well, he had a huge amount of targeted research material organized for him, and all he needed was time to practice. It could be said that, with Orochimaru around, the so-called research and invention of ninjutsu was, in his eyes, like opening a book for an exam. All he needed to do was find the correct answer. Teacher, you left Konoha after. Listening to Uchiha Yoru, his student, describe the changes in Konoha, Orochimaru unusually showed a calm expression and even ended up with a mocking smile. Lord, right now, the most important thing for us is immortality, because even the immortals have vanished into the dust of history. It's clear that Orochimaru has completely relinquished his allure of power. He's now the obsessive, fanatical scientist from the original story who was solely focused on achieving immortality. Yukun, your body is developing very quickly, especially in lightning-release nintaijutsu. If I hadn't seen you awaken your Sharingan, I'd probably doubt you were actually from the Uchiha clan. Your physique is comparable to the third Raikage of the Land of Lightning, and even that fourth Raikage kid is slightly inferior to you in terms of physical abilities. Speaking of which, this time Orochimaru didn't spit out the scroll from his mouth. Instead, the white snake slowly crawled onto Uchiha Yoru's wrist, then chewed on it and spat out a scroll. With a physique comparable to the third Raikage's Biju, and an enormous amount of chakra, this is your targeted training plan for the coming period. It's undeniable that following Orochimaru is a risky endeavor. As long as you have talent, they'll arrange everything for you to climb the ladder. Just look at the training direction. You don't need to worry about it at all. They've already formulated a series of scientifically sound training plans for you. Indeed, less worrying means less effort, to the point of worrying whether Orochimaru might be playing mind games. That can only be said to be unfamiliar with the snake-like creature's nature. In this respect, the snake's credibility is certainly guaranteed. Looking at the training plan Orochimaru had personally devised on the scroll, Uchiha Yoru immediately showed a satisfied smile. This would be much less worrying-inducing. All he had to do was follow the steps. Anko's curse mark disappeared, and looking at the Knight Army's curse mark imprinted on it, it also shows terrifying talent. Seal. This is precisely the direction Orochimaru is deliberately researching. After all, this is the natural energy of a sage. Seeing Orochimaru's meaningful smile, Uchiha Yoru shrugged helplessly. Teacher, perhaps my physique is a perfect match for the cursed seal. Despite saying that, Uchiha Yoru directly pulled a venomous snake out of his sleeve, then ferociously bit Orochimaru's neck, dragging a piece of flesh and blood straight towards him. Seeing the obtained cursed seal and the blood and flesh experimental materials, Orochimaru revealed a perverted, excited smile, while Uchiha Yoru used healing ninjutsu chakra to cover his neck and heal the wound. After 3 days, about 30 miles to the east, I will take you to see a very precious child. His bloodline may become a tool for your ambitions, because you will need sufficient power to achieve that position. Upon obtaining the research materials he desired, Orochimaru immediately broke into a satisfied smile, and without hesitation, he handed over the tools he considered valuable. Now, to him, ordinary ninja tools are nothing more than useless scraps. If they are helpful in his research, they are still considered valuable. Uchiha Yoru also frowned. Kaguya Kimimaro. No, that doesn't make sense. It couldn't possibly be Kaguya Kimimaro. So who could it be? Moreover, judging by Orochimaru's demeanor, it seems like this tool is something he's very satisfied with. Otherwise, why would it be worth the snake uncle's personal intervention? And why would he mention this tool twice? In the original story, the 4 members of the Sound Ninja clan who were the snake-like creature's subordinates. That's somewhat unusual, but not to that extent. Who exactly were they? While Uchiha Yoru was silently speculating about who it was, Orochimaru, satisfied, collected the flesh and blood. Yoru, the Fushi Tensei technique will be completed in a maximum of 5 years. By then, you and I will become the only 2 gods in the shinobi world. And calling us the gods of the human world wouldn't be any exaggeration. In fact, future gods of the shinobi world will all be created by our own hands. When it came to expressing his pursuit of immortality, Uncle Snake completely transformed into a fanatical artist, excitedly sketching out magnificent blue designs. He knew Uncle Snake's talent well, otherwise, no one would believe him, and they'd be crazy to think he was insane. Genius and madness are separated by a thin line, but he increasingly agrees that extreme genius is madness, and extreme madness is genius. Although his thinking was wild and unrestrained, the biggest difference between him and an extreme genius like Orochimaru was that Orochimaru would personally try to prove the existence of such wild and unrestrained thinking, while he remained perpetually immersed in his own wild and unrestrained thoughts. Seeing Orochimaru's fervent gaze, Uchiha Yoru showed a strange expression. When did Orochimaru successfully research and invent this snake jutsu? The original story didn't specify, but one could roughly guess. When Orochimaru took the Chunin exam, he clearly underwent a transformation, meaning a transformation is needed every 3 years. The main characters in the Chunin exam group are between 12 and 13 years old, so considering 3 years ahead, that's around the age of 8 or 9. Around the age of 8 or 9, it seems to have been the time of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Uchiha Itachi betrayed and fled to join the Akatsuki, eventually clashing with Snake Sage, who then betrayed and fled as well. The snake's objective was very clear, to greedily seize Uchiha Itachi's body. Only after failing to steal it did it turn its attention to something else. Therefore, it can be roughly inferred that Uchiha Itachi became an S-rank rogue ninja at the age of 13, and Snake Uncle researched this jutsu around this time. Because he changed his snake-like form and betrayed his master, fleeing at an early age, Itachi also awakened the Sharingan early. However, Uchiha Itachi is now 7 years old, and the time until he turns 13 seems to be less than 6 years. It perfectly matched the timing of the 5 years the snake-like creature had spent researching and developing this jutsu. Uchiha Yoru immediately broke into a smile. "Teacher, what age do you think a peak ninja is? And how long can this peak state be maintained?" Uchiha Yoru's words made Orochimaru reveal a sinister smile, his eyes showing an even more amused and observant expression, as if he were wondering if this disciple of his had come up with even more novel and creative ideas. How large could a Pikira ninja live? And for how long could they maintain their power? Faced with a sudden inquiry, Orochimaru flinched slightly, then revealed a sinister smile as if deep in thought. Ninjas are different from ordinary people. Chakra enhances both physical and mental strength, and each individual's chakra level is different. However, if a normal ninja can receive advanced medical care from a ninja in the early stages, and their body is free from internal injuries, they will reach full maturity between the ages of 7 and 18. With time, their physical peak will be between 20 and 35 years old. The duration of this period varies from person to person, as each ninja has a different physique, different cell division cycles, and naturally different aging times. Chakra is truly miraculous. The difference in chakra levels between Genin and Jonin results in vastly different effects on cell nourishment and physical strengthening. Therefore, a ninja's physical constitution is determined by their chakra level and control. The greater the chakra level, the stronger the physical strengthening and the longer the peak period is maintained. Conversely, the same amount of chakra has different effects on physical strengthening, which is related to control. The so-called peak period has never had a fixed value. High intensity, even exceeding the limits of combat, will leave wounds on the body. Some ninjas, due to internal injuries, begin to experience a decline in physical function around the age of 30. Therefore, there has never been a quantifiable peak. However, some ninjas who are at the very top of the ninja pyramid, those whose strength is comparable to Kage, such as the third Hokage, possess immense chakra reserves and super strong control. Even around 60 years old, their body cells barely reach their limit, and after a few years, they begin to decline, especially chakra reserves, which weaken first. This is the fragility of life. Needless to say, this is what you call professionalism. Based on sound scientific research, Orochimaru gave a perfectly well-founded answer, especially considering his thorough understanding of his teacher, the third Hokage. The Sannin were disciples of the Hokage, and similarly, they were not lacking in medical ninja training. Furthermore, as a scientific researcher, they were undoubtedly two-pronged experts in medical ninjutsu, though they and the medical prodigy Tsunade had pursued different fields of development. According to records, Jiraiya was 50 to 51 years old when he first took the Chunin exam, while Shippuden was always 54. At this point, who would dare say Jiraiya had begun to decline? Therefore, it's said that some powerful ninjas with deep roots, whose bodies are greatly strengthened by chakra, can maintain their peak performance before the age of 60. The physical enhancement from chakra in ninja school students and commoners is evident. Even young children who have refined chakra possess physical qualities far surpassing those of adult commoners. A massive amount of chakra and control over its power are crucial, as our readily available resources, lacking either one is unacceptable. Fortunately, among the Sanin's teammates, there is one of the strongest medical ninjas in the shinobi world. Watching Orochimaru's analysis, Uchiha Yoro couldn't help but express his admiration. Look at this is what you call professionalism, he thought. Teacher, the relationship between soul and body is very subtle. The body, though so fragile, can repeatedly imprison and protect the soul. The soul has a much longer lifespan than the body, but where does the soul go after the body dies? Is the body protecting the soul, or is the body merely a conduit? Therefore, I cannot help but come to a conclusion. How great are the drawbacks of Fushi Tensei techniques? Upon hearing that his disciple had suddenly begun to doubt his own most prized immortal ninjutsu, Orochimaru's expression turned serious. He licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a hoarse, forced smile. Naikun, what do you mean? There are too many secrets surrounding the soul and body. I think we still have plenty of time. Before our bodies weaken, we shouldn't experiment with our souls and bodies. After all, playing with forbidden techniques of the soul is considered taboo. Even the former god of the shinobi world and the second Hokage failed, didn't they? Uchiha Yoro displayed a shrewd yet cautious demeanor. Science requires bold exploration, but similarly, it demands careful verification. Teacher, according to clan records, the Uzumaki clan seems to have extensive research in the area of forbidden soul techniques. The Uzumaki clan even possessed an S-rank forbidden jutsu that used the sacrifice of one's own soul to summon a Shinigami death god, allowing the Shinigami to harvest and seal the enemy's soul. It seems the Ninetales was sealed under such a forbidden jutsu. After much discussion, he finally brought up the crucial issue. Preventing Orochimaru from reincarnating prematurely was risky, and if reincarnation were unrestricted, would Orochimaru consider it a success? Later, Orochimaru became even more obsessed with acquiring powerful bodies, such as the Sharingan. If the Fushi Tensei technique is consistently in an incomplete and flawed stage, and yet repeatedly seeks out and researches these flaws, what then? Compared to immense physical strength and immortality, Orochimaru would likely still prioritize immortality. Only having the endless years to research various powerful bloodline techniques after mastering his own immortality technique. Summoning the god of death. After Uchiha Yoro revealed the inner workings of the prestigious Uchiha clan, Orochimaru immediately showed an excited, curious expression, as if he had discovered a new continent. The ninja world is indeed becoming more and more interesting, with such miraculous ninjutsu that can summon a Shinigami. What kind of life form is this Shinigami? Is the Shinigami immortal? And does the so-called Shinigami truly exist in the legendary Pure Land? Where do their souls go after death? With a scientific mind racing through a flurry of questions, Orochimaru immediately licked the corner of his mouth with an excited look. Haha, perhaps after uncovering the secrets of the Shinigami, the mysterious gateway to the soul will open. The soul is extremely mysterious. Even Orochimaru, at this point, can only consider the soul as a potential test subject for a novice. Why does the human body age and die? Does the soul age or not? Seeing Orochimaru's interest piqued, Uchiha Yoro nodded firmly and said, "Not bad." This forbidden technique is called Reaper Death Seal. According to clan records, this jutsu is a forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan. After Uzu no Kuni's demise, this jutsu fell into Konoha, the Death Reaper Seal. Orochimaru muttered to himself, seemingly able to accelerate his research into this completely mysterious jutsu. Looking at it, it must be something Kushina brought back then. I didn't expect the third Hokage to have such a trick up his sleeve. And the fourth Hokage even used this forbidden jutsu to seal the Nine Tails. After a moment of thought, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous expression. He was surprised to find such a dangerous forbidden jutsu in the village, yet he knew absolutely nothing about it. Furthermore, the fact that the fourth Hokage, Minato, knew this jutsu proved Jiraiya also knew it, but he, a fellow Sennin, was unaware. For a moment, his heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Third, when did you start guarding against your disciples? It was clearly a tragic event. Yet Orochimaru showed not a hint of sorrow. Instead, he exuded a chilling aura. In the original Chunin exam, when the third Hokage used the Reaper Death Seal Jutsu, Orochimaru was clearly unaware of it. Orochimaru's Fushi Tensei clearly involved the soul, but he had almost no clues about soul-related jutsu, so he could only start from scratch. If Orochimaru were to learn about the existence of soul-based ninjutsu early on and pursue immortality, he would naturally seek out related ninjutsu techniques as he is currently researching and developing the Fushi Tensei technique. Before, there were no clues, and he could only proceed based on his own intuition. Now that someone had pointed him in the right direction, how could he, as a scientist with a curious mind, suppress his own curiosity? Teacher, given your current situation, I'm afraid this S-rank Forbidden's technique will be very difficult to even touch. It was clear he had thrown out the wrong direction, and now he was saying such things. But Orochimaru wouldn't be bothered by this difficulty, and he simply revealed a hoarse smile. Haha, Knight Army, your intelligence is very valuable. It's no wonder you're from the oldest bloodline clan. Right now, in the entire shinobi world, the only clans with such a long history are probably the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Orochimaru attributed all of this to the clan's long history, knowing these forbidden secrets. The appearance of Uzumaki clan members in Konoha naturally drew attention, which makes sense. However, Night Lord, you must know one thing. This place was once the former location of Uzu no Kyuri. Perhaps you can find some secrets related to what you mentioned. It seems the Uzumaki clan has many secrets about their sealing techniques. At this moment, Orochimaru licked his crimson tongue, revealing a dangerous, excited look in his eyes. This scene made Uchiha Yura secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he had successfully found something for the snake-like man to do. He simply didn't believe that with the addition of another element to the Fushi Tensei Jutsu, Orochimaru could still perfect his own jutsu so quickly. After all, Orochimaru's physical abilities are now at least on the same level as Jiraiya's. Both are ninjas with immense chakra and ninjutsu abilities, so maintaining peak condition even at over 50 years old is not a problem. With this new direction in mind, the release of Orochimaru Fushi's Tensei technique will likely be delayed. After all, joining a new research direction is something that scientists pursuing the pursuit of perfect ninjutsu cannot easily tolerate. Lord, during this time I will be in Uzu no Kyuri investigating the secrets of the Uzumaki clan. A hoarse, sinister laugh echoed through the damp jungle, and Orochimaru's body slowly transformed into a puddle of mud, gradually disappearing before their eyes. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Yoro couldn't help but secretly sigh, thinking that this mud clone was really fast. He still had a long way to go before reaching the Sannin stage. However, since its calculations were complete, extending the research and development project of the Fushi Tensei technique, Orochimaru's focus wouldn't easily shift to the Sharingan. After all, Orochimaru is now in his prime and not in a hurry, unless he reaches the age of the third Hokage and sees his body beginning to weaken. Only then will he start to worrying. At that point, even if the Fushi Tensei technique is not yet perfected, Orochimaru will likely use it to restore his youthful body. Uzu no Kyuri, Konoha's base. The dense, ancient forest seemed to carry the weight of a world of giants, but the people of the shinobi world had long become accustomed to it. Each ninja, like a small bird, hid in the trees, cautiously observing and scouting. The ore mine is behind the mountain. The sound of cascading water echoed down the waterfall, and three tall, slender ninja figures were panting, practicing some kind of ninjutsu. Itsuki Yugao, Yuhi Kurenai, and Midarashi Anko, the three girls, were panting heavily, a layer of sweat beading on their noses, their flushed faces revealing the intensity of their training. At that moment, the three women looked at each other, and a strange atmosphere clearly emerged. Yuhi Kurenai secretly felt a surge of anger. This young woman, Xian, was truly shameless, even resorting to having a mistress just to marry into a wealthy family. After all, there's no such thing as a wall that can't let in any air, and with the observational skills of a ninja, plus the fact that Xian wasn't deliberately hiding anything, she felt a sense of unease. Jealousy welled up inside her, and the hidden, sickly look in Anko's eyes made Yuhi Kurenai feel secretly weary. But then she thought of herself, and couldn't help but let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. She had no right to despise others. After all, her intentions in approaching Night were no longer pure. Kurenai, you're distracted. A soft reprimand was heard, and Yui Kurenai immediately regained her composure, focusing her attention on that figure and saying, "Yoru, I'm sorry." Seeing Yui Kurenai apologize, Uchiha Yoru's face tensed as he said in a low voice, "Kurenai, a split-mindedness attack is fatal for a ninja. Have you even forgotten the most basic ninja school rules?" Facing Uchiha Yoru's stern and loud reprimand, Yui Kurenai quickly focused her mind. Despite being yelled at, her heart felt warm. Seeing Yui Kurenai clearly understand the fatal consequences of her distraction, Uchiha Yoru's tense expression gradually softened, but he still didn't look good. He directly said in a low voice, "Kurenai, Jinjutsu uses chakra combined with mental power to disrupt the opponent's five senses, disrupting their chakra and causing them to fall into an illusion. Your family's inherited Jinjutsu is quite good, but your weakness is also very obvious. Your techniques are too simplistic. Therefore, you should focus your dodging physical technique skills on a bit. I will teach you in a rank ninjutsu without a seal, but I hope you don't need it." Upon hearing that Uchiha Yoru wanted to teach her in a rank jutsu without hand seals, Yui Kurenai's heart trembled and a serious expression appeared on her face. "Yoru, a rank ninjutsu is impossible unless you create it yourself. The importance of a rank ninjutsu goes without saying. Even for Jonin, it's an extremely precious possession." Yui Kurenai's serious expression, unseen by Uchiha Yoru, immediately revealed a different side of herself. With similarly provocative, reddened eyes, Itsuki Yugao looked at the two of them. Seeing this, she adopted a humble expression and bowed her head. After all, outwardly, her status as their mistress wasn't very good, but inwardly she was secretly comparing herself to the vixen, wondering what she was so smug about. When Mitarashi Anko saw the look in her best friend Yui Kurenai's eyes, as if declaring her ownership, she immediately revealed a pair of adorable cat-like teeth, baring her teeth and glaring. She then adopted a haughty, clingy demeanor, wrapping her arms around Uchiha Yoru's arm, her beautiful eyes revealing a Yandere-like desire to possess her while feigning a pitiful appearance. "Yoru, you said you wouldn't let me go." Seeing Anko's pitiful expression, Uchiha Yoru immediately showed a troubled look. Feeling a surge of energy in his arm that didn't belong to his age, he still spoke softly. "Anko, restrain your playful nature. I will teach you this jutsu, and you will too, Shizuka. This isn't an rank jutsu I'm about to teach you three, but consider it a top-tier ultimate technique." Looking at the three women, Uchiha Yoru's expression turned serious, but just as Uchiha Yoru turned to pick up something, the eyes of the three women met in an instant. Itsuki Yuga's status made her feign a weak and timid demeanor, while Yui Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko, her two close friends, seemed to transform into inseparable sisters at this moment. "Anko, I remember you from school. You were very playful." Yui Kurenai seemed to have a hidden meaning in her words, as if saying, "What's the point of you being a tomboy?" Mitarashi Anko, with a mischievous grin revealing her adorable cat-like teeth like a small, wild, snarling wildcat, retorted with a defiant laugh, "Sister Kurenai, I like to play too. Especially playing at home with Night. Yes, I'm at home with Night, and every night after dark we play. That's quite something." Mitarashi Anko, with her wild and untamed personality, directly challenged the two of them to a fight, not even sparing her former best friend, Yui Kurenai. "Humph. Anyway, it was you who initially approached me that night, and besides, you broke up with me that night. That night is mine. No one should even think about taking it away." Looking at Yui Kurenai and Utsuki Yugao, Mitarashi Anko was like a little wild cat, extremely attached to this house, not wanting anyone to steal her master. However, upon seeing Utsugi Yugao, Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows. Although her personality was wild, she wasn't stupid. As a cautious ninja, she had long since noticed the relationship between the two, and a pang of jealousy arose in her heart, as if her joy had been stolen. However, upon considering Uchiha Yoru's identity, Mitarashi Anko's eyes revealed a morbidly possessive desire. The Uchiha clan is a prestigious family. Previously, their statuses were a good match, but now... Thinking of this, Mitarashi Anko immediately revealed a similar sickly smile, looking at Utsugi Yugao and saying with a laugh, "Little sister, you use wind release and I use fire release. From now on we'll stand together behind the night." Since Utsugi Yugao was already family, and the other party was a commoner in status, essentially a younger sister who was also her lover. Mitarashi Anko immediately decided to draw her to her side. The three women momentarily exuded a strange and dangerous aura. Yuhi Kurenai, who had gradually matured and revealed a seductive, mature demeanor, had a dangerous glint in her crimson eyes. Below the waterfall, Uchiha Yoro moved to a basket of bubbles that instantly appeared in front of the three women, unaware that a battle had just taken place there. Looking at the three women, Uchiha Yoro spoke in a serious tone. You must all have heard of this jutsu. It's the Arank, unsealed jutsu Rasengan, created by the fourth Hokage. Rasengan! The three girls exclaimed in surprise. They had naturally heard of this jutsu, but what was the relationship between the fourth Hokage and Uchiha Yoro? And why was this jutsu being used? Seeing the three women's puzzled expressions, Uchiha Yoro stopped explaining and went straight to the point. The Rasengan jutsu without hand seals is an extremely unique jutsu, almost considered an rank jutsu among the extremely rare non-attributed jutsu. It was developed by teacher Orochimaru based on the fourth Hokage's use, so it's not exactly considered stealing. The rank Rasengan, before incorporating any chakra attribute transformations, is a pure chakra entity. Therefore, the idea that learning Rasengan requires wind attribute characteristics is a misconception. To incorporate chakra attribute Rasengan, such as the wind release Rasen Shuriken in the original manga, this is where the wind attribute is required. Lord Orochimaru. Upon hearing that this jutsu was an exact replica of the fourth Hokage's researched jutsu developed by Orochimaru, Yuhi Kurenai and Utsugi Yugao couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In the same village, someone developed their own ninjutsu based on your research. You could say they stole it, but you could only say they imitated it. Furthermore, one is a deceased Hokage, and the other has a rather special status. They have no right to judge this matter. Furthermore, Yuhi Kurenai and Utsugi Yugao seem to know a little about the situation, so after the initial shock, they didn't mention the name of the person currently under the gag order in the village. Upon hearing this name, Mitarashi Anko's initially cheerful expression gradually stiffened, eventually revealing a gloomy demeanor. She couldn't help but let out a cold snort, her heart filled with complex emotions. Her teacher's cold-bloodedness in casting the curse on her, coupled with the destruction of the village, left her feeling deeply uneasy. She once dreamed of becoming an idol, chose to sever ties with her village, and for the sake of her village, she chose to abandon her own teacher, only for that teacher to be later expelled. With her inherently bright and straightforward nature, Mitarashi Anko, having encountered countless ninjas whose complexities she couldn't comprehend, revealed a hint of disappointment. However, when she looked up and saw Uchiha Yoru's serious and concerned gaze, Mitarashi Anko immediately revealed a yander-like possessive emotion. Yoru, having a night to stay in, which used to be a nightmare, is now enough just having a night. Mitarashi Anko, seemingly having experienced a series of traumas, developed a kind of pathological dependence on Uchiha Yoru, who had rescued her from the darkness. Alright, this jutsu I'm teaching you, don't think it's that simple. Although Rasengan doesn't require any specific chakra attribute, it does require extremely strong chakra control. And the amount of chakra this jutsu consumes is considerable. Finally, and most importantly, Uchiha Yoro looked at the three women with a serious expression and said in a low voice, Rasengan and Kakashi's Chidori belong to the same level of ninjutsu, requiring roughly the same amount of chakra. For a ninja, the chakra consumption of this ninjutsu is extremely high. Rasengan. Don't think it's simple just because the protagonist in the original story twists a pill at the slightest provocation. He's from the Uzumaki clan and a Jinchuriki. He possesses something called chakra, not chakra, but rather torture and manipulation abilities, something incomparable. In the original Chunin exam, when Kakashi was teaching Sasuke about Chidori, he solemnly warned that Sasuke could only release Chidori twice a day. Given Sasuke's age and overall strength, which were already at the Chunin level, it can be inferred that his Chunin chakra was equivalent to a rank jutsu. To the point that Sasuke eventually unleashed his third Chidori, which can be explained by the protagonist's overpowered state. His chakra was depleted, and his life was in danger. Kakashi Pain's battle, chakra depletion leads to death. Rasengan and Chidori are on the same level of ninjutsu, requiring roughly the same amount of chakra. So his seriousness was not faked in the slightest. After all, the protagonist, who is a cheat code user, is inexplicable. They are all ordinary people. After hearing Uchiha Yoru's solemn warning, Itsuki Yuga hesitated for a moment. Having learned so many advanced ninjutsu, she felt even more ashamed and weakly raised her head, saying, "Lord Yoru, if this ninjutsu will cause you trouble, then I will not learn it." What a glib tongue! Seeing Utsugi Yuga's adorable expression, a cold glint flashed in Yuhi Kurenai's eyes. Her lungs were practically bursting with anger. Fine, it hadn't been that long, and each of these girls was already a master of manipulation. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's shameful refusal, he feigned a serious expression. "Okay, you don't need to worry about these things. This is a battlefield, and no one can protect you on a battlefield. Only you can survive using your own strength. Itsuki Yugao, you come from a commoner background, are skilled in swordsmanship, and frequently engage in close combat with enemies. Similarly, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are also extremely skilled in swordsmanship. At the same level of strength, the male ninjas surpass you in physical strength and stamina. In a crucial moment, a single rank jutsu without a seal could save your life." Uchiha Yoru clearly used an extremely cold tone, as if giving an order, but the shame and self-reproach in Utsugi Yuga's heart made her feel suffocated. He was worried about his own safety, while she was approaching him with some ulterior motive. To put it bluntly, she was his enemy, a spy lurking beside him, a female spy guilty of heinous crimes. After saying that, Itsuki Yugao ignored the inner turmoil of the other party. Uchiha Yoru turned to look at Yuhi Kurenai and spoke again, her voice halting. "Kurenai, your genjutsu is too simplistic. If you encounter a ninja who can counter it, your fighting power will be greatly reduced. Therefore, you need other methods. Practice your taijutsu, dodging, and shuriken throwing more. Also, I hope you never use this ninjutsu in your lifetime." A genjutsu ninja, when using the rank Rasengan, immediately signifies that she has been subjected to close-range combat, which is extremely dangerous. The alluring and charming Yuhi Kurenai, seeing Uchiha Yoru's concern, slowly curved her lips into a smile. The two had known each other for so many years that a single glance was enough to understand each other. "Yoru, rest assured I won't hold you back." The intelligent and beautiful Yuhi Kurenai smiled confidently, although countless thoughts raced through her mind. She knew perfectly well what kind of person Uchiha Yoru needed by his side right now. A powerful being, she could only become a talented strong woman to be the woman behind him. After all, there was the third Hokage's surveillance order. Thinking of this, Yuhi Kurenai felt a heavy pressure in her heart. She wanted to become a Jonin, or even stronger, so that she could stand behind Knight. And only then would she have the right to say to the Hokage that Knight was fine and that he had no problem with the village's demons. And then there's you, Anko. Speaking of Mitarashi Anko, the hidden illness in Anko's eyes made Uchiha Yoru sigh deeply, while Anko just smirked, revealing an innocent smile. "Yoru, don't worry. I'll definitely be the first one to learn Rasengan." Indeed, this personality was very Anko-like. Uchiha Yoru also revealed a radiant smile. "Anko, your talent in chakra is immense. I've told you before, you belong to the ninjutsu type of ninja. Snake-type ninjutsu control, fire-type long-range super high damage, and Rasengan perfectly complement all your close combat techniques." After analyzing the situation of the three women, Uchiha Yoru directly extended his hand in front of them. A whirlwind of wind surged from his palm, and with deliberate manipulation, a leaf spun continuously in the empty space of his hand, spinning faster and faster, until finally a visible blue chakra sphere appeared. The calm blue Rasengan rotated in her palm, its dense, high-intensity chakra causing all three women to show expressions of admiration. An rank jutsu without seals is absolutely a top-tier jutsu, extremely precious. They weren't foolish. How could they not know how valuable this jutsu was? Naturally, they cherished this opportunity. Rasengan, inspired by the fourth Hokage's Bijudama, concentrates chakra in the hand, continuously flowing in irregular directions and compressing it to form a hand-sized, attribute-less chakra ball. Its learning difficulty ranks among the extremely high-level ranks, and its power is immense. At this point, Uchiha Yoru looked at the three women with a confident smile on his face. Right in front of them, he lightly touched the large tree with his Rasengan for a split second. The powerful chakra friction directly created a hole in the tree, tearing and crushing the branches. With another forceful pull, the tree was not only severed in half, but the immense power also caused the broken trunk to spin and fly backward. A deafening roar echoed, its immense power causing all three women to show expressions of shock. Only by witnessing it firsthand could they truly understand the power of the Rasengan, and this wasn't even its full power. Uchiha Yoru's face broke into a smile, and the Rasengan in his palm slowly transformed into a whirlwind and dissipated as he gathered his chakra. In terms of power, anyone whose flesh and blood are unprotected and struck by such a blow will find it very difficult to survive. Of course, the shinobi world has a myriad of bizarre and ever-changing abilities, so one must never be careless. At this point, Uchiha Yoru seemed to recall the ninjas in the original story who received this pill. And he said with a serious expression, "This jutsu has encountered countless ninjas with strange abilities, and they have all withstood it without harm. Of course, ordinary ninjas with strong bodies who withstand it will either die or be injured. For now, the first step." Uchiha Yoru revealed a teasing smile, pointing to a basket of balloons. "There's a waterfall here, perfectly suited for a watering hole. Fill your palm with water and place it in a bubble. Using your control over your power, release chakra through your palm, utilizing the water sphere to create a chakra flow. The chakra in your palm will gather, condense, and rotate simultaneously. In other words, the chakra will rotate steadily, creating a water sphere." At the same time, a water-filled sphere appeared in his palm. Right in front of the three women, Uchiha Yoru directly demonstrated his technique. The water sphere in his palm began to vibrate, and the water inside, drawn in by chakra, began to spin rapidly. When the rotation speed exceeded a certain limit, with a loud bang, the water sphere shattered, sending water splashing everywhere. It's as simple as that. From now on, you can just work hard. Uchiha Yoru looked up, a smile briefly appearing on his face, but then his expression froze. He saw the water sphere shatter, scattering water droplets that wet the breasts of the three women he was observing, revealing their curves. The shattered water spheres soaked the clothes, revealing 3 pairs of water spheres whose outlines were both hidden and visible. Mitarashi Anko truly lives up to her reputation as the second Tsunade. Even at a young age, she already possesses that powerful, surging energy. Yui Kurenai, on the other hand, is the more balanced type, seemingly neither too tall nor too thin, perfectly proportioned. Itsuki Yugao, perhaps due to her humble origins, seems to be slightly less well-nourished than the other two, but she gives off a somewhat naive, Pichu-like visual impression, light yet easy to hold. You guys focus on your training. I'm going to practice my swordsmanship. Seeing the embarrassing scene, Uchiha Yoru almost forgot the identities of the three women and inadvertently wet the hems of their clothes. However, after Uchiha Yoru left in embarrassment, the three women looked at each other, their eyes revealing different expressions. Mitarashi Anko looked like a triumphant little princess, with a touch of arrogance, slightly tilting her head back to reveal a pair of adorable fangs. Sister Hong, look, this sphere seems a bit small. Holding a leather ball, Mitarashi Anko exuded a mature air, but her clumsy performance, when compared to the contours of her chest and the ball in her palm, made it seem as if she was holding the ball with one hand rather awkwardly. Seeing Anko's naive provocation, Yui Kurenai, displaying her intelligent and elegant demeanor, confidently chuckled and directly picked up a water ball, shaking her head and saying, "Size depends on the hand, doesn't it? Back in our ninja school days, we were haunted by nightmares at night." "That's great." Seeing Yui Kurenai expose her, Mitarashi Anko immediately puffed out her adorable cheeks, her cat-like teeth even more menacingly showing, revealing a small wildcat-like feeling as she glared at Yui Kurenai with bared teeth and wide eyes. "Sister Hong, if I remember correctly, it was you who used your gold necklace at first." Without waiting for Mitarashi Anko to finish her sentence, Yui Kurenai directly and openly laughed, saying, "That's right, we talked about it before. Either I support him or he supports me. Looking back, I won't have to worry anymore." With narrowed eyes, Yui Kurenai displayed the demeanor of a caring older sister, causing Mitarashi Anko to let out a cold snort. Beside her, Itsuki Yugao, lowering her head and becoming the least noticeable person, slowly took out a water sphere and directly found a shady spot under a tree to sit cross-legged and begin her cultivation. Looking at Yui Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko, Utsuki Yugo felt ashamed and self-reproachful, while secretly encouraging herself, "You're the best. When the time comes, let the third Hokage know about Knight's love for the village." Once the third Hawkage trusts Night, she will give up everything and stay by Night's side to atone for her sins. Even if she never gets a proper title for the rest of her life, it will be her just punishment. She needs atonement. Mitarashi Anko is a Sannin disciple of Orochimaru. Yuhi Kurenai's father is a renowned Genjutsu elite jonin in the village, with a lineage passed down from his ancestors. It could be said that when comparing the two, Itsuki Yuga has no advantage whatsoever. Both are equally beautiful, and more importantly, she has a superior status. Itsuki Yuga was filled with guilt and self-reproach. She was a spy who had infiltrated the organization, betraying his trust. But he had bravely chosen to teach them powerful ninjutsu under immense pressure, simply to ensure their survival. This trust only intensified her remorse. Similarly, Yuhi Kurenai was also filled with sorrow. Her personality was strong and unyielding, but she was the one trusted by the third Hawkage. Although she knew there was nothing wrong with the Knight, her intentions were not pure. Given Yuhi Kurenai's personality, she would definitely clarify the situation, but it is precisely this guilt that makes her feel remorseful and wither away. Yuhi Kurenai and Itsuki Yuga were unaware of each other's true identities. Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko, seemingly the only one with no ulterior motives, displayed a desperate fighting spirit, driven by a need for victory. All I saw was Mitarashi Anko gripping the water ball, revealing her adorable cat-like teeth, excitedly practicing this jutsu. The night belongs to me, I am a genius. I am the first one to learn this jutsu. Yorichi will surely praise me. Just thinking about how the first person to learn ninjutsu after the night do would smile and praise her, then stroke her little head. Mitarashi Anko's face immediately flushed, and she couldn't help but feel excited. At this moment, Anko didn't even notice the change in her own psychology. Like a little wildcat desperately wanting to please and gain her master's encouragement and reassurance, she was even more infatuated and greedy, sleeping beside her master, sniffing the familiar scent and embracing the warmth of his body. Beneath the Yoru Vale, a small village appeared, bathed in a fiery red light. Thick smoke billowed down, and the scent of war could be smelled in the air from miles away. Yoru, there's a pretty good child in the small village ahead. Separated by small hills a few miles apart, Uchiha, Yoru, and Orochimaru watched from afar everything unfolding in the distant village. This scene was something they had almost become accustomed to seeing. The ninja world is a chaotic mess. Even small villages within the borders of the 5 great nations are constantly threatened by bandits, looters, and arsonists. The situation is relatively better within the borders of the great nations, but outside of them, it's pure chaos. Haha, to be praised by the teacher as a promising talent, he must certainly possess great potential in terms of bloodline. Uchiha Yoru chuckled, his mind racing with memories, yet he still couldn't recall which seed Orochimaru had sought out during this time. Orochimaru was now completely focused on researching the perfect path to immortality, especially after hearing about clues to soul-based ninjutsu. He no longer had the mind to bother with anything else and immediately revealed a hoarse, grinning smile. He is indeed a very promising child. Consider this a gift from the teacher to you. Orochimaru's hoarse laughter echoed around him, and his body slowly turned into a puddle of mud, causing Uchiha Yoru beside him to chuckle helplessly. It seems you, teacher, have discovered the whereabouts of the Uzumaki clan's ruins, and even the clones that came here are all yours. In the original story, Orochimaru didn't immediately find the Uzumaki clan's ruins later on, nor did he find the Shinigami death god who devoured his own arms inside the Shinigami mask. So when exactly did Orochimaru find this place? Knowing that Orochimaru was sealed away at this time, it's possible that Orochimaru had already arrived, but lacked the means to manipulate the Shinigami, and was then sealed by Itachi. After escaping, he obtained chakra and some information through the giant snake's pouch, which led to the subsequent manipulation of the Shinigami. The Uzumaki clan's secrets were so intriguing that it would be a lie to say Orochimaru wasn't interested, which is why he began searching for the Uzumaki clan's ruins early this time around. Who could this promising child be, given such encouragement by your teacher? Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, a look of curiosity on his face. He was like a curious cat eager to know whether this child had appeared in the original story or not. The flames engulfed the land, the wooden structures in the village burned fiercely in the raging fire, and the mournful cries instantly ceased, leaving only the crackling sound of burning buildings under the intense flames. It was an extremely bizarre scene. There was clearly the smell of fresh blood in the air, yet there was not a single sound, as if this were an empty village. The flames engulfed the room, illuminating Uchiha Yoru's face. At that moment, he looked at the corpse in the room with a mixture of fear and awe, or rather, a look of disbelief, as if time had been frozen before his death. All the corpses were surrounded by red glass-like powder, each one sealed inside glass, completely shutting out the space. After the lack of air, ordinary bandits were clearly dead, having been sealed inside the glass for a period exceeding their endurance limits. Shining brightly, so it was you. Looking at the red crystalline powder, Uchiha Yoru's mind finally recalled a ninja who hadn't appeared in many battles but had quickly been forgotten. A ninja who had been stunning when he first appeared, and who was also the first reserve candidate for Orochimaru's reincarnation. The shimmering bloodline limit of the female ninja Guren. Guren's appearance was absolutely stunning, and his strength was also very powerful. In the original story, his overall strength could be said to be close to that of a cage. After all, in the battle against the Konoha ninjas, he even directly fought Shipwren Haddock to a 50-50th split. His strength far surpassed that of ordinary Jonin, and it is estimated that his strength was at least on par with elite Jonin or even near cage level. Despite having a fatal flaw that the shimmering light was completely ineffective against sonic wave-type ninjutsu, it couldn't hide Guren's brief moment of astonishment. He was indeed a very promising ninja, even though he was buried. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru showed a look of sudden understanding. Among the ninja Orochimaru recruited during this period, only Guren was suitable, because Kimimaro and the others were not of the appropriate age for this time. Although the plot didn't give them many ninjas a chance to appear on the field, it was undeniably excellent. Looking at the glass in his hand, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes for a moment, revealing a knowing smile. A very promising bloodline, Teacher Orochimaru. Your gift is excellent. I gladly accept it. A raging fire consumed the village, and all that could be seen was a frightened little girl gazing at the lifeless landscape, her eyes filled with empty tears. The firelight illuminated his face. Guren slumped to the ground, silent, only tears streaming down his face. His eyes were empty as he gazed at the village. At this moment, the world seemed to consist only of him. But at that very moment, a figure slowly emerged from the crackling flames in the room. Protected by powerful chakra, the ordinary flames were utterly incapable of inflicting any damage on the figure. A figure slowly emerged from the burning room, clad in a loose, pure white robe and black trousers. His broad chest revealed a hint of his captivating muscles, dark wristbands covered his forearms and extended to his hands, and a fine black leather belt cinched his waist, enclosing a straight ninja sword. When Guren saw the figure walking out from behind, her eyes were empty and lifeless. At this moment, she had despaired of this world and lost all ability to resist. Perhaps any random person could easily kill her. As Uchiha Yoru emerged from the flames, she naturally saw the limp little girl, and a hint of pity appeared in her eyes. In this chaotic world, despair in the face of such tragedy had become the dominant theme, a distorted world. Uchiha Yoru slowly walked towards the girl, revealing the captivating smile. I'm very interested in your power. Come with me, her father's voice, with its unique charm, lingered beside her ear, and at that moment, Guren's empty eyes trembled, her dazed pupils beginning to focus once again. Recovering from the darkness, Guren slowly raised her head and saw that handsome face with a gentle smile, now looking at her with sincere affection. In the darkness, she vaguely perceived a beam of light descending, directly engulfing her body and mind. I am Uchiha Yoru, and I need you. With just the right amount of charm, the voice, full of seductive allure, sounded like a heavenly voice in this bizarre ninja world. Guren seemed to grasp something, his limp body seemingly gaining strength, his trembling hand slowly rising to grasp that gentle, large hand. At this moment, a gentle warmth descended, as if she had found her purpose in life. Lord Yoru. Guren was still just a little girl of about 10 years old at this point. Uchiha Yoru took her cold little hand, a gentle, pitying smile appearing on her face, and said, "Go." A surge of strength, seemingly from nowhere, coursed through Guren's body. For a moment, she trembled as she slowly rose to her feet. She didn't even realize that her small hand was tightly gripping the warm hand that had given her, as if she never wanted to let go of it for the rest of her life. Two figures, one tall and one short, slowly walked out of the village chief's house and stood outside the village, gazing at the raging fire. Durin's eyes revealed endless sorrow and despair. His home was gone. However, after feeling the gentle warmth emanating from the hand, Durin slowly turned his head and looked at the figure that gave him the gentle light. A glimmer of hope appeared in his black eyes. As Uchiha Yoru watched the raging fire engulfing the village, he let out a deep sigh. The ninja world has always been this chaotic. Earth release, Yellow Springs Marsh. With one hand forming a hand seal, the jutsu was activated in an instant. But for the young Durin beside him, it delivered an unforgettable visual shock. In an instant, the village on the surface of the earth transformed into a vast swamp. Houses ablaze with raging fires were continuously collapsing, but the entire village was slowly sinking, or rather, being engulfed by the swamp. For a brief moment, the fiery light illuminating her face slowly faded, and all of this, in Durin's terrified eyes, seemed like an illusion. If it weren't for the cool breeze dispelling the heat waves produced by the burning, she would have thought it was all a dream. Originally, the village was swallowed up by the swamp, turning it into a flat plain, as if nothing had ever happened there, as if the village had never existed there in the first place. The dead are like extinguished lamps. Hopefully, in their next life, they can be reborn into a relatively peaceful and prosperous nation. Uchiha Yoru let out a deep sigh, slowly taking Durin's small hand and disappearing into the darkness. Even as they were about to part, Durin couldn't help but look back, her eyes trembling as she gazed at the village where she had lived, now fading into oblivion. Power. Shocked by power, I think I want to become the power of Lord Yoru. At this moment, even though she was small, her dark eyes revealed a resolute expression, one that had taken root and blossomed. Inside the simple wooden house, the campfire illuminated the room, and Durin lay on his warm lap, utterly captivated by this atmosphere and feeling. So that's how it is. Through Durin's explanation, he learned everything. In the chaotic shinobi world, some villages still nurtured children who understood chakra. Even if they didn't know ninjutsu, those with chakra possessed power far exceeding that of ordinary people. A child who can extract chakra is considered extremely precious, and Durin's parents died in war, so she was raised in the village. After acquiring the talent for chakra extraction, she naturally received support from the village. Unfortunately, this time the village was attacked by a band of robbers. In the fear and rage of the massacre, Durin's bloodline ability fully awakened, and the uncontrolled bloodline directly killed all the robbers. But she also lost everything she had. Ultimately, if Durin hadn't awakened his bloodline before, how could he have been targeted by Orochimaru? It's likely that the village, knowing they couldn't protect the existence of a bloodline ninja, would rather sell him for a good price. Like Minetsuki Haku, she revealed her bloodline ability but didn't fully awaken it. It was only in the fear of death that she fully awakened her ice-release bloodline. Lord Yoru, from now on I will become your force, the most powerful tool in your hands. Please do not abandon me. The distorted nature of the ninja world caused its inhabitants to become distorted as well. Young Durin seemed to have found his purpose for the rest of his life, his eyes revealing a glimmer of hope as he weakly murmured to himself. Seeing Durin, so young yet already suffering such mental trauma, Uchiha Yoru nodded and said softly, "Good, from now on you will become my strength. And I hope you won't disappoint me." As if having achieved some kind of promise, Durin's eyelids slowly closed under the warm breath. Being so young, having gone through such an ordeal, and then having his bloodline awaken the fact that his spirit didn't shatter is already considered remarkable. Although he had become accustomed to this ninja world, every time he saw people with this kind of personality, he still couldn't help but let out a weak sigh. What a bizarre ninja world! With hands shimmering with pale blue chakra, Durin slowly examined and treated his weak body using healing ninjutsu. After all, he was from a remote area. Even though he had cultivated chakra to strengthen his physique, some hidden injuries would still go unnoticed. Fortunately, Durin was still young and hadn't participated in any battles, so his body hadn't suffered any exhaustion or major internal injuries. After all, chakra not only strengthens the body, but also nourishes it. Even minor bumps and scrapes can be greatly improved with chakra, enhancing physical recovery. She's 12 years old, but her body is probably thin and frail due to malnutrition, which is typical for a girl. However, her inner strength is still considerable, especially after awakening her bloodline ability, which has unleashed her potential. After carefully examining Guren's body, Uchiha Yoru revealed a satisfied smile and came to a conclusion. Male chauvinism is human nature. Although women can cultivate chakra, they are still more often seen as a noble item for continuing the family lineage, since if both parents possess chakra, then the child is naturally also chakra. Therefore, female chakra is considered a precious item. Only a few powerful female ninjas, relying on their strength, can attain the corresponding status. The 5 great ninja villages, being more stable, naturally tend to be more open to this, but secretly, countless ninjas hope that their other half will also be a female with chakra. As the sun rose on the second day, Guren opened her eyes with a look of terror. The scene around her instantly brought her back to reality. Last night had not been a nightmare. Lord Yoru. With the perimeter empty and no one around, Guren, revealing a look of panic, hastily opened the wooden house door in an instant, and immediately a look of terror appeared in his pupils. Hurricane! A fierce gale swept across his face, and Guren couldn't help but swallow hard. His legs trembled slightly, and his terrified eyes stared at the bottomless abyss. He almost fell and was crushed to death. This wooden house was built on a sheer cliff thousands of feet high, and as the large gate opened, the sight of majestic eagles soaring high and circling came into view. Lord Yoru. A majestic eagle carrying Uchiha Yoru appeared in front of the wooden house. Guren, who had been startled awake, now saw the figure on the eagle's back and smiled with relief, as if telling him that all of this wasn't a dream, but a real event. The person who gave him warmth was a real being, not a dream. Were you threatened or not? The Spirit Beast clan built their home on a cliff thousands of feet high. It was a small, weak clan of spirit beasts with no more than 20 members in total, young and old. No. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's gentle smile, Guren's face flushed red as he hastily shook his head in explanation, as if afraid of being looked down upon for his timidity. Lord Yoru, Lady Guren. The summoned beasts were very respectful. Even their words revealed a hint of subservience. Uchiha Yoru was their powerful master, and Guren, as the master's chosen ninja, was a bloodline ninja destined to be extraordinary in the future. Therefore, the majestic eagles understood this and treated him with great reverence. Guren was clearly still somewhat bewildered by the scene before him, while the eagle, with a look of complete nonchalance, retracted its wings, its sharp talons gripping the hard wall as it crouched down. Uchiha Yoru chuckled and dismounted from the eagle's back. Lord Yoru, we have a task for you, and we will take good care of Miss Guren. The majestic eagle respectfully nodded, then spread its wings and circled in the sky above, its mournful cries echoing throughout the 9 heavens. The room was simply furnished with wood, and the location, situated on a sheer cliff, made the air somewhat thin and the temperature rather low. It's fortunate that the Kuchi clan has a habit of eating meat, similarly consuming sea fish, rabbits, sheep, and other animals as food, and their food is suitable for humans otherwise. Some of the strange Kuchiosi lands would be in serious trouble. Uchiha Yoru casually picked up 2 large, skinned, and cleaned rabbits that had appeared in the room, and a smile spread across her face as she looked at Guren. Inside the simple wooden house, the aroma of grilled meat lingered, and Guren, feeling somewhat nervous and afraid of angering Uchiha Yoru, cautiously turned the meat around. Looking at the anxious Guren beside Uchiha Yoru, he chuckled casually. Guren, my status prevents me from taking you back. After all, you're no longer an ordinary ninja. Have you ever heard of bloodline limits? Young Guren nodded quickly after hearing this. Bloodline limits are abilities possessed by those who use them. Every great nation and ninja village places great importance on ninjas who possess them. Usually, except for those with the same bloodline who can inherit them, others cannot learn them. It's quite clear that Guren also has a basic understanding of bloodline limits. After all, it's a legendary existence. Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this, also smiled and nodded, gently stroking Guren's purplish blue hair and saying, Guren, you also possess a bloodline limit ninja. Bloodline limit? In the shinobi world, the bloodline limit represents power. Upon hearing that she possessed immense power, Guren's face flushed with excitement. Looking expectantly at the man she considered her spiritual pillar, she trembled as she said, Can my power help Lord Yoru? Of course it's possible. It's undeniable that this world is somewhat bizarre. While there are clearly powerful forces at play, there's an overwhelming lack of independent thought within it, a mentality that places all hope in others. This abnormal mindset seems ingrained in their very bones. However, Uchiha Yuru showed a smile on this point. He didn't want to change this aspect. After all, for those with superior power, this was a world they ardently dreamed of. After all, no one disliked someone who would sacrifice their life for you and be absolutely loyal. Unlike in this world where loyalty is taken for granted, he always understood how precious this quality was, and therefore he valued it greatly. Unlike the powerful in this world who didn't value this easily obtainable quality. This place is a vast, empty space atop a sheer cliff, where the temperature is relatively cold, even colder in winter. Uchiha Yoru took out a large, soft white cloak and some clean, used white blankets to spread in the room, and at the same time instructed, Yurin, you grew up in a chaotic place from a young age, so you should know how precious bloodline ninjas are. Therefore, before you have powerful strength, your situation is very dangerous. Thank you, Lord Yoru. Looking at the familiar, oversized white cloak draped over her, and inhaling that familiar scent deeply into her lungs, Yurin's face flushed red, and she nodded firmly. Born on this chaotic island Uzu no Kuni, where the strong prevail over the weak. The natural order of things made her understand the legends and what the outcome would be if she discovered a ninja bloodline. Whenever a child is found to have a bloodline limit, they can be sold for a very high price. This is something that almost all 5 great ninja villages implicitly acknowledge. After all, the ninja world is full of strange and wonderful things, and it's not uncommon for some bloodlines to suddenly appear or awaken after several generations. Awakening a bloodline limit almost always requires a powerful mental stimulus, and the chaotic and abnormal shinobi world has never lacked bloodlines born among the common people. After all, in the original stories, countless bloodlines that were lost outside the world all awakened in this way. Looking at Guren, who was so submissive and even divine, Uchiha Yoru smiled. The other's gaze ignited a hidden passion he had cultivated deep within, a feeling of satisfaction he had never experienced before, and he also had his own thoughts. Guren doesn't even need a ninja bloodline. Even if he doesn't, simply training the other person to become a ninja would make it impossible to avoid Konoha ninjas. And how many spies are there on the front lines? It's simply impossible to avoid them. Since he had no power base of his own outside of Konoha, he could only bring Guren to the local summoning beast sanctuary to raise her. It was safe and untouched by anyone, which was perfectly suitable. Ryuchi Cave had a gloomy atmosphere, and more importantly, it wasn't suitable for weak ninjas to survive there. Besides, those giant snakes wouldn't wholeheartedly take care of a child, so this was the best temporary base. Lord Yoru, I began refining chakra in the village after I turned 6 years old. Guren, initially agitated, wanted to prove her worth and appearance, but then realized she didn't seem to possess any significant advantages. At this moment, her eyes revealed an urgent desire for recognition. She extended her hand, and a crimson crystal slowly materialized, its color even deeper than the red crystal powder she had seen the previous night. The depth and intensity of colors are clearly related to the concentration and dispersion of chakra. Lord Yoru, I have awakened my bloodline limit, and I will certainly be able to become a force in your hands in the future. This world has this advantage, you practically don't need to say anything. People will be eager to become your force, even considering it an honor to be your tool. It must be said that this unconventional ninja world also has its benefits. I examined your body last night. Although you haven't studied ninjutsu or undergone professional training, I must say your chakra level is excellent for your age. And you've also awakened your bloodline. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru smiled brightly, saying, he has great potential, and moreover, he possesses a ninja bloodline. Even across the 5 great ninja villages, he would be considered a genius, not to mention his rare quality of absolute loyalty. Guren's chakra reserves are considerable, perhaps related to her awakened bloodline, but it's important to remember she's still young. Not only does she have ample room for growth, but her awakened bloodline talent will further enhance her potential. A very beautiful bloodline. Taking the red glass-like powder from Guren's hand, Uchiha Yoru smiled, but Guren, upon hearing this, whispered expectantly, Lord Yoru, is this bloodline ability powerful? In a peaceful world in the past, girls only cared about being beautiful, but in this world, only strength matters. Power represents value, while weakness means being discarded at any moment. Seeing Guren's expectant gaze, Uchiha Yura smiled and nodded, a very powerful bloodline ability. Guren will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. Lord Yoru, rest assured, I will definitely become the most powerful weapon in your hands in the future. Upon hearing that he possessed extraordinary talent, Guren immediately stood up excitedly and solemnly swore an oath, stating that the principle of the strong prevailing over the weak was deeply ingrained in his being. Okay, eat some meat first to fill your stomach. After all, you've just awakened your bloodline ability and consumed too much energy. Following Uchiha Yoru's reminder, and with the lingering smell of meat in the room, Guren finally realized that a feeling of jealousy was rising in his stomach, a result of extreme hunger. A warm image appeared in the room, showing little Guren with her mouth full of delicious, sweet grilled meat, and a layer of moisture secretly forming in her eyes. This feeling of being valued and appreciated seemed to be something she hadn't felt since her parents passed away. After all, although her aunts and uncles in the village were kind, the village chief clearly still considered her a tool for the village's powerful lineage to continue the family line. All of this was observed, but Uchiha Yoru remained silent, not breaking the silence. This world was indeed terrible, but this same chaotic world also gave rise to rare and precious qualities. There are those who see their companions as living beings, those who regard their village as sacred with unwavering determination, those who place loyalty first, and even this distorted emotional attachment of considering oneself merely a tool. But you cannot deny that when knowledge, through various qualities, is once again acquired and valued, the rulers in positions of power need this kind of existence even more. And he was also someone who benefited from this kind of quality, a deformed tool for spiritual solace. Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curved into a smile, as if he himself didn't dislike this kind of feeling. Guren, you have excellent potential, and after awakening your bloodline, your potential will be further unleashed. From today onwards, I will guide you on how to become a powerful ninja. Lord Yoru, rest assured, I will definitely become the most powerful tool in your hands. At this moment, Guren's eyes were filled with determination. He would become the most powerful tool in Uchiha Yoru's hands to accomplish his mission. Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this, simply chuckled softly. While Guren was eating, he slowly stroked Guren's purplish-blue hair with both hands. Simply brushing it down made Guren's somewhat rough hairstyle much more refined. After all, a small village naturally lacks the sophistication of the 5 great ninja villages. With her high, curled purple-blue hair, young Guren displayed a hint of the confident, assertive demeanor of a big sister. The only difference being that this time her hair was styled a little more smoothly. Guren, you've refined your chakra, and you must be able to recognize most of the characters. From today onwards, my shadow clone will come to train you personally every few days. I will teach you basic ninjutsu and literacy. Once you're able to defend yourself, I'll take you to a place where you can quickly become stronger. Uchiha Yoru's gentle voice lingered in her ears, and although Guren was eating the meat in her hand, her thoughts were elsewhere. Her ears flushed red as she felt that gentle hand stroking her hair, and for a moment, a hint of reluctant affection appeared in her eyes. Since her parents passed away, there was ultimately no one to care for her like that. With her tomboyish personality, she just tied her hair up haphazardly and never bothered to manage it. As Guren tidied up her hair again, a single tear that fell to the ground naturally didn't escape his notice, but he pretended not to see it. He had never been stingy with this kind of tenderness. After all, they were both suffering people, and the more the other person regarded you as their spiritual pillar, even a god, it was clear in his eyes. Therefore, he would never equate himself with some nobles who put on a haughty air, treating cheap aunts as worthless trash. Your gentleness, even a glance of encouragement or admiration, has always been an unparalleled and noble presence in their eyes, but in reality, for them, it's nothing more than a cheap word of comfort or a smile. They regard you as a deity, and all they need in return is a simple word of comfort and a smile from the deity, and the deity will receive their unwavering loyalty. Guren, although you refined chakra a little early, the rudimentary methods of the small village are limited to using these crude methods to instinctively strengthen your physical body. What you need to do now is to move from passive chakra strengthening to active strengthening. This is a hand seal. Through this hand seal, a ninja manipulates the flow of chakra within their body's meridians to release a jutsu. Guren's foundation was extremely poor. After all, he had never undergone any natural training before, and Guren seemed to realize his own situation, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Seeing Guren's expression, Uchiha Yoru didn't offer any comfort. After all, people only learn when they know their own weaknesses, and this kind of extreme embarrassment and shame in the other party is one of the things that stimulates their own learning spirit. There are a total of 12 hand seals. These are hand gestures. Each hand gesture can activate different chakra flow within the meridians. You need to practice diligently. When you perform the hand seals and chakra flows rapidly through your body, that is, when your mind and hands are in the correct position, you will be able to activate the jutsu. However, before this, you should practice forming hand seals and sensing the flow of chakra within your body. Each time you consciously control the flow of chakra, it will enhance the chakra's nourishment of your body. This is what's called strengthening. This is proactive. Before, you only learned chakra, and the instinctive flow of chakra within your body couldn't compare to this proactive strengthening effect. That year, Uchiha Yoru was known for his diligence and studiousness in the new ninja world. He was, after all, a top-tier genius in his class, especially in his initial academic pursuits, making him a truly outstanding student. Guren, too, seemed to be pouring all his energy into the students' minds, and with his own aptitude and the awakening of his bloodline, his learning speed was undeniably very fast. It's no wonder there's a saying circulating in the shinobi world: those who awaken their bloodline limits are all geniuses. Lord Yoru, why is it that with the same seal, you said it could activate 9 main meridians, but I can only activate 3, and the remaining 6 seem unresponsive? The studious Guren immediately recognized his own shortcomings, and in his heart, he secretly felt heartbroken and doubted whether he was a failure. Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this, revealed a joyful smile. That's why rigorous training is necessary. Only through time and training can you control the flow of chakra in your meridians at will, allowing you to do whatever you want while performing hand seals. Legend says that when a ninja reaches a certain level of training, their body develops an instinct, and they can directly activate a jutsu with a single hand movement. Right now, what you need to do is familiarize yourself with these 12 hand seals. Remember to practice them carefully every night before going to sleep. Talent is just a foundation bestowed upon you by heaven, but diligence is the condition for your success. Mastering hand seals requires time and practice. The humble and studious Guren immediately showed a determined expression. I understand. I will certainly not let Lord Yoru down. At this moment, Guren transformed a certain spirit into boundless fighting spirit, and Uchiha Yoru also revealed a satisfied smile. No wonder everyone likes to mentor geniuses. They understand things immediately and can even deduce 3 things from 1. This kind of mentoring is truly enjoyable. In the room, one was being instructed, while the other, like a sponge, was frantically absorbing endless ninja knowledge. She only wanted to quickly become stronger and become the most powerful tool in her master's hands. In this chilly atmosphere of the room, Uchiha Yoru would dedicate time each day to teaching the other person the knowledge of ninja school. After all, becoming a powerful ninja requires a much longer and more fundamental foundation of talent. Directly teaching ninjutsu at a fast pace would only rush the process and waste the other person's potential. This is also one of the reasons why, for so many years, countless small nations in the shinobi world have been unable to reach the level of great nations. Guren began his training system, simultaneously undergoing rigorous ninja training, while Uchiha Yoru's shadow clone would spend each day teaching him, then sit cross-legged, sensing the presence of the power of nature. The existence of the perfect seal allowed him to perceive the existence of natural forces, and furthermore, since he was a shadow clone, any slightly abnormal strength under the control of the perfect seal would directly release the natural energy within his body, preventing him from turning to stone. At the Uzu no Kuni ruins, the Hidden Mist village ninjas, after a failed attack, seemed to have gone into hiding. While large-scale operations were not repeated, smaller-scale activities continued to take place within this forest. Stretching along the mountain range, obscuring the sky within the rainforest, danger lurks everywhere. Calling it the Forest of Death wouldn't be an exaggeration. Konoha ninjas and Hidden Mist village ninjas used squads to scout each other daily, and the fighting and killing only escalated to small-scale skirmishes. Ambushes, assassinations, traps, killings, poisonings, all sorts of tactics were employed. This time, both sides showed perfect coordination, choosing not to lay a hand on an ordinary person. Both sides began to engage in subservience and sabotage, employing every conceivable tactic. Although there was no major battle, daily killings were commonplace. This unusually agonizing ordeal was particularly difficult for the individual ninjas on both sides. Both sides of the ninja villages tacitly chose not to escalate the conflict, but similarly limited the fighting, leaving both ninjas with a sense of resentment and constant torment. It could be said that this is a war in shorthand, where those in power use their words for their own benefit, while those below must fight fiercely and bloody battles every day. The dense forest became a battlefield, a microcosm of the war between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Every day, both sides would send out ninjas. This was the typical war of attrition between great nations, a test of who could withstand it first, and who would realize early on that it was not worth it and choose to cease fire. Konoha Base, inside the military tent. Yes, boss, recently medical resources have been depleted too much, especially tourniquet and various antidotes. Uchiha Shisui respectfully took a portion of the intelligence report, and after finishing his sentence, he lowered his voice and said, "The medical resources consumed in the village report are all 3 points higher than the stated amount. That's impressive. Who would have thought that the honest Uchiha Shisui could even master this technique? It consumes 3% of resources, and now it adds up to a significant portion." Sitting upright at his desk, Uchiha Yoru's eyebrows furrowed after hearing this, while Kakashi, with one eye visible, coldly said, "The recent consumption of kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags is enormous, especially since this is a jungle battle trap area requiring even greater consumption. I've added 30% to the village's report." Holy cow! Uchiha Shisui, upon hearing these words, glared even more intensely at Kakashi, as if to say, "You big-eyed, bushy-browed fellow, you're too cruel." Facing Uchiha Shisui's terrified gaze, Hada Kakashi showed not the slightest shame or humiliation, but instead calmly said, "In the tropical rainforest, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are extremely skilled in assassination techniques. I think the medical resources could be increased by 50%. After all, although our casualties are high, the number of casualties is very small. We also have good fortune in this regard, thanks to you tonight." At this point, Hada Kakashi suddenly glanced at Uchiha Yoru. "I didn't expect your mastery of medical ninjutsu to be so profound." Facing Kakashi, who calmly recounted the embezzlement case with a righteous and dignified tone, Uchiha Shisui, already burdened with pressure, realized that this was a first for him, an honest ninja. Kakashi's reaction shocked him. Why such a huge difference between two people experiencing something so first? How could he be so calm yet so ruthless? Does this also mean talent? Is Kakashi exceptionally gifted? In reality, this is a stark contrast in their mindsets. Shisui is a pure ninja, while Kakashi possesses exceptional ninja talent and a powerful political acumen. After all, he's the man who ascended to the Hokage position in the original story, and he absolutely cannot be underestimated. Naturally, he understands that the falsification of accounting records is appropriate for making such a comparison. Looking at Kakashi and Shisui, Uchiha Yoru shook his head wryly and chuckled. These two were truly his most capable assistants now indispensable to him. "Shisui, on this point, you should discuss it further with Kakashi." First, he subtly hinted that Shisui lacked courage on this matter. Then Uchiha Yoru looked up at Kakashi weakly and said, "The losses in military supplies and logistics can be reported more frequently, if there are any loopholes. We can lure the Hidden Mist Village ninjas into blowing up 1 or 2 of their supply points." Excellent! Kakashi's eyes flashed with a sudden understanding after hearing those words, while Shisui, standing beside him, looked bewildered, as if he hadn't quite heard. Uchiha Yoru's meaning was very clear. A lie will always remain a lie. With so many fabricated reports and material possessions, if someone were to become suspicious, you could simply manipulate the situation in certain areas, turning the falsehoods into seemingly infallible records. Wouldn't that prevent any problems? So the losses are quite simple. In the midst of the fighting on the battlefield, it's normal for 1 or 2 military supply depots to be blown up by surprise attacks, isn't it? As for the specific amount of losses, there's no need to elaborate on the report. At the very least, you should fill in whatever is missing. Does that even need teaching? Shisui, who had been completely oblivious for a long time, finally seemed to understand something, his eyes widening as he stared at the two of them, as if to say, is that even possible? It seems quite logical. These funds must be carefully preserved, because ultimately their families need them due to the war. Uchiha Yoru's disheartened remark instantly weighed heavily on Uchiha Shisui's heart, and he secretly made a firm decision. In the future, he must increase his efforts in this area and learn more from Senior Kakashi. I've decided to divide this portion of the finances into 4 parts, to be jointly managed by Kakashi Shisui, Hizashi, and myself. When Uchiha Yoru uttered those words, Uchiha Shisui immediately and solemnly exclaimed, "All this money can be entrusted to Brother Yoru for safekeeping. I don't need it." Before Shisui could finish speaking, Uchiha Yoru extended her hand to stop him from saying anything further, and Kakashi, standing beside her, nodded slightly and said, "Yoru, I think Shisui is right." However, Uchiha Yoru just smiled and shook his head, saying, "This is a battlefield. Even if it weren't a battlefield, Kakashi, you should understand one thing. There are no invincible ninjas in the world. If something were to happen, would you really want all this money to disappear?" Uchiha Yoru knew very well that if anything were to happen to him, all this money would go down the drain with him. Upon hearing this, Shisui's expression turned to one of indignation. "Brother, anyone who dares to harm you will have to step over my dead body first." Shisui's words, practically a sworn oath of loyalty, made Uchiha Yoru laugh and wave his hand to stop him, while Kakashi, being even more composed, remained silent for a moment before solemnly nodding in acceptance. In Kakashi's eyes, Shisui's strength was immense. Even he wasn't sure he could defeat this young man. However, his thinking was far too immature. The enemy might not necessarily be from another country. They could be from within. It was clear that he was uneasy that night. If anything were to happen to him, at least all this money wouldn't be completely lost. Although Hizashi led the split, escaping their fate, such a massive group, upon joining the 7th Division, had no way back. Furthermore, Kago no Torai's fate dictated that almost all of the splits would be stationed on the most dangerous front lines. With too many orphans and widows within the splits, this was a heavy burden. Holding the money was like being on the same boat, and besides, the Hyuga clan, having separated, also needed this money. In Kakashi and Shisui's eyes, escaping Kago no Torai's fate, although it was the Hyuga clan's long-held wish after their separation, was still considered rather unsightly by the high-ranking Hokage. The Hyuga clan was divided, and you then treated the separated members like trash, throwing them aside. This seems a bit excessive, even though politics has always been cruel. So you're saying this is Root? Without the collective tacit acknowledgement of the high-ranking Hokage, would Root alone possess such immense power? Now, let alone Kakashi, even Shisui could see how vicious the Orochimaru incident was, and what was the result? Danzo, who had just been dismissed, was brought to power again simply because of a statement that the situation in Konoha was tense and Root needed a leader who could quickly take control of the overall situation. As a result, Shimura Danzu stepped up. Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui, acting as outsiders, clearly saw that Root was merely a glove worn by the Hokage's high-ranking officials for their dirty work. And these gloves were naturally used to control and direct subordinates. That's right, Kakashi, based on the actual situation, you should slightly exaggerate the severity of some of the wounded soldiers' injuries in the report, but you must proceed slowly and cautiously. After all, they haven't been home for many years. Uchiha Yoru's words were instantly understood by Kakashi, who possessed a political mind. He nodded directly and said in a low voice, "Understood. I will implement this step by step, allowing these frontline heroes to return to the village as wounded soldiers." To put it bluntly, the reported injury figures are exaggerated, and the staff shouldn't be too obvious at once. These ninjas are all heroes who have been bleeding on the front lines. They also have homes. Shisui, clearly a few beats late in reacting, but still somewhat understanding, couldn't help but show a dissatisfied expression. "Brother, the Sarutobi clan ninjas are mostly in important positions, and there aren't many people on the front lines. They've been on the front lines for so long, shouldn't they be better off?" Uchiha Yoru reached out and stopped Shisui's outburst, directly warning him in a low voice. Shisui, your words are very dangerous. Remember to control your mouth. You know these things, but keep them to yourself. Do I really need to teach you the principle that trouble comes from the mouth? The genius Uchiha Shisui tried to suppress his humiliation and finally bowed his head, but the anger weighing down on his chest grew stronger and stronger, and one day it would erupt like a volcano. All right, Shisui, keep the front line stable. News has come from the clan village that Itachi and the elite young generation of the clan will be withdrawing. You will handle this matter. It's clear that the Uchiha clan hones its skills among the younger generation. This might be a privilege of being the most prestigious clan, but how could they not also support the front lines? Kakashi, upon hearing this, sighed inwardly. As the oldest and most prestigious families, they all knew to provide support to the front lines. Although some families offered free training to their own younger generation, it was still support nonetheless. As the village grew stronger, the Sarutobi clan enjoyed the utmost peace and security, their duties gradually increasing. Although the battlefield was dangerous, it was also a place where local geniuses rose to prominence. It's no wonder the Uchiha clan always produces a plethora of geniuses. Conversely, the Sarutobi clan, despite its strong foundation and considerable influence, lacks a truly formidable individual capable of taking action. Sarutobi Shinosuke. Thinking of this person, after Hada Kakashi, he secretly chuckled mockingly. His strength was barely enough to qualify him as an Anbu chief, and among the 6 major departments of Konoha, he was probably only slightly stronger than the chief of the barrier department. He could reluctantly say he was the Anbu minister, but to mention a village photograph, even Kakashi found it somewhat ironic, let alone others. It's no wonder that the Sarutobi clan, despite its current strength, can't produce a single capable young warrior. If there were even one, the village would probably have already elected the 5th Hokage. Itachi wants to come. Although he had known about it for a while, upon hearing the news, Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath and solemnly nodded, saying, "Yes, big brother, rest assured. Leave the clan affairs to me." Ultimately, Uchiha Yoru now bears the heavy burden of being in charge of the frontline commander, and he naturally wants to share the family affairs to the best of his ability. Furthermore, the next wave of reinforcements will arrive in the village. At that time, Kakashi, you will be responsible for selecting the escort squad. As the reinforcements arrive, our wounded soldiers should also return to the village to rest. To be. Taking a portion of the report scroll, Uchiha Yoru's face lit up with a mocking smile as he glanced at the names on the list. This scene, of course, did not escape Shisui and Kakashi's notice. Brother, is there a problem with this group of reinforcements? Facing Shisui's questioning gaze, Uchiha Yoru looked up and met Kakashi's eyes. He sighed deeply. Be more careful in your actions. The village elders still don't trust us. There are root members involved. Be cautious in your work from now on. Don't let anyone get a hold of you. There's also the Genma squad we can use. Their loyalty is unquestionable. Facing Uchiha Yoru's final words, Shisui, upon hearing them, let out a cold, angry snort. Another rat hiding in the shadows, only willing to attack his own kind. Kakashi, having served in the Anbu for many years, was naturally aware of Root's existence and couldn't help but sigh, saying, Yoru, you should be careful too. Root. These aren't ordinary ninjas either. They're a bunch of emotionless, cold-blooded machines, only interested in missions that require nothing special. Rest assured, you all should also be careful and absolutely not reveal the truth. For some things, doing them yourself and putting in the extra effort will prevent any mistakes. Yes, Shisui and Kakashi both understood the implication, especially since they had made false reports about nearly half of the supplies, so they naturally had to be cautious. As Uchiha Yoru looked at the list of urgently needed reinforcements, he immediately narrowed his eyes. The name Medicine Master Yakushi Nanu, though unremarkable among them, caught his attention instantly. It seems Danzo Root wanted to investigate the Uchiha clan's intelligence. After all, it's difficult to strike within the village, but on the battlefield, where humans and snakes mingle, almost all the ninjas are young Uchiha ninjas. The opportunity for intelligence gathering is relatively greater. Unfortunately, he already knew this name, and the more he tried to intimidate the other party, the more leverage he had. The title of Konoha's strongest spy ninja, the Shrine Maiden, truly caught Danzo's eye. To deal with him, he even mobilized this woman using some unknown method. However, the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu did not reveal that he had known her identity for a long time. Is Root currently trying to deal with him? Or is it because of his status? Is it because he's Orochimaru's disciple and has dual Uchiha status? Or is Root lurking in the shadows, plotting something? Behind the mountain. You have completed the first stage. Now you are practicing the second stage, power. Yui Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, and Mitarashi Uncle, all three women secretly plotted against each other, vying for power. Uchiha Yoru, however, pretended not to notice their secret schemes, for only when people are together can they truly compete, and competition is the driving force. This is a rubber ball. Its toughness is 100 times greater than that of a regular balloon. What you need to do is maintain the release of chakra and simultaneously materialize it until you can break through the ball's surface. Once again, a basket of leather balls was moved out, the difference being that the rubber-shelled balls were even more solid. Following this, Uchiha Yoruichi, with a serious expression, explained the various techniques and experiences of this ninjutsu to the three girls before leaving to practice on the side. Every day, he would create shadow clones to train, and this was also a way of using his authority to assign training tasks to the three women on the front lines who were in a position of heavy responsibility. After all, not all ninjas had such ample time for training, because this was the front line. Inside the tent, Uchiha Yoru's true form watched the intelligence that constantly streamed in each day. This included intelligence scrolls from the patrol squad's daily intelligence reports, supplies from the villages behind the main camp, and even intelligence gathered from various scouting villages. It could be said that each day, the intelligence gathering for Uchiha Yoru required at least several hours. Looking at the arduous intelligence task, he narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. The calculations are quite good, clearly. There's a lot of useless, even time-wasting, intelligence gathering. But these pieces keep coming one after another, never ceasing. These insignificant little tricks don't seem like the third Hokage or Danzo style. Uchiha Yoru subtly mocked them, observing the tedious yet rich intelligence gathering. Either the daily expenditure of his energy led to a significant reduction in his training time, or he delegated tasks, clearly knowing that among those he trusted, there were some who were one of them. Is that you, Sarutobi Shinosuke? Or rather, Sarutobi the Plum Tree? Because the spy created the opportunity for himself. Regardless of success or failure, he suffered no loss. Genma. Uchiha Yoru let out a soft sigh, and outside the door, three members of Genma's bodyguard squad respectfully approached. Lord Yoru. Looking at Genma, Namiyashi Rado, and Tatami Iwashi, Uchiha Yoru smiled and shook his head, saying, "Although you are my bodyguards, you should know that the frontline fighting will continue for an unknown amount of time. When there is no fighting, you three should take turns in shifts. Remember not to forget to train during your free time. Ninjas are judged by their strength." Upon hearing this expression of concern, the three members of Genma's squad all showed grateful expressions. Although the front lines were a bit harsh and dangerous, they had truly enriched their lives. Lord Yoru, please rest assured, we will definitely train hard. These three were now undoubtedly at the center of the conflict. Ultimately, they had no way out, especially after joining Orochimaru's forces. They could only follow a dark path. Yes, regarding the frontline intelligence investigation, Genma, you will cooperate with Hizashi to handle it. As for the intelligence brought in from the village, Namiyashi Rado and Tatami Iwashi, you two will assist Kakashi and Shisui in handling it. You just need to report back daily. You guys aren't trying to cause trouble by relying on tedious, dry intelligence missions, are you? Well, I'll go along with your wishes and distribute the courage, so that you spies can obtain some information. Thinking this, Uchiha Yoru let out a cold laugh. Let's see whose methods are more skillful. We're both from the same village. Using spies is already wrong, but he doesn't believe that with his own unwavering loyalty. He can't outsmart one or two spies with their own beliefs. Lord Yoru, then you are safe. Upon hearing this, the three members of Genma's squad all showed excited expressions. Uchiha Yoru's trust in them was self-evident. This was top-secret information that only trusted individuals could access. This trust gave them a sense of loyalty, like a true friend who would die for his comrade. Haha, if there's still danger in Konoha's encampment, then even with more guards, it's impossible to avoid it. Uchiha Yuru smiled and waved his hand at the three men. After all, they were the guards chosen by the fourth Hokage, and it would be false to say they lacked talent. He couldn't let these people waste their talent. It was all their own inherent strength. You guys go down and select a squad of genin ninjas to train as your subordinates. This will ease your usual guarding duties. It's very clear that Uchiha Yuru is doing this for the three deserters. Clearly, as bodyguards, they are now being asked to participate in assisting with official duties, while also dedicating time to training. And as for the genin squad selection, this means they are replacing their usual bodyguard duties. Captain, isn't that a bit inappropriate? The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, had a good eye for choosing people. Each of the three members of Genma's squad showed an awkward expression, clearly somewhat embarrassed. Uchiha Yuru, upon hearing this, laughed and jokingly scolded them. You guys really want to steal the opportunity to be lazy. I'm having you select talented individuals to share your guard duties, and at the same time, to cultivate new members for the village. You'll have to work harder in the beginning, but things will get easier later. Uchiha Yuru's words were clearly meant to extricate the three of them from the predicament. But the gentle tone of someone in a position of authority caused the three to excitedly smile and nod firmly, saying, Captain Knight, rest assured, we will not let you down. It's undeniable that Uchiha Yuru's linguistic abilities are growing stronger and stronger since he started speaking. Just a few short sentences were enough to stir up intense excitement in the Genma team, and even move them to tears. This is the advantage of being in a position of power. For those below you, you don't even need to offer your sincere support. Just a few words are enough to make them blush with excitement and frantically declare their loyalty. If you ask those three to die in your place, they would probably jump up and show go, without hesitation. Uchiha Yoru's smiling demeanor was a sign of contempt for the mastermind behind the scenes. Instead of revealing his petty schemes, he offered the man an opportunity to win over people's hearts, using a pile of useless official duties to gain the trust and gratitude of his subordinates. Why wouldn't he do it? Even the highest-ranking officials don't personally perform their duties with utmost devotion. Instead, they allow their subordinates to share their responsibilities, and are so moved by this that they believe it's a sign of their trust in them. Regarding this point, Uchiha Yuru found this bizarre world even more ironic, but he couldn't blame them. After all, they were only a few years old, and there had been historical gaps in between, perhaps even intentional ones. No one in history has ever compiled the methods of great figures. Only those powerful individuals have managed to leave behind their names. The soldiers didn't notice that the third Hokage and the third Sachikage worked tirelessly in their offices almost every day, resulting in one being incredibly frail and the other having a prominent belly. It seems that in this world, those in positions of power all possess a domineering will. They believe only they can do things well, and that everyone else is slightly inferior. Even when cultivating successors, they insist that they must inherit their own ideology. The ninja world is small and cramped. Time flew by, and unknowingly, Uchiha Yuru had been on the front lines for 5 months. Although there hadn't been any major conflicts with the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, minor skirmishes occurred daily. At first glance, the casualties seemed small, but it happened every day. When the moon set, the casualty reports were a shocking sight. Konoha is defending the Lightning Country's border region, Konoha Encampment. Shinosuke, Orochimaru's disciple, that little brat Uchiha, is steadily serving on the front lines, even gaining the trust of countless people. This might not necessarily be a good thing. Seeing his wife's still unwilling expression, Sarutobi Shinosuke frowned and sighed in frustration. Can't you just be quiet? Even with that Uchiha surname, let alone the old man, the entire high-ranking officials would absolutely not let him rise to power. You're lucky to have survived this time. Are you still so insignificant about Orochimaru's matter? Shinosuke, who am I doing all this for? Isn't it for you, for this home, for our son Konohamaru? You want to become a powerful Kage, do I need you or not? Seeing his wife in this state, even though he knew she also harbored desires for his high position, when it came to discussing this topic between a man and a woman, the man shouldn't expect to win. Sarutobi Shinosuke just smiled wryly, shaking his head, and said, all right, you've got it. I'm not lecturing you. I'm just telling you the truth. The Uchiha clan has severed all ties, so don't cause any trouble. If the old man finds out, you'll be thinking of others, and even more so of the unborn child. As expected, following Sarutobi Shinosuke's words about the child, Sarutobi, without leaving a trace, stroked his own protruding belly and immediately snorted coldly, complaining, "That old man is truly cruel." However, as she gently stroked her lower abdomen, even the most vicious woman would reveal a tender smile, and she would murmur to herself, "Child, your appearance has saved your mother's life. Your grandfather is truly heartless." If it hadn't been for the timely discovery that she was pregnant, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't have softened his heart and let her go. Out of consideration for his own nephew, this ninja hero hesitated before finally banishing her to the border. Izu no Kuni, Kanaha's base behind the mountain. At this moment, Utsugi Yuga's face turned pale. As she leaned against the wall, trying to leave, her legs trembled uncontrollably, as if her thighs no longer belonged to her. A pair of plump, supple, long legs, now trembling as if convulsing. Utsugi Yugao, now nearly 1.7 meters tall and slender, had a pale face and sweaty cheeks that uncontrollably soaked her temples. "Chichnon, don't brag. Lie down first." A pair of strong, powerful hands directly supported her as she sat on the bed. A pale blue healing ninjutsu chakra emanated from his hands, and under the soothing effect of the healing ninjutsu, his legs seemed to recover, and even his pale face flushed with color. Uchiha Yoru, noticing Utsugi Yugao's unusual behavior in recent days, frowned and said, "Yugao, I understand that you've tasted the forbidden fruit and learned its flavor, but you also need to cherish your own body. Furthermore, as a ninja, you must learn to control your desires. A ninja's strength is everything." Uchiha Yoru's serious tone and emotional expression caused Utsugi Yuga's face to turn pale, her cheeks blushing with embarrassment. Although this wasn't their first time together, such blunt words still filled her with shyness. "Lord Yoru, I only wanted to please you. I am utterly useless." Just thinking about the other party's beast-like body and abnormally high energy level, Utsugi Yuga's heart was filled with bitter laughter. Why? Didn't the beautiful older sister say that only oxen get tired to death, not fields ruined by plowing? Her fields were already plowed into a muddy mess, and her bones were almost turning to dust. Seeing Utsugi Yuga's unusual behavior these past few days, Uchiha Yashin seemed to have guessed something, but he still pretended to be concerned and gently comforted her, saying, "Yugao, take a few days off recently." Upon hearing these words, although filled with resentment, Utsugi Yugao felt as if her bones were about to crumble into pieces. She immediately nodded, tears welling up in her eyes, and said, "I am utterly useless, Lord Yoru." Utsugi Yugao was also suffering inwardly. Before the Anbu chief contacted her, even though she had been dismissed from her position, she should know that he was the Hokage's oldest daughter-in-law, and moreover, he was still the renowned commander-in-chief of the front lines, Sarutobi Shinosuke. However, the third Hokage had already issued an order that all Anbu and spies on the front lines must unconditionally obey the orders of the frontline commander-in-chief, Sarutobi Shinosuke. Therefore, she could only be forced to bite Kiba to pieces and obey the order. Fortunately, this time the order wasn't directed at her, despite the shame she felt towards Lord Yoru, but rather instructed her to use her body to intoxicate him, thereby draining Lord Yoru's energy and even causing him to become completely addicted. But she had used all her strength, knowing that he was a ninja-type taijutsu practitioner. At first, she felt embarrassed but also secretly pleased, but after several days, she really couldn't take it anymore. Her body felt like it was about to fall apart. Uchiha Yoru, seeing Utsugi Yuga's weary appearance, couldn't help but shake his head. If he knew what she was thinking, he would probably just smile confidently. Our physical abilities are naturally superior, but we are no less capable than the third Raikage. You should know that he is capable of matching the physical strength of the Eight Tails Biju. Among those known, perhaps only he could cause a Biju to become exhausted and unconscious. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara may be strong, but in terms of physical strength, they might not necessarily be able to match him. In terms of physical strength, you can fight a Biju to the point of exhaustion, a terrifying feat, even if you're just an ordinary ninja. Lord Yoru, I have plenty of physical strength left, and I still want to continue my training. Although she was fundamentally unable to muster the spirit, thinking of Lord Yoru personally teaching her the rank Rasengan, and also Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko. A stubborn determination surged within her. You may be stronger than me, but one relies on their own teacher, and the other relies on being a student under the same teacher as Lord Yoru. Even though she is a commoner, their starting point is the same, and she absolutely refuses to be defeated. Looking at the defiant Utsugi Yugao, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and said, if you don't show off your skills in the evenings these next few days, it won't delay your training. Lord Yoru, rest assured, I will definitely not delay my training. Utsugi Yugao showed a stubborn and unyielding expression. Although she was inferior in physical combat, she absolutely could not afford to be defeated by Yui Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko in ninjutsu training. Seeing Utsugi Yuga's determined gaze, Uchiha Yoru finally shook his head helplessly and said, all right then, I'll use my healing jutsu to soothe your aching muscles. Take half an hour to rest now, and when you go out, no one will notice anything. The brilliant sunlight streamed onto the bed, revealing Utsugi Yuga's dreamy gaze at the gentle, smiling man before her. His warm hands caressed her body, and the healing chakra of his ninjutsu soothed her, causing her to slowly drift off into a deep sleep, burdened by a sense of guilt. Behind the mountains, amidst the dense forest, lies a waterfall, its shimmering beauty under the sunlight resembling a scene from a fairy tale. Wow, our genius Yin has made considerable progress these past few days. It's almost noon and she's only just arrived. It seems she's confident she'd be the first to learn this ninjutsu. As soon as Utsugi Yugo arrived at the training ground, Mitarashi Anko revealed her wild and untamed nature, glaring defiantly at Utsugi Yugao, as if to say, don't blame me later if you lose because you didn't train hard enough. For better or worse, they are currently a small team. Shiyan is skilled in taijutsu, Yuhi Kurenai is skilled in genjutsu, and she is skilled in ninjutsu. In short, the three of them complement each other, and naturally, there will be competition between them, both openly and secretly. Seeing Mitarashi Anko, the child, equally unconvinced by the provocation, Utsugi Yuga's pale face broke into a cold, beautiful smile. Anko Nichin, I'm not like some people who just focus on practicing ninjutsu every day. As Lord Yoru's assistant, I also need to help Lord Yoru handle official business every night. Hearing Utsugi Yugao's sarcastic remark, wasn't she implying that she and Uchiha Yoru were both Orochimaru's disciples, that they once had a teacher's care, and now they have a nightly care for them? Mitarashi Anko showed not the slightest hint of displeasure at this, instead haughtily raising her little head. There's no way around it. Miss Anko's talent in ninjutsu is exceptional. So she spoils me, Utsugi Yuga chuckled softly, not taking Anko's provocation to heart. Instead, a triumphant smile spread through her heart. With her superior talent and background, the night that Tenten was talking about was still hers. The beautiful sunlight shone down, and although she had slept soundly for an hour, she could still feel as if she were floating in the clouds, her legs feeling light and airy. So Utsugi Yuga pretended to be nonchalant, took out a rubber ball, and sat cross-legged in the shade of a tree to begin her training. Seeing that no one else noticed anything unusual about her, Utsugi Yuga secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she seemed so relaxed just moments ago, only she knew that a layer of sweat had broken out on her back. At the same time, she silently pondered, realizing that she wasn't strong enough yet. On the other side, Mitarashi Anko, seeing this, felt a surge of unwavering fighting spirit. Her beautiful eyes, filled with wildness, glared fiercely at Utsugi Yuga before looking towards Yuhi Kurenai. The difference this time was that her gaze held a hint of unease, as if she were feeling ashamed. After all, she was well aware of her best friend Yuhi Kurenai's relationship with Night. No way! I must be the first to learn Rasengan. My talent in ninjutsu will absolutely not be defeated by them. Mitarashi Anko secretly encouraged herself, her small mouth puffing up with fiery fighting spirit. Yuhi Kurenai, Utsugi Yugao, and Mitarashi Anko, these three chunin formed a squad, and with their improved teamwork, they could be considered an elite squad. Clearly, within the same squad, the three of them worked together seamlessly on missions, but during training, they secretly harbored a hidden strength within each of them. Mitarashi Anko is straightforward and playful. From the moment she started at the Ninja Academy, she was recognized as a genius, possessing extraordinary talent in ninjutsu. After graduation, she became a Sannin disciple of Orochimaru. Relatively speaking, her thoughts are quite simple. Although she has gone through some things recently, she still largely distrusts others. Itsuki Yugao, from a commoner background, rose to become one of the top elite students in the Ninja Academy through hard work. She possessed exceptional talent in chakra control, but due to her humble origins and lack of better resources, she primarily focused on swordsmanship. After graduation, she became an Ando member. With a calm and clear mind, she is generally considered a composed ninja. Yui Kurenai's father was a renowned genjutsu elite jonin in the village. Inheriting her father's genjutsu talent, she excelled in genjutsu from a young age. Although not from a major clan, her ancestors' lineage surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Furthermore, her meticulous and intelligent nature concealed an extremely calm and discreet mind beneath her beautiful exterior. Therefore, in the three-person group, Yui Kurenai insisted on being the team leader. In a large, shady spot under a tree, Yui Kurenai silently observed the two women. Mitarashi Anko showed no reaction, but upon seeing Utsugi Yugao, a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. Despite his best efforts to conceal it, he couldn't escape her watchful eyes. Not far from the three female cultivators, the waterfall below roared loudly. Uchiha Yoru sat calmly cross-legged on the rippling surface of the lake. At his current level of strength, besides bloodline evolution, he could only rely on the technique of water piercing through stone to hone his skills, especially since he was pursuing the path of nintaijutsu. There's also a shortcut, which is the Sage mode, and it's also because of his enormous chakra reserves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started practicing in this area so early. Kurenai, you! Just as Uchiha Yoru was meticulously training, she suddenly sensed something and opened her eyes, revealing a helpless expression. She saw a pair of delicate hands slowly emerging from the water of the lake. Emerging from the water was Yui Kurenai, soaking wet and alluring. At this moment, Yui Kurenai used his legs as support, a smug smile slowly forming on his lips. Yoru, this is your true form. His voice carried a hint of certainty, and a mischievous glint appeared in Yui Kurenai's beautiful, flushed eyes. Looking at the alluring Yui Kurenai, her upper body exposed above the water and nestled on his legs, he immediately broke into a smile. Kurenai, it's not good for you to be practicing during the day. With only the two of them present, Yui Kurenai, with her captivating charm, gave him a coquettish glance, then lazily lay on her legs, her long, slender fingers like white jade touching his strong, muscular abdomen, beginning to playfully tease him. Not good. You know it's not good. You green apple. You're still the same traitor from back then. Yui Kurenai's expression immediately turned cold, and she glared at him unhappily. Uchiha Yoru, seeing this, felt his heart skip a beat. He knew he'd been discovered, but how could he mistake the man above him? He just shrugged weakly and sighed. Kurenai, you should know that I bear the burden of restoring the Uchiha clan. I don't deny the allure of beauty, but you should understand even better the burden of expanding and maintaining a noble clan, especially me now. At this point, Uchiha Yoru's three tamos sharing and flashed, and then disappeared in its sockets. This seemed displeased Yui Kurenai, who snorted coldly. Indeed, power breeds ambition in men. You truly refuse no one who comes your way. I heard that girl, Shiyan, is involved because of her father's debts. It was clear that Yui Kurenai had also secretly investigated, and regarding the ninja's investigative abilities, Uchiha Yoru didn't object, simply nodding to indicate that it wasn't his problem. To quote a certain senior figure, he simply made the same mistakes that all men make. At the same time, not being proactive, not taking responsibility, not refusing, and not making promises are his principles. Okay, so he should take responsibility. Now, Yui Kurenai has completely reached her peak, possessing 7 or 8 parts of her former charm, especially with her discreet thoughts now revealing an added air of sophistication. She truly lives up to her reputation as the school's beauty queen from the beginning of her ninja school. Yoru, Tuchnon is just a naive little girl. What's so great about her? Do you really like her? I even saw that girl Tuchnon's legs were trembling. Slowly gliding through the water behind her, a pair of delicate arms embraced this body that exuded a sense of security. Yui Kurenai's captivating eyes, hidden from Uchiha Yoru's sight, revealed a deep sense of shame. What right does she have to be so promiscuous? After all, she was never cured to begin with. She's a spy? It was also this kind of guilt that, psychologically, made Yui Kurenai not dwell too much on it. letting go of all these things, slowly embracing and squinting, inhaling the familiar scent. Uchiha Yoru didn't see the tears of guilt that streamed down Yuhi Kurenai's cheeks as she hugged him from behind. Even if he had seen them, he probably wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Yuhi Kurenai's proud face was so wet that it was impossible to distinguish whether it was stairs or lake water. Kurenai, I remember you initially used a gold chain to bribe me, saying you wanted to study the Genin's fake body. TSK. Uchiha Yoru revealed a teasing expression, causing Yuhi Kurenai, who was hugging him from behind, to blush slightly and let out a soft, displeased huff. Adolescence is a time of natural excitement and curiosity about everything. And besides, it's not like you were secretly reading 18 novels out of curiosity. Otherwise, how would you have piqued my curiosity? Moreover, at the Ninja Academy, you personally told Asuma that I was your girlfriend. As the two argued, their heated exchange revealed fond memories. Their time at the Ninja Academy was their best memory. Back then, they weren't so preoccupied with worldly matters, they were more innocent and pure. Suddenly, a cold, jade-like Mizuhibi probed in, and Uchiha Yoruichi, startled, nervously looked around. Seeing no one nearby, he lowered his voice and said, Kurenai, don't make a fuss. What a mess! At this moment, half of Yuhi Kurenai's body was revealed, and a flash of anger appeared in her beautiful eyes. You've been enjoying yourself with this green apple of Xi'an, and you're still singing and carousing every night. You really think you can fool me? You little girl, you even think you can steal my beauty. Do you really think you're the one? Gurgle, as series of bubbles rose from the surface of the lake, and Yuhi Kurenai's figure disappeared, but a pair of strong, delicate hands grabbed his leg, covering him up to his waist. Uchiha Yoru's face showed a look of panic, and he even opened his Sharingan eyes, scanning the surroundings, afraid of being discovered. With half of Uchiha Yoru's body exposed, she nervously glanced around, feeling the interwoven sensations of ice and fire. The cold lake water gradually warmed as it flowed down. Stimulate. Kurenai, you. Uchiha Yoru's face flushed red, while Yuhi Kurenai, hidden beneath the lake's surface, could forget all pretense and brazenly express her emotions. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, but in the water, they blended seamlessly with the lake water, making them invisible. Yuhi Kurenai's self-reproach and guilt tormented her heart every night. Once a pure, smiling ninja from a school, she's now driven by self-interest. She doesn't even dare imagine what would happen if the third Hokage wanted her to stand on the opposite side of the night. Or even worse, to harm the knight. All of this, to her inner self, was a constant reproach. Her intentions were not pure, so what right did she have to talk about feelings? It was this kind of self-reproach, driven by a purely espionage-like nature, that caused Yuhi Kurenai, who had always been like a white swan, to lower her previously arrogant personality. The sound of the waterfall echoed incessantly throughout the land, but below the waterfall, on the surface of the lake, there was not a soul to be seen. Looking down from the sky, one could seemingly see the fish on the lake's surface, chasing each other. Unbeknownst to the figure practicing in the distance, Mitarashi Anko's hands were trembling as she trained, but her resolute character made her clench her teeth, revealing an unyielding expression. Yoru, I will definitely be the first to succeed. Unwilling to give in to her stubbornness, Mitarashi Anko wiped the sweat from her forehead, glanced at Itsugi Yugo calmly practicing under the shade of a tree in the distance, and with a huff, directly headed straight towards the waterfall not far away. It's very hot. Let me wash my face gently first to feel refreshed, then I'll continue trying. Giving herself a moment of encouragement, Mitarashi Anko transformed into a vibrant, energetic little wildcat, swiftly darting through the tall trees of the forest. Upon seeing the lake below the waterfall, she immediately broke into an excited smile and leapt headfirst into the water. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of water flowing into the braid and the sound of a waterfall falling together is truly like a silver needle falling into the vast ocean. Mitarashi Anko's eyes, submerged in the water, revealed an expression of disbelief. She nervously covered her mouth, the lake water stinging her eyes, but Anko didn't feel it at all. She stared wide-eyed at the scene that had opened a gateway to another world for her. With their powerful ninja physiques, they can not only hold their breath underwater, but even fight continuously for a long time. At that moment, beneath the surface of the lake, a pair of identical fish playfully frolicked and argued, unaware that in the distance, a pair of eyes were silently observing all of this with eye and fear. It was as if she were seeing images from another world, and at the same time, it opened the door to her heart, revealing her lack of wisdom. At that moment, there seemed to be an invisible force pulling her in, causing her to stare intently, forgetting about escaping. Forgetting everything else, her mind was filled only with the terrifying image. Excellent! Excellent! That's amazing! It's unbelievable! Kurenai is so powerful, and Yoru, she's so strong. The two heads of the fish moved down and down in the water, performing countless complex and flexible poses. Its agile body further astonished Anko. Damn it, why hasn't Anko left yet? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face flushed red. This was a crucial moment in his training, and with his powerful Sharingan's ability to see clearly, he naturally saw the small head submerged in the lake. He felt a pang of resentment, but the other party's indifference only intensified his frustration. Alright, Anko, you're reluctant to leave, so there's nothing to lose by letting you watch anyway. Uchiha Yoru pretended not to notice, while Yui Kurenai, due to her intense training, flushed with excitement, entering a state of self-forgetfulness. Beneath the waterfall, a bizarre scene unfolded on the lake's surface. Mitarashi Anko approached the lake, intending to gently wash her face and clear her mind, but then plunged headfirst into it and never looked up again. Because of the urgency, the ninja's toes, which were only partially exposed, now seemed to be tightly clenched, as if he had seen something embarrassing. If it weren't for Mitarashi Anko's trembling shoulders, one might have mistaken her for a drowned person. With the ninja's powerful physique, the playful, quarreling fish didn't stick its head out. Instead, it became engrossed in its own play, similarly observing the little wildcat with wide, curious eyes, staring intently without blinking, as if opening a new door to knowledge for her. Beneath Yoru's veil lies the Konoha ninja base. Uchiha Yoru, looking refreshed and energetic, sat in his tent. He had been training all day until noon, and even now, his hair was still wet. Yes, big brother, you're really working hard. At this moment, inside the tent, Uchiha Shisui, seeing his older brother busy with official duties every day, yet still not forgetting to train, immediately showed an expression of admiration. Beside him, Hada Kakashi also showed a shy expression, nodding and secretly pondering. Knight's pressure was too great. He must help Knight to the best of his ability. What kind of intelligence is this that requires such a large-scale operation at night? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru showed a curious expression, only to see Hyuga Hizashi, usually calm and composed, respectfully hand over a scroll containing intelligence. Lord Yoru, according to intelligence from the Hidden Mist Village, a squad of over 50 elite ninjas is preparing to depart from here tomorrow evening, then launch a surprise attack from the sea. Seeing Hyuga Hizashi solemnly pointing at the map, Uchiha Yoru immediately frowned, a thoughtful expression on his face. Launching an attack from the sea is practically an ambush from behind, and if the Hidden Mist Village ninjas realize something is wrong, they can easily escape through the sea. It's impossible not to mention that there are no fools among the ninjas. Except for the protagonist, everyone else is capable of taking action. This Hidden Mist Village ninja's maneuvers are completely natural and skillful. Although the ninja world has not developed for a long time, and there are no so-called historical records, only those clans with sufficiently long histories have left behind records that offer any understanding of the outside world. To put it bluntly, the ninja world was an era of savagery. But the ninja era, with its centuries of killing and fighting, saw the tradition of fair duels between warriors. And the challenge of exchanging oaths before engaging in battle on the battlefield had become a thing of the past. As mentioned in the original work, ninjas are inherently deceitful, so the ninja world's battles are mostly conducted through intelligence gathering, raids, poisoning, and ambushes. Of course, frontal assaults also exist, such as in situations where both sides urgently need to capture a certain geographical advantage, and other situations may also involve direct combat. However, in direct combat, when both sides are outnumbered, most ninjas will prioritize gathering intelligence first, then look for opportunities to set up ambushes and launch surprise attacks to complete their mission. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas have assembled a force exceeding 50 elite warriors. Looking at the topographical map, Uchiha Yoru's slender fingers traced a line from his base behind the sea, instantly tapping several times at a certain location, a humorous smile spreading across his face. Looking at the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, they've also gathered intelligence on us. For the past few months, the refined iron and precious chakra metals extracted from the mines have been stored here. Originally, we planned to send a squad to escort them back after 3 days, but the Hidden Mist Village ninjas chose to attack this place instead of ambushing us halfway. At this point, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but clap his hands in encouragement, saying, "This move was brilliant, completely unexpected." Moreover, our defenses were mostly focused on escorting them back online, so we never thought someone would attack. "Brother, this was my oversight." At this moment, Uchiha Shisui hastily stepped forward to admit his mistake, while Uchiha Yoru smiled, shook his head, and waved his hand, signaling him to calm down and not rush. Although this is a surprise attack, if we are careless, we might suffer a great loss. But what if the enemy deliberately leaked the intelligence? Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curved into an enigmatic smile, instantly shocking everyone in the tent. Hyuga Hizashi's expression turned serious as he said, "Lord Yoru, are you suggesting that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas might be employing a strategy of dividing their forces?" As Hyuga Hizashi's voice faded into the ground, everyone in the tent showed expressions of sudden understanding, and they looked at Hyuga Hizashi with admiration, their eyes seemingly saying, "As expected of a great family, they are indeed learned." Uchiha Yoru's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. He admitted he had overestimated the level of ninja culture in this world. Even the most powerful families focused their main efforts on research and development. I would rather call it a stratagem to lure the tiger out of its lair. Looking at everyone, Uchiha Yoru revealed a confident smile, calmly and unhurriedly taking out a map and beginning to speak. "The elite ninjas in the base are like fierce tigers occupying it. If we knew the Hidden Mist Village ninjas' intelligence, we would definitely have to take precautions, at least deploying 70 elites to set up an ambush. This would leave our base's forces vulnerable, and the tigers would move elsewhere to defend, significantly weakening the strength of this stronghold. Luring the tiger out of its lair." At this moment, Kakashi was even more engrossed in sacrificing these for words. When he looked up at Uchiha Yoru, his resolve was even stronger. He hadn't misjudged the person. A ninja of this caliber could certainly lead them to the resurgence of Konoha. Although the ninjas in their tents hadn't studied this so-called literary culture, they weren't without a certain level of intellectual capacity either. After all, ninjas in this era were considered educated and cultured individuals. Lord Yoru, this phrase luring the tiger out of its lair is brilliantly used. Not bad, Lord Yoru, if he were in the daimyo prefecture, would probably be a learned man. For a moment, the ninjas burst into encouraging laughter, but Uchiha Yoru, faced with his subordinates' flattery, would simply shake his head and reprimand them, saying, "Don't try to flatter me. I won't give you any high-stakes rewards." In an instant, a burst of laughter erupted in the tent. They were all ninjas who had licked blood from their blades. Their ninja lives were monotonous, and this kind of casual, light-hearted joke resonated with them. They had never before encountered such a down-to-earth and approachable commander, and many were unconsciously drawn to this kind of charm. It wasn't that they lacked intelligence, it was simply that becoming his subordinates brought a glimmer of relief to their already stressful ninja missions. In the impoverished, or so-called primitive, shinobi world, Uchiha Yoru merely utilized the artifacts left behind by his ancestors from his previous life, and yet he captured countless hearts. Sun Tzu's Art of War states, "Treat your soldiers like your own children." Although it's extremely difficult to achieve this step, even for him in this strictly regulated ninja world with its clear class distinctions, such an approachable and down-to-earth commander is a rare find. Especially since he was carrying Sannin on his back, one of Orochimaru's disciples, and also came from the prestigious Uchiha clan, a combination of 2 layers of status, making him a completely superior being. Yet now he was so casually getting close to them. To say they didn't react would be truly inhuman. Meanwhile, outside the tent, Yui Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, and Mitarashi Anko, who were acting as temporary guards, naturally saw the energetic figure inside the tent, and their eyes immediately showed a strange expression. Okay, fine, laugh it out loud. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village are all a bunch of lunatics. My rule is that you sweat a lot during training and shed less blood on the battlefield. Therefore, my choice to come here is to use defense as the primary method, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Uchiha Yoru glanced around the tent, then laughed and said, "When the enemy comes, the general blocks them, when the water comes, the land blocks it. No matter what calculations that Hidden Mist Village Ninja has, with one word, we will remain calm and adapt to any situation. We will transfer all the refined iron and metal chakra here, and at the same time, send out an elite unit to set up traps. If the Hidden Mist Village ninjas really deploy their elite main force, then we'll fight and retreat simultaneously. The traps along the way aren't for nothing. We'll lure these Hidden Mist Village ninjas into our trap and surround them completely. Uchiha Yoru's words momentarily brought smiles to everyone's faces. They had never felt war so light and easy before. It wasn't that the enemy could be defeated with a single blow, but rather that the atmosphere was so relaxed. They had never experienced anything like this before. After all, any mission that involved ninjas was usually met with immense pressure and responsibility. Yoru, if it's really as you predicted, and this is a Hidden Mist Village ninja luring the tiger out of its lair, and this place is just a disguise, then what? Kakashi's eyes showed a look of doubt, mixed with a curiosity he himself didn't realize, as if the person before him were a learned sage. When Kakashi reminded everyone, they all immediately looked over with curiosity, but Uchiha Yoru just laughed and waved his hand, saying, "That's a question." If the Hidden Mist Village ninjas use this as a disguise, they definitely have ulterior motives, but nothing more than wanting to attack our base. Just as everyone was drawn in by curiosity, and Uchiha Yoru seemed like a powerful ninja with unwavering intelligence and a well-thought-out strategy, he casually waved his hand, chuckled, and pointed at everyone's noses, saying, "Why are you all looking at me? The Hidden Mist Village ninjas won't tell me where we're going to attack. You guys just need to go down and inform them to prepare. Surely, on your own territory, with the advantage of location, you can gain something by focusing on defense." The final sentence, delivered in a teasing tone, instantly brought everyone back to laughter. Each person felt an unparalleled sense of relief. This feeling was unlike anything they had ever experienced, even those who had fought alongside the Sannin. It's impolite to come without proper guidance. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas could withdraw their main force to launch an attack, leaving us completely defenseless and passively accepting defeat. Being passively attacked isn't something I'm used to. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru revealed a confident smile as he looked at everyone. Since the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have deployed their main force to attack us, why can't we? Besides, surprise attacks aren't something only the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are capable of. At this moment, everyone finally came to their senses. Uchiha Yoru glanced around at everyone, finally settling his gaze on Kakashi, then gently tapped his fingertips on the table. "This time, for the surprise attack, our squad leader is preparing to entrust you, Kakashi, with the responsibility. After all, you come from the Anbu, are skilled in reconnaissance and surveillance, and are an elite fighter in the 3 great battles." When Uchiha Yoru suggested Kakashi as the squad leader, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, a name carries weight. A 12-year-old Jonin still hadn't broken that record, and Kakashi had been famous for so many years, making him a highly respected elite Jonin. Especially since Anbu members come from a background that makes them almost the most suitable choice. Seeing Kakashi nod solemnly, Uchiha Yoru's gaze shifted to Hyuga Hizashi and Uchiha Shisui, and he chuckled, saying, "Recently, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans have formed quite a few elite squads. 2 of these elite squads have been deployed to join Kakashi in this operation. This essentially means that the elite members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans have been drawn into the 3-person squads currently forming on the front lines. These squads consist of 1 ninja from each of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, along with another ninja. In short, these squads are all composed of elites." Following Uchiha Yoru's gaze, his eyes finally fell on Genma, the unknowing fire user. Genma's squad has also joined. This assault team is the elite. The 3 squads already had 9 members, and adding Captain Kakashi made it a 10-person elite squad. 10-man squad, Yoru, what are you doing here? The Hidden Mist Village ninjas wanted to send out a squad of 50, but their counterattack consisted of a 10-man squad. Although elite, their numbers seemed somewhat insufficient. Seeing Kakashi's skeptical look, Uchiha Yoru immediately revealed a confident smile. "I won't be following the example of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas in this squad, sending you to attack their base. Although it's a surprise attack, you should know that entering their territory is fraught with traps." At this moment, Everyone was a little confused and truly bewildered, but Uchiha Yori didn't hide anything. After all, he still needed to gradually establish his authority and prove his power. Kakashi, you're leading this squad to provide good support. Uchiha Yoruichi, with a cold smile on her face, pointed her finger at the map and said, no matter what plans the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have, one thing is certain. If a battle breaks out here, Kakashi, you just find the Hidden Mist Village ninjas' territory. Remember not to get too close, and from a distance, light a fire. Remember, the fire must be big, then run away and hide. By then, no matter where the Hidden Mist Village ninjas attack from, we Konoha ninjas will shout at the top of our lungs that we've launched a surprise attack on the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Base under the cover of night. As long as the fire is big enough, we don't have to worry about the attacking Hidden Mist Village ninjas not being able to see us, unless they're blind. By then, with everyone in disarray, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas will definitely choose to retreat. Once exposed, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas will be our prey. At that point, Kakashi, you should quickly prepare an ambush. We'll launch a pincer attack. After Uchiha Yoro calmly outlined the military action, everyone immediately showed expressions of sudden understanding and wholeheartedly agreed. Lord Yoro, I am truly impressed this time. Not bad. We're all from World War II and the Three Wars, but this is the first time I've heard of fighting like this. Although we haven't fought yet, I already feel exhilarated. Ha ha. Seeing everyone's relieved smiles, Uchiha Yoro didn't boast or take credit for anything, but instead shook his head and said with a smile, don't accuse me of flattery. The reason we were able to relax like this is thanks to our Byakugan. Byakugan? Hyuga clan? Everyone's gaze turned towards Hyuga Hizashi's stiff expression. Even he himself was a little taken aback, wondering how he had been dragged into this. Uchiha Yoru, however, smiled and nodded saying, if we didn't have a large number of Hyuga Byakugan on the front lines this time, we wouldn't dare to be so reckless. With the Byakugan present, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas shouldn't even think about easily launching a successful attack. At that point, the Hyuga ninjas will be watching closely. Don't let any Hidden Mist Village ninjas lie in ambush. If they detect anything suspicious, they'll immediately fire a signal flare. Even a blind person could see a single signal flare under the night sky. Extremely composed in the tent, everyone beamed with smiles. Shisui's expression was one of admiration. Facing war with such composure, he truly seemed like a born Hokage. Even Kakashi expressed his admiration, acknowledging his innate Hokage qualities, mastery of politics, commanding battles with the serene and dignified bearing of a great general, and a deep love for Konoha. All of this seemed to be concentrated in one person. Outside the door, 3 pairs of eyes lit up even more. Seeing Uchiha Yoro so energetic and dignified, they were all instantly filled with admiration. Ninjas worshipped strong men, and women worshipped strong men even more, especially those with a hidden agenda. Hard work makes a man the most attractive. On the second day, as night fell and the sound of crashing waves echoed along the shore, the starry sky and the bright moonlight shone down. Standing on the sand and looking at the endless, dangerous sea under the moonlight, it seemed as if the deadly sea was draped in a magnificent moonlit cloak. The waves relentlessly crashed against the sand, creating a cascading sound, and in the moonlight, dark dots appeared on the surface of the sea. A squad of 60 elite Hidden Mist Village ninjas, each with a bloodthirsty, icy gaze, stared into the distance at a rare, visible light, and simultaneously sped across the sea. Konoha has the Hyuga clan with Byakugan. Everyone launch an attack with the fastest speed possible. The leader of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas spoke in a cold voice, and everyone behind him nodded in unison. With their extensive experience, they certainly had done a good job of gathering intelligence. The Byakugan is indeed extraordinary, but its range is limited to 1 kilometer, so as long as they are very fast, even if they are discovered, it won't matter. Although the Byakugan is troublesome, it only serves to create difficulties for the attackers. About 2 kilometers from the coast, amidst the dense forest, a ninja on a watchtower stood with veins bulging on either side of his eyes. His white, somewhat fierce eyes seemed to have seen something similar, yet they revealed a look of shock. No, the enemy is attacking. Under the cover of night, a deafening roar echoed, instantly rousing the Konoha ninjas. They all began preparing for battle, but their captain, hoarse and exhausted, shouted in a low voice, a signal from the Hyuga clan's special jonin. Abandon the camp, retreat. Captain! Countless Konoha ninjas, unaware of what was happening, showed expressions of astonishment. They retreated without even fighting. Their captain, Hyuga Jonin, immediately shouted in a deep voice, "The target consists of 60 ninjas with immense chakra. We've set up traps along the way to delay the enemy's advance." Yes, ninjas' primary goal was to complete missions. They were essentially trained tools. Despite their doubts, under these circumstances, they all shouted in unison and chose to obey orders. Hyuga Jonin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Yoru's prediction was correct. Judging from the chakra levels observed by his Byakugan, this elite Hidden Mist Village ninja squad didn't seem as powerful as they had thought. Kirigakure no Jetsu. At that moment, under the cover of night, a thick fog rose in the dense forest. Seeing this, the Konoha ninjas did not panic. Under the leadership of their captain, they directly chose to retreat. 2 kilometers is no more than 2,000 meters. And in almost an instant, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, like wolves and tigers, transformed into arrows and charged forward. At the same time, several of the leading ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village directly chose to unleash Kirigakure no Jetsu. Under the cover of night in the forest, a thick fog instantly obscured visibility, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. A thick, white fog descended, and streaks of dark shadows flickered down. A ninja from the Hidden Mist Village suddenly darted from a tree, and a faint, almost inaudible sound of a taut steel wire snapping echoed through the air. Fear flashed in his pupils in an instant, and before he could utter a sound, the perimeter of the trap suddenly flared with fire, followed by a deafening explosion that instantly startled the birds resting in the forest in the darkness. As flocks of birds suddenly swooped down, a thick fog enveloped this area, and the Konoha ninjas were surrounded by explosive traps and explosive tags, with flashes of fire constantly appearing and disappearing within the dense fog. Damn it, the Konoha ninja is running away, chase them. Even the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were unusual. Some saw the figures of Konoha ninjas disappearing into the distance, each carrying a heavy wooden chest on their backs, much like Saint Seiya carrying his armor. Chase. Upon seeing the Konoha ninjas fleeing with wooden chests slung over their backs, all the Hidden Mist Village ninjas revealed bloodthirsty greed. These were refined steel, and some even contained chakra metal. On the beach, deep in the jungle, the sound of an explosion awakened countless animals. Far away, hundreds of miles from the Konoha base, most of the Konoha ninjas, although unaware of what was happening tonight, were already certain that the sudden midnight command had forced them all to prepare for battle at any moment. Ninjas were seen as tools, essentially existing solely for the purpose of combat. Lord Yoru, a hawk has arrived to report that our base near the coast has been attacked by ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. This is the intelligence we've received. Under the cover of night, the tent was brightly lit with torches. A Konoha ninja rushed into the tent, bringing with him the news he had just received from the flying hawk. With his eyes scanning the intelligence report in his hand, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, revealing a confident smile. As expected, tonight's surprise attack on us was all a diversionary tactic. Following Uchiha Yoru's resounding thud as the sound of something falling to the ground echoed through the tent. And every single Konoha elite soldier who had been waiting there for a long time wore a solemn expression. Uchiha Yoru calmly gave the order. According to the plan, withdraw 80 elite ninjas under the pretext of reinforcement, creating a sense of confusion and urgency. Then you all go outside and circle around. With a light flick of his finger across the map, Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone and confidently said with a laugh, "Now let's just wait and see what the Hidden Mist Village ninjas truly intend." Yes. With a single command, each of the Konoha special jonin and jonin emerged from their tents, then began informing their subordinates to be on guard. Meanwhile, in Konoha's main camp, a squad of ninjas, looking somewhat bewildered and disoriented, hurriedly moved towards the rear. This scene, under the cover of night, was witnessed by onlookers. Although this man wore a Konoha ninja headband, a strange glint appeared in his eyes. His expression was grim, and finally, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Don't blame me." Ninjas, by their very nature, relied primarily on deception. While there were loyal individuals, there were also traitors. Beauty ninjutsu, wealth, fear of death, or even handing their weapons over to the enemy ninjas were human too, and some had wavering wills. The dense forest was gloomy. Even the bright moonlight couldn't penetrate the thick thicket. Only those fortunate strands of moonlight, transforming into beams of varying sizes, shone through, adding a touch of beauty to this dark forest. In the quiet jungle, the area around the dark, secluded trees was filled with figures. Each ninja from the Hidden Mist village stood motionless, seemingly devoid of life. My lord, this is intelligence passed on from our informant. Ninja techniques are incredibly bizarre and varied. Even the most experienced ninja wouldn't dare claim to know all the ninjutsu in the ninja world. Looking at his subordinate's report, a massive, mountain-like figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Suikazen Fuguki, whose height was not human, approximately 2.5 meters. And he smirked, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Haha, look, the fish is hooked. Grasping Samehada from behind, Suikazen Fuguki's mountain-like physique and rough appearance gave off a savage feeling, but those who knew him well had never dared to underestimate him. His rough appearance was merely a disguise. Everyone knew that Suikazen Fuguki was a notoriously cunning and cautious individual, and was even the fourth Mizukage's trusted confidant. Looking at the perimeter of the shadowy figure lurking in the shadows, Suikazen Fuguki let out a bloodthirsty laugh. This time the fish is not to be underestimated. Before we reel it in, no one knows how big it is. It might even be a man-eating shark. Suikazen Fuguki's cold voice echoed through the dense forest, and hidden in the shadows, all the Hidden Mist village ninjas remained cold and unperturbed. Until the opponent slowly drew out Samehada from behind his back, at which point a ripple of emotion appeared in everyone's eyes. Konoha's commander's position has been compromised. The decapitation operation begins. Clatter, in the dense forest, pairs of eyes suddenly opened, revealing murderous intent, followed by dark figures rapidly moving towards a direction where arrows had appeared, sprinting forward. With Kisame leading the way, he said in a low voice, "The sensing ninja is always on alert. You three protect him well." Sensory ninjas are rare, even in the 5 great ninja villages. They are considered precious ninjas, and in every battle, the priority is to protect the sensory ninjas. Although it was an ambush, the ninjas' sensory abilities were immense. They could sense whether there was an ambush ahead, and even roughly estimate the enemy's chakra strength. A group of Hidden Mist village ninjas swiftly advanced through the dense forest. This time, the Hidden Mist village ninjas showed no restraint, descending from the trees with a whooshing sound. Normally, they wouldn't act this way, but knowing that the enemy contained a large number of Hyuga ninjas, they were still cautiously creeping forward. Wasn't this giving the enemy time to prepare? Therefore, facing the Hyuga ninjas of the Konoha army, there's basically no need to worrying about being discovered, as long as they rush within a kilometer. They'll definitely be detected by the Byakugan. The Konoha ninjas ahead have spotted us, but there's no ambush. The Hidden Mist village ninja, his ninja senses instantly opening, calmly shouted out the intelligence he had gathered. Sure enough, even though they were a kilometer apart, a deafening sound echoed from a distant Konoha watchtower, accompanied by a signal fire. But the ninjas sensed that there was no ambush, and even the Konoha ninjas weren't hiding in the vicinity. Suddenly, upon being discovered, the Hidden Mist village ninjas all revealed bloodthirsty, ferocious smiles. Kill, everyone, don't be greedy for battle. Charge straight into the Konoha base and carry out the decapitation operation. Yes, the elite Hidden Mist village ninjas basically ignored the watchtowers, instead using a reckless tactic to directly storm past them and head straight for the Konoha base, triggering traps one after another along the way. Meanwhile, inside the Konoha camp, when the Konoha ninjas noticed the frantic movements of the Hidden Mist village ninjas, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Lord Yuru, our main force is now dispersed, and the Hidden Mist village ninjas are concentrating their forces to attack. This is the kind of beheading combat the Hidden Mist village ninjas are most skilled at. Many Konoha ninjas cried out in alarm. They weren't afraid of death, but rather worried about their commander. Under the cover of night, atop the tall camp, Uchiha Yuru gazed into the distance at the constantly exploding traps and flashing flames emanating from the dense forest. Not only did he show no sign of retreat, but instead, he excitedly pointed at the approaching enemy and burst into laughter. Haha, as expected of the 7 ninjas from the Hidden Mist village, truly worthy of being called the elite ninjas of the Hidden Mist village. No matter what their schemes were, their decapitation maneuver always gave them the upper hand. Using speed and adaptability is the ruthless tactic of the Hidden Mist village ninjas. Regardless of whether Konoha has traps or not, they will simply charge straight through. Unless Konoha's base has a large concentration of ninjas, facing the charging Hidden Mist Village ninjas is a disadvantage. What kind of traps are there? If you surround us when we come here, we'll have already finished beheading them. At that point, Konoha will be in chaos, and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas can take advantage of the chaos to escape. When the Hidden Mist Village ninjas finally started their attack, even Suikazen Fuguki hadn't figured out where to launch it from. It was practically instantaneous. Even if the traitor is discovered, with your Konoha scheme, they can simply rush in, realize something is amiss, and immediately retreat. This neat fighting style is very ruthless, but it also fits the ruthless ideology of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, completely disregarding the casualties of their subordinates, focusing solely on completing the mission. Lord Yoru. Some were worried, but Uchiha Yoru calmly and directly shouted, "The Hidden Mist Village ninja's target is me. Everyone prepare for battle. Bring out all the explosive tags stored in the camp." Since the Hidden Mist Village ninjas dare to come, we Konoha ninjas are not afraid either. This place is the Hidden Mist Village ninjas' burial ground. Choosing to take a reckless gamble? That's considered a sign of mental instability, unless he possesses overwhelming power. With a slight wave of his hand, in an instant, every Konoha ninja calmly flashed backward, frantically setting traps along the way. Water release, violent water-flowing waves. When the Hidden Mist Village ninjas emerged from the dense forest and spotted the Konoha base, a dozen or so elite Hidden Mist Village ninjas immediately charged to the front, simultaneously forming hand seals and shouting loudly, suddenly unleashing a torrent of water capable of forming a lake. Although ruthless, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas weren't foolish. At this time, the Konoha ninjas' encampment was undoubtedly riddled with traps. They directly joined forces to unleash this large-scale jutsu. One way was to create advantageous terrain for themselves, and the other was to directly use a flood to destroy all the traps. Rumble, under the cover of night, as the raging flood swept in, even though the encampment was situated on high ground. The chakra under control formed a massive impact force that struck the surging waves. Because this place is close to the sea, and the forest is rich in water resources, the air is also humid. So the Hidden Mist Village ninjas can use this jutsu here with significantly reduced energy consumption. It's water release. The Konoha ninja encampment, seeing the surging waves approaching, couldn't help but exclaim in alarm, but the calm Konoha Jonin immediately shouted, "Use Earth Release to reinforce the camp walls." Doriheki Earth Release, following the loud shouts of the Earth Attribute Konoha ninjas, with both hands tapping the ground, thick, heavy earthen walls instantly rose up, directly blocking the tall wooden camp wall behind them. Rumble, the waves crashed against the wall, causing it to shake violently in an instant. Facing the overwhelming force of the flood, their defenses were clearly intact. But just as the Konoha ninjas breathed a sigh of relief, countless water dragons surged forth, sweeping everything in their path. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Trampling through the surging waves, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas roared together, each ferocious water dragon taking advantage of the terrain to directly surge up from the seawater that had just been blocked outside the city walls. Each water dragon had surged out ferociously, reaching a height of about 10 meters. This clearly indicated an intention to use the terrain to break through Konoha's trap. Step back! The Konoha ninjas let out a loud shout and began to retreat in disarray, while the Hidden Mist Village ninjas revealed ferocious smiles. Suddenly, more than 10 water dragons rolled down, directly striking the forces that had stormed the camp, creating a huge gap. Following the appearance of this gap, a torrential flood suddenly poured in. The two B-rank water release jutsu attacks were incredibly powerful, truly like a natural disaster, directly breaching Konoha's defenses and simultaneously creating advantageous terrain for them. But at that very moment, a dense whistling sound suddenly echoed through the night sky. Hoshigaki Kisame, leading the charge, looked up at this sight, his pupils contracting as he immediately shouted, "Watch out!" Under the night sky, countless glittering kunai appeared densely, resembling a dark cloud, but behind each kunai were 3 to 5 burning explosive talismans raining down from the sky. Seeing this, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas cried out in alarm. Hoshigaki Kisame shouted a warning to everyone, but instead of releasing any jutsu to stop it, he directly controlled the chakra stagnation in his legs, and in an instant, his figure plunged into the water. The remaining Hidden Mist Village ninjas instinctively plunged into the water, followed by a dense barrage of black kunai like a rain of arrows, relentlessly shooting into the water. A frenzied explosion followed, and the surface of the water was constantly churned up with foam, accompanied by severed limbs and blood. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas, diving underwater, frantically headed towards the deeper, more secluded areas. After all, kunai made of iron would quickly sink once submerged, and the explosive tags they used would detonate underwater, generating immense impact force that caused countless Hidden Mist Village ninjas to bleed from their orifices and suffer internal injuries. But at that very moment, the Konoha camp behind them, with each explosive tag burning like a flame, was followed by a series of explosions, instantly crushing the wooden camp walls. The Konoha ninjas destroyed their own city walls. From afar, Suikazen Fuguki witnessed the scene, his face turning ashen. He coldly snorted and shouted, "Execute the decapitation plan. Search for the target." Yes, Konoha appeared to have blown up its own wooden camp walls, but in reality, it was due to the immense impact of the recent powerful water release jutsu. Under the influence of gravity, the Konoha camp, which was built on high ground overlooking the area below, had just been breached by the immense force of their water release technique that surged into the camp. However, this wave of explosive tags disrupted their chakra control. Following closely behind was the destroyed city wall, because, as the saying goes, people usually go where the water flows to, and the massive current, having lost the ninja's chakra control, created such a huge gap behind it. In an instant, this overwhelming flood seemed to lose its power, directly retreating like a receding tide. As the raging seawater receded, Konoha ninjas appeared one by one, forming hand seals and spitting out dazzling, scorching flames from their mouths. Fire release, great fireball technique, one after another. Enormous fireballs launched a surprise attack, simultaneously illuminating the sky over Yoru. While hidden behind the tents were rows of cold, metallic crossbows and other weapons. Ninjas weren't without tools either. Large-scale crossbows were a mainstream weapon in large-scale warfare. Dodora used them when he was with Gaara, and this type of weapon also appeared in the confrontation between the Sand Village and Konoha ninjas led by Hiroko, the enormous, heavy shuriken. Weighing over 100 pounds, has two gas-powered launchers. It might seem wasteful, but on the battlefield, it's used against large summon beasts like war machines, as well as the countless other types of projectiles. Launch! With a loud shout, in an instant, these dozen or so war machines roared out, and in the eyes of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, dark clouds obscured the moonlight. High in the vast sky, shuriken, covered in countless tiny cracks and fissures, seemed to have reached its limit as it intensely frictioned against the air, instantly shattering into countless sharp metal fragments. This is because these enormous shurikens were created specifically for ninjas. After all, such large shurikens, if used against ninjas, would be too big a target. Even if they hit, they would only be able to injure one or two, which is very unprofitable. However, the metal fragments that fly through the air after shattering have a different kind of power. A slight misstep could result in cuts, wounds, or even death. Kirigakure no Jutsu. In an instant, thick white mist began to rise everywhere in Konoha. Just as the Konoha ninjas were shouting warnings, a flash of lightning appeared in front of them. With both hands swiftly completing the hand seals, a sudden surge of energy rose from his chest, chakra gathered in his throat, and Uchiha Yoru let out a loud roar as he unleashed a blast of high-temperature flames and scorching ash. The powerful impact caused the ash to fall to the ground and continuously spread in all directions. In an instant, a cloud of high-temperature ash and dust appeared in the dense fog. The thick fog not only obscured the vision of the Konoha ninjas, but also those of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Although they were accustomed to fighting in dense fog, they were completely unaware of this kind of fog and dust, and by the time it reached them, it was too late. Fire release Haijingakure no Jutsu. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from beneath the Yoru curtain, where a swirling mass of scorching ash and dust, fueled by flames, swept in all directions. The immense heat instantly burned flesh upon contact, and some ninjas even suffered burns to their respiratory passages. This B-rank jutsu has a large range, not to mention that by utilizing the Hidden Mist Village ninjas Kirigakure no Jutsu for concealment, it directly inflicts immense damage. Bastard! The Hidden Mist Village ninja roared, unleashing a barrage of shurikens and kunai. but as the high-temperature jutsu burned through the area, the dense fog seemed to thin considerably. The figure of Uchiha Yoro could be vaguely seen, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Prize! With a screeching sound, Uchiha Yoro's figure transformed into a wisp of white smoke. It turned out to be a shadow clone. Found it. The target is located 800 meters away in the 11 o'clock direction. Right there, a small squad of Hidden Mist Village ninjas, sensing the ninja's presence, instantly spread their arms wide and shouted loudly. Upon hearing these words, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas all revealed bloodthirsty smiles, immediately forming a fan-shaped formation and surrounding the enemy as they charged forward. Decapitation action target detected. Lord Yoru, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas possess sensory abilities, and right now, all of them are charging towards us. Konoha also had Hyuga clan ninjas, and one Hyuga ninja with Byakugan, his eyes blazing with ferocity, glared at the Hidden Mist Village ninjas and let out a loud shout. Occupying advantageous terrain for prolonged combat is key. Everyone prepare for battle. Facing the Hidden Mist Village ninjas who aimed to decapitate them, Uchiha Yoro not only didn't panic but calmly and unhurriedly commanded the Konoha ninjas. Now, their side had 60 or 17 ninjas. In terms of numbers, they were no less numerous than the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, and even held a numerical advantage, but in terms of quality, they were different. This time, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas deployed almost entirely elite units for their decapitation operation, while Konoha, on the other hand, had no idea where the enemy intended to attack. So their elite forces were somewhat scattered. Facing the Hidden Mist Village ninjas' plan to decapitate him, Uchiha Yoro's face showed a bloodthirsty smile as he stood directly in front of them and began rapidly forming hand seals. Within her body, chakra gathered and transformed into scorching flames. Uchiha Yoriichi exhaled outwards from her mouth, and in an instant, a powerful storm of fire swept out, turning the surrounding area into a sea of flames. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The fire release jutsu, like a waterfall, swept across the area, destroying all the buildings and structures along the way in Konoha's encampment. The immense power of the flames caused all the Konoha ninjas to stare in stunned fear. Although it wasn't the first time he'd seen it, seeing it again, he couldn't suppress the shock it brought about by that powerful jutsu. It was a complete visual impact. Excellent, that's a powerful fire release technique. Such powerful chakra. The Hyuga ninjas glared fiercely with their Byakugan, watching as the fan-shaped, all-encompassing waterfall of flames appeared, causing the swirling air currents that had previously obscured the dense fog to thin out considerably. At 3 o'clock, 10 o'clock direction, target detected. The Hyuga ninjas shouted loudly, and the Konoha ninjas, already prepared, immediately fired their kunai, each kunai having a burning talisman tied to the back. The advantage of the Byakugan is that it directly points out the enemy's direction, allowing them to detect the target early and launch an attack. Water release, water wall. In an instant, the flames and water collided, generating high-temperature steam that gushed out like a waterfall from his mouth. Even Hoshigaki Kisame, who was trying to block this large-scale fire release attack, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That fire release is terrifying. If he hadn't possessed such immense chakra as a ninja, he truly wouldn't have been able to stop this terrifying fire release. Target spotted. Cover. Following the dissipation of the jutsu, Hoshigaki Kisame, under the guidance of the sensing ninja, directly shouted loudly, and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas all let out bloodthirsty, furious roars. At the same time, the Konoha ninjas also shouted loudly, and Uchiha Yoro directly raised his hand and yelled, "In our territory, we can use our familiarity with the terrain to hold off the enemy. We shouldn't risk killing them. The advantage is on our side." Roar, roar. In a typical ninja confrontation like this, both sides resort to violence, and the commander simply issues the order to fight. Few are like Uchiha Yoro, who doesn't prioritize killing the enemy but instead focuses on preserving his strength and prolonging the fight. Be careful. With electric arcs flashing around his body, Uchiha Yoro, activating his lightning release form, whispered a sentence. Behind him, Yui Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, and Mitarashi Anko all showed solemn expressions. Yoru, don't worry, we're not genin who just graduated from ninja school. Yoru, you must be careful. Lord Yoru, there's no need to worrying about us. Focus all your efforts on fighting. The three goddesses, their expressions turning serious, shouted loudly. Uchiha wasn't overly worried about their strength. In fact, the three women weren't weak either. Yui Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko's current strength is influenced by him, and at their age, they both possess exceptional Jonin-level abilities. Itsuki Yugao is among the three weakest girls. After all, she follows the path of swordsmanship, and this type of taijutsu requires time to accumulate experience, meaning that the effects are slow to manifest over time, but it is also a path of gradual accumulation leading to explosive results. However, even so, Utsugi Yuga's strength is at the elite shonen level, and the addition of the three female members to the squad has greatly strengthened their power. Tich-non made thorough preparations, and Anko, upon spotting the target, immediately launched an attack. Although the three women often seemed at odds with each other and secretly competed fiercely, after such a long period of training, they had become an elite team, and had long since developed a good understanding between them. With Yui Kurenai calmly leading the charge, Itsuki Yugo and Mitarashi Anko directly formed a battle formation alongside her. 9 o'clock direction. As the Hidden Mist Village ninja's figure appeared in an instant, Mitarashi Anko let out a soft cry, reacting with extreme speed. Raising her hand, 6 or 7 large snakes instantly shot out from her sleeve, striking the target with lightning speed. Sign Jeshu, 13 directional points. Yui Kurenai let out a cold shout, directly forming hand seals to unleash her ninjutsu. Magical Tree Binding Kill. A ninja from the Hidden Mist Village suddenly appeared under the cover of night, his eyes glowing red. In an instant, the distant figure seemed to become abstract, gradually fading away, as if he had forgotten many things. With wooden stakes sprouting from his body, binding him to hands and feet, he felt his breath catching in his throat. His dazed eyes instantly cleared, and he saw the Konoha ninja emerging from the trees above, preparing to attack him. He immediately cried out in alarm, "Genjutsu!" Crackling sound. In an instant, the genjutsu was broken, blood splattered everywhere, and the Hidden Mist Village ninja, unable to believe his eyes, bowed his head and looked at the shinobi katana in his chest, trembling as he said, "Impossible. I've broken the genjutsu." But behind him appeared two hands gripping the shinobi katana Utsugi Yugao. With a forceful twist, the Hidden Mist Village ninja's pupils began to dilate. As the long sword was drawn out, bringing with it a splash of fresh blood, he reluctantly turned his head, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a figure. At that moment, before dying, he realized it was another Konoha ninja. He had broken the genjutsu, but a brief moment of distraction had caused him to lose the opportunity to counterattack. The other Konoha ninja had already reached behind him, and just as the shinobi katana pierced his body, he had just broken the genjutsu. Tich-non? At that moment, a Hidden Mist Village ninja appeared, wielding a shinobi katana. Yui Kurenai calmly countered with a kunai to block the attack, then shouted loudly to Utsugi Yugao to eliminate the target before quickly returning to coordinate the battle. Sign Jashu. It's undeniable that the three girls' abilities complement each other perfectly, almost completely bridging each other's weaknesses. Anko is skilled in ninjutsu, Yui Kurenai in genjutsu, and Itsugi Yugao in taijutsu swordsmanship. With their combined abilities in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, their teamwork and fighting skills allow them to fully unleash their potential. The three members of the combat team who descended upon the outbreak site possessed a level of power capable of threatening Jonin. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas and the Konoha ninjas began fighting, the difference being that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas chose to send 1 or 2 ninjas to stop a small squad of 3 Konoha ninjas. Their goal was very pure, to stop the remaining Konoha ninjas. The most elite ninja of the Hidden Mist Village charged towards their target, only to see Hoshigaki Kisam's cold gaze fixed on the flash of lightning, while Suikazen Fuguki, hidden in the deepest part of the village, also revealed his killing intent after confirming the target. With a colossal body measuring 2.5 meters, Suikazen Fuguki was able to hide so deeply. His strength is truly astonishing. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Following the release of their jutsu by Kisame and Suikazen Fuguki, 10 elite Hidden Mist Village ninjas, armed with bloodthirsty shinobi katanas, charged forward. Mission objective confirmed. Execution of decapitation operation begins. A swift and decisive victory. Suikazen Fuguki let out a loud shout, gripping his Samehada greatsword and charging forward. Kisame also joined the battle, and the 12 elite ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village joined forces to unleash their most skilled decapitation techniques. Faced with a pincer attack, surrounded by ninjutsu, taijutsu, and hidden weapons, Uchiha Yora's three-tamo Sharingan instantly began spinning wildly. In a flash, the surrounding attacks, imbued with chakra and mental power, were directly overwhelmed by his ocular jutsu. The two hidden mist village ninjas cried out in pain. Their genjutsu had backfired. The Sharingan's ability to deflect genjutsu truly lived up to its reputation. Fast battle. Uchiha Yora's face contorted into a mocking smile, his body transforming into a flash of lightning as he swiftly drew the Gross World Sword from his side and charged forward to meet the attack. During the great battle between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, both sides had different objectives. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas' tactic was to decapitate their opponents, with the majority of their ninjas acting as a containment force, while the most elite forces were gathered to decapitate them, aiming for a quick victory and avoiding being surrounded by Konoha ninjas. Meanwhile, Konoha's strategy was primarily to prolong the conflict, aiming to stabilize the situation and wait for reinforcements to arrive and surround the enemy.